Story 18 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 18, Dr. Marigold, Part 1. 1. To be taken immediately. I am a Cheap Jack, and my own father's name was Willum Marigold. It was in his lifetime supposed by some that his name was William, but my own father always consistently said, no, it was Willum. On which point I content myself with looking at the argument this way. If a man is not allowed to know his own name in a free country, how much is he allowed to know in a land of slavery? As to looking at the argument through the medium of the register, Willum Marigold come into the world before registers come up much, and went out of it too. They wouldn't have been greatly in his line neither, if they had chanced to come up before him. I was born on the Queen's highway, but it was the King's at that time. A doctor was fetched to my mother by my own father when it took place on a common, and in consequence of his being a very kind gentleman, and accepting no fee but a tea-tray, I was named Doctor out of gratitude and compliment to him. There you have me, Dr. Marigold. I am at present a middle-aged man of a broadish build, in cords, leggings, and a sleeved waistcoat, the strings of which is always gone behind. Repair them how you will, they go like fiddle-strings. You have been to the theatre, and you have seen one of the violin players screw up his violin, after listening to it as if it had been whispering the secret to him that it feared it was out of order, and then you have heard it snap. That's exactly similar to my waistcoat as a waistcoat and a violin can be like one another. I am partial to a white hat, and I like a shawl round my neck, wore loose and easy. Sitting down is my favorite posture. If I have a taste in point of personal jewelry, it is mother-of-pearl buttons. There you have me again, as large as life. The doctor having accepted a tea-tray, you'll guess that my father was a Cheap Jack before me. You are right. He was. It was a pretty tray. It represented a large lady going along a serpentining uphill gravel walk to attend a little church. Two swans had likewise come astray with the same intentions. When I call her a large lady, I don't mean in point of breadth, for there she fell below my views, but she more than made it up in height. Her height and slimness was, in short, the height of both. I often saw that tray after I was the innocently smiling cause, or more likely screeching one, of the doctor standing it up on a table against the wall in his consulting room. Whenever my own father and mother were in that part of the country, I used to put my head (I have heard my own mother say it was flaxen curls at that time, though you wouldn't know an old hearth-broom from it now till you come to the handle and found it wasn't me) in at the doctor's door, and the doctor was always glad to see me, and said, "Aha, my brother practitioner! Come in, little M.D. How are your inclinations as to sixpence?" You can't go on forever, you'll find, nor yet could my father, nor yet my mother. If you don't go off as a whole when you are about due, you're liable to go off in part, and 2 to 1 your head's the part. Gradually my father went off his, and my mother went off hers. It was in a harmless way, but it put out the family where I boarded them. The old couple, though retired, got to be wholly and solely devoted to the Cheap Jack business, and were always selling the family off. Whenever the cloth was laid for dinner, my father began rattling the plates and dishes, as we do in our line, when we put up crockery for a bid, only he had lost the trick of it, and mostly let 'em drop and broke 'em. As the old lady had been used to sit in the cart and hand the articles out one by one to the old gentleman on the footboard to sell just in the same way, she handed him every item of the family's property, and they disposed of it in their own imaginations from morning to night. At last the old gentleman, lying bedridden in the same room with the old lady, cries out in the old patter, fluent, after having been silent for 2 days and nights, "Now hear, my jolly companions, every one, which the Nightingale Club in a village was held, at the sign of the Cabbage and Shears, where the singers no doubt would have greatly excelled, but for want of taste, voices, and ears. Now hear, my jolly companions, every one is a working model of a used-up old Cheap Jack, without a tooth in his head, and with a pain in every bone. So like life that it would be just as good if it wasn't better, just as bad if it wasn't worse, and just as new if it wasn't worn out. Bid for the working model of the old Cheap Jack, who has drunk more gunpowder tea with the ladies in his time than would blow the lid off a washerwoman's copper, and carry it as many thousands of miles higher than the moon as naught nix naught, divided by the national debt, carry nothing to the poor rates 3 under and 2 over. Now, my hearts of oak and men of straw, what do you say for the lot? 2 shillings? A shilling? 10 pence? 8 pence? 6 pence? 4 pence? 2 pence? Who said 2 pence? The gentleman in the scarecrow's hat. I am ashamed of the gentleman in the scarecrow's hat. I really am ashamed of him for his want of public spirit. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Come, I'll throw you in a working model of an old woman that was married to the old Cheap Jack so long ago that upon my word and honour it took place in Noah's Ark, before the unicorn could get in to forbid the banns by blowing a tune upon his horn. There now. Come, what do you say for both? I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I don't bear you malice for being so backward. Here, if you make me a bid that'll only reflect a little credit on your own, I'll throw you in a warming pan for nothing, and lend you a toasting fork for life. Now come, what do you say after that splendid offer? Say £2, say 30 shillings, say £1, say 10 shillings, say 5, 2 and 6. You don't say even 2 and 6. You say 2 and 3. No, you shan't have the lot for 2 and 3. I'd sooner give it to you, if you was good-looking enough. Here, missus, chuck the old man and woman into the cart, put the horse to, and drive 'em away and bury 'em. Such were the last words of Willum Marigold, my own father, and they were carried out, by him and by his wife, my own mother, on one and the same day, as I ought to know, having followed as mourner. My father had been a lovely one in his time at the Cheap Jack work, as his dying observations went to prove. But I top him. I don't say it because it's myself, but because it has been universally acknowledged by all that has had the means of comparison. I have worked at it. I have measured myself against other public speakers, members of Parliament, platforms, pulpits, counsel, learned in the law, and where I have found 'em good, I have took a bit of imagination from 'em, and where I have found 'em bad, I have let 'em alone. Now, I'll tell you what. I mean to go down into my grave declaring that of all the callings ill-used in Great Britain, the Cheap Jack calling is the worst used. Why ain't we a profession? Why ain't we endowed with privileges? Why are we forced to take out a hawker's license, when no such thing is expected of the political hawkers? Where's the difference between us, except that we are Cheap Jacks, and they are Dear Jacks? I don't see any difference, but what's in our favour. For look here, say it's election time. I am on the footboard of my cart in the market-place on a Saturday night. I put up a general miscellaneous lot. I say, now here, my free and independent voters, I'm a-going to give you such a chance as you never had in all your born days, nor yet the days preceding. Now, I'll show you what I'm a-going to do with you. Here's a pair of razors that'll shave you closer than the Board of Guardians. Here's a flat-iron worth its weight in gold. Here's a frying-pan artificially flavoured with essence of beefsteaks to that degree that you've only got for the rest of your lives to fry bread and drippings in it, and there you are, replete with animal food. Here's a genuine chronometer watch in such a solid silver case that you may knock at the door with it when you come home late from a social meeting and rouse your wife and family, and save up your knocker for the postman. and here's half a dozen dinner plates that you may play the cymbals with to charm the baby when it's fractious. Stop! I'll throw you in another article, and I'll give you that, and it's a rolling pin. And if the baby can only get it well into its mouth when its teeth is coming and rub the gums once with it, they'll come through double in a fit of laughter equal to being tickled. Stop again! I'll throw you in another article, because I don't like the looks of you, for you haven't the appearance of buyers, unless I lose by you, and because I'd rather lose than not take money tonight, and that's a looking-glass in which you may see how ugly you look when you don't bid. What do you say now? Come, do you say £1? Not you, for you haven't got it. Do you say 10 shillings? Not you, for you owe more to the tallyman. Well, then, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll heap 'em all on the footboard of the cart. There they are, razors, flat iron, frying pan, chronometer watch, dinner plates, rolling pin, and looking-glass. Take 'em all away for 4 shillings, and I'll give you 6pence for your trouble. This is me, the Cheap Jack. But on the Monday morning, in the same market-place, comes the Dear Jack on the hustings, his cart, and what does he say? "Now, my free and independent voters, I am a-going to give you such a chance," he begins just like me, "as you never had in all your born days, and that's the chance of sending myself to Parliament. Now I'll tell you what I am a-going to do for you. Here's the interests of this magnificent town promoted above all the rest of the civilized and uncivilized earth. Here's your railways carried, and your neighbours' railways jockeyed. Here's all your sons in the post office. Here's Britannia smiling on you. Here the eyes of Europe on you. Here's universal prosperity for you, repletion of animal food, golden cornfields, gladsome homesteads, and rounds of applause from your own hearts, all in one lot. And that's myself. Will you take me as I stand? You won't? Well, then, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Come now, I'll throw you in anything you ask for. There, church rates, abolition of church rates, more malt tax, no malt tax, universal education to the highest mark, or universal ignorance to the lowest, total abolition of flogging in the army, or a dozen for every private once a month all around. Wrongs of men, or rights of women, only say which it shall be, take 'em or leave 'em, and I'm of your opinion altogether, and the lot's your own on your own terms. There, you won't take it yet? Well, then, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Come, you are such free and independent voters, and I am so proud of you. You are such a noble and enlightened constituency, and I am so ambitious of the honour and dignity of being your member, which is by far the highest level to which the wings of the human mind can soar, that I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll throw you in all the public houses in your magnificent town for nothing. Will that content you? It won't? You won't take the lot yet? Well, then, before I put the horse in and drive away and make the offer to the next most magnificent town that can be discovered, I'll tell you what I'll do. Take the lot, and I'll drop £2,000 in the streets of your magnificent town for them to pick up that can. Not enough? Now, look here. This is the very farthest thing that I'm going to. I make it 2,500. And still you won't? Here, missus, put the horse... No, stop, half a moment. I shouldn't like to turn my back upon you, neither for a trifle. I'll make it £2,750. There, take the lot on your own terms, and I'll count out £2,750 on the footboard of the cart, to be dropped in the streets of your magnificent town for them to pick up that can. What do you say? Come now, you won't do better, and you may do worse. You take it? Hooray! Sold again, and got the seat. These Dear Jacks soap the people shameful, but we Cheap Jacks don't. We tell 'em the truth about themselves to their faces, and scorn to court them. As to venturesomeness in the way of puffing up the lots, the Dear Jacks beats us hollow. It is considered in the Cheap Jack calling that better patter can be made out of a gun than any article we put up from the cart, except a pair of spectacles. I often hold forth about a gun for a quarter of an hour, and feel as if I need never leave off. But when I tell 'em what the gun can do, and what the gun has brought down, I never go half so far as the dear Jacks do when they make speeches in praise of their guns. They're great guns that set 'em on to do it. Besides, I'm in business for myself. I ain't sent down into the marketplace to order, as they are. Besides, again, my guns don't know what I say in their laudation, and their guns do, and the whole concern of 'em have reason to be sick and ashamed all around. These are some of my arguments for declaring that the Cheap Jack calling is treated ill in Great Britain, and for turning warm when I think of the other Jacks in question setting themselves up to pretend to look down upon it. I courted my wife from the footboard of the cart. I did indeed. She was a Suffolk young woman, and it was in Ipswich market-place, right opposite the corn chandler's shop. I had noticed her up at a window last Saturday that was appreciating highly. I had took to her, and I had said to myself, if not already disposed of, I'll have that lot. Next Saturday that come, I pitched the cart on the same pitch, and I was in very high feather indeed, keeping 'em laughing the whole of the time, and getting off the goods briskly. At last I took out of my waistcoat pocket a small lot wrapped in soft paper, and I put it this way, looking up at the window where she was. Now here, my blooming English maidens, is an article, the last article of the present evening's sale, which I offer to only you, the lovely Suffolk dumplings, biling over with beauty, and I won't take a bid of £1,000 for from any man alive. Now, what is it? Why, I'll tell you what it is. It's made of fine gold, and it's not broke, though there's a hole in the middle of it, and it's stronger than any fetter that ever was forged, though it's smaller than any finger in my set of 10. Why 10? Because when my parents made over my property to me, I tell you true, there was 12 sheets, 12 towels, 12 tablecloths, 12 knives, 12 forks, 12 tablespoons, and 12 teaspoons, but my set of fingers was too short of a dozen, and could never since be matched. Now, what else is it? Come, I'll tell you. It's a hoop of solid gold, wrapped in a silver curl paper, that I myself took off the shining locks of the ever-beautiful old lady in Threadneedle Street, London City. I wouldn't tell you so if I hadn't the paper to show you, or you mightn't believe it even of me. Now, what else is it? It's a man-trap and a handcuff, the parish stocks, and a leg-stock, all in gold, and all in one. Now, what else is it? It's a wedding ring. Now I'll tell you what I'm a-going to do with it. I'm not a-going to offer this lot of money, but I mean to give it to the next of you beauties that laughs, and I'll pay her a visit tomorrow morning at exactly half after 9 o'clock, as the chimes go, and I'll take her out for a walk to put up the banns. She laughed, and got the ring handed up to her. When I called in the morning, she says, "Oh, dear, it's never you, and you never mean it." "It's ever me," says I, "and I am ever yours, and I ever mean it." So we got married, after being put up 3 times, which, by the by, is quite in the Cheap Jack way again, and shows once more how the Cheap Jack customs pervade society. She wasn't a bad wife, but she had a temper. If she could have parted with that one article at a sacrifice, I wouldn't have swapped her away in exchange for any other woman in England. Not that I ever did swap her away, for we lived together till she died, and that was 13 year. Now, my lords and ladies and gentlefolks all, I'll let you into a secret, though you won't believe it. 13 year of temper in a palace would try the worst of you, but 13 year of temper in a cart would try the best of you. You're kept so very close to it in a cart, you see. There's thousands of couples among you getting on like sweet Isle upon a whetstone, in houses 5 and 6 pairs of stairs high, that would go to the divorce court in a cart. Whether the jolting makes it worse, I don't undertake to decide, but in a cart it does come home to you and stick to you. Violence in a cart is so violent, and aggravation in a cart is so aggravating. We might have had such a pleasant life. A roomy cart with the large goods hung outside and the bed slung underneath it when on the road, an iron pot and a kettle, a fireplace for the cold weather, a chimney for the smoke, a hanging shelf and a cupboard, a dog and a horse. What more do you want? You draw off upon a bit of turf in a green lane or by the roadside. You hobble your old horse and turn him grazing. You light your fire upon the ashes of the last visitors. You cook your stew, and you wouldn't call the Emperor of France your father. But have a temper in the cart, flinging language and the hardest goods in stock at you, and where are you then? Put a name to your feelings. My dog knew as well when she was on the turn as I did. Before she broke out, he would give a howl and bolt. How he knew it was a mystery to me, but the sure and certain knowledge of it would wake him up out of his soundest sleep, and he would give a howl and bolt. At such times I wished I was him. The worst of it was, we had a daughter born to us, and I love children with all my heart. When she was in her furies, she beat the child. This got to be so shocking, as the child got to be 4 or 5 years old, that I have many a time gone on with my whip over my shoulder at the old horse's head, sobbing and crying worse than ever little Sophie did. For how could I prevent it? Such a thing is not to be tried with such a temper, in a cart, without coming to a fight. It's in the natural size and formation of a cart to bring it to a fight. And then the poor child got worse terrified than before, as well as worse hurt generally, and her mother made complaints to the next people we lighted on, and the word went round, "Here's a wretch of a Cheap Jack been a-beating his wife." Little Sophie was such a brave child. She grew to be quite devoted to her poor father, though he could do so little to help her. She had a wonderful quantity of shining dark hair, all curling natural about her. It is quite astonishing to me now that I didn't go tearing mad when I used to see her run from her mother before the cart, and her mother catch her by this hair, and pull her down by it and beat her. Such a brave child, I said she was. Ah, with reason. "Don't you mind next time, father dear?" she would whisper to me, with her little face still flushed and her bright eyes still wet. "If I don't cry out, you may know I am not much hurt. And even if I do cry out, it will only be to get mother to let go and leave off. What I have seen the little spirit bear, for me, without crying out." Yet in other respects her mother took great care of her. Her clothes were always clean and neat, and her mother was never tired of working at 'em. Such is the inconsistency in things. Our being down in the marsh country in unhealthy weather I consider the cause of Sophie's taking bad low fever, but however she took it, once she got it, she turned away from her mother for evermore, and nothing could persuade her to be touched by her mother's hand. She would shiver and say, "No, no, no, no," when it was offered at, and would hide her face on my shoulder and hold me tighter round the neck. The Cheap Jack business had been worse than ever I had known it, when with one thing and what with another, and not least with railroads, which will cut it all to pieces, I expect at last, and I was run out of money. For which reason, one night at that period of little Sophie's being so bad, either we must have come to a deadlock for victuals and drink, or I must have pitched the cart, as I did. I couldn't get the dear child to lie down or leave go of me, and indeed I hadn't the heart to try, so I stepped out on the footboard with her holding round my neck. They all set up a laugh when they see us, and one chuckle-headed Joskin, that I hated for it, made the bidding. 2d for her. "Now, you country boobies," says I, feeling as if my heart was a heavy weight at the end of a broken sash line, "I give you notice that I am a-going to charm the money out of your pockets, and to give you so much more than your money's worth, that you'll only persuade yourselves to draw your Saturday night's wages ever again arterwards, by the hopes of meeting me to lay 'em out with, which you will never will, and why not? Because I've made my fortune by selling my goods on a large scale for 75 per cent less than I give for 'em, and I am consequently to be elevated to the House of Peers next week by the title of the Duke of Cheap and Marcus Jackarulu. Now, let's know what you want to-night, and you shall have it. But first of all, shall I tell you why I have got this little girl round my neck? You don't want to know? Then you shall. She belongs to the fairies. She's a fortune-teller. She can tell you all about you in a whisper, and can put me up to whether you're going to buy a lot or leave it. Now, do you want a saw? No, she says, you won't because you're too clumsy to use one. Else here's a saw which would be a lifelong blessing to a handy man at 4 shillings. At 3 and 6. At 3. At 2 and 6. At 2. At 18 pence. But none of you shall have it at any price on account of your well-known awkwardness, which would make it manslaughter. The same objection applies to this set of 3 planes, which I won't let you have neither, so don't bid for 'em. Now I am a-going to ask her what you do want. Then I whispered, your head burns so that I am afraid it hurts you bad, my pet, and she answered without opening her heavy eyes, just a little, father. Oh, this little fortune-teller says it's a memorandum book you want. Then why didn't you mention it? Here it is. Look at it. 200 superfine hot-pressed wire-wove pages. If you don't believe me, count 'em. Ready ruled for your expenses, an everlastingly pointed pencil to put 'em down with, a double-bladed penknife to scratch 'em out with, a book of printed tables to calculate your income with, and a camp stool to sit down upon while you give your mind to it. Stop! And an umbrella to keep the moon off when you give your mind to it on a pitch-dark night. Now, I won't ask you how much for the lot, but how little? How little are you thinking of? Don't be ashamed to mention it, because my fortune-teller knows already. Then, making believe to whisper, I kissed her, and she kissed me. Why, she says you are thinking of as little as 3 and 3 pence. I couldn't have believed it, even of you, unless she told me. 3 and 3 pence, and a set of printed tables in the lot that'll calculate your income up to 40,000 a year. With an income of 40,000 a year, you grudge 3 and 6 pence? Well, then, I'll tell you my opinion. I so despise the 3 pence that I'd soon take 3 shillings. There, for 3 shillings, 3 shillings, 3 shillings. Gone. Hand 'em over to the lucky man. As there had been no bid at all, everybody looked about and grinned at everybody, while I touched little Sophie's face and asked her if she felt faint or giddy. Not very, father. It will soon be over. Then turning from the pretty patient eyes, which were opened now, and seeing nothing but grins across my lighted grease-pot, I went on again in my Cheap Jack style. Where's the butcher? My sorrowful eye had just caught sight of a fat young butcher on the outside of the crowd. She says the good luck is the butcher's. Where is he? Everybody handed on the blushing butcher to the front, and there was a roar, and the butcher felt himself obliged to put his hand in his pocket and take the lot. The party so picked out in general does feel obliged to take the lot, good 4 times out of 6. Then we had another lot, the counterpart of that one, and sold it 6 pence cheaper, which is always very much enjoyed. Then we had the spectacles. It ain't a special profitable lot, but I put 'em on, and I see what the Chancellor of the Exchequer is going to take off the taxes, and I see what the sweetheart of the young woman in the shawl is doing at home, and I see what the bishops has got for dinner, and a deal more that seldom fails to fetch 'em up in their spirits, and the better their spirits, the better their bids. Then we had the ladies' lot. The teapot, tea-caddy, glass sugar-basin, half a dozen spoons, and caudle-cup, and all the time I was making similar excuses to give a look or two, and say a word or two to my poor child. It was while the second ladies' lot was holding 'em enchained that I felt her lift herself a little on my shoulder to look across the dark street. "What troubles you, darling?" "Nothing troubles me, father. I am not at all troubled. But don't I see a pretty churchyard over there?" "Yes, my dear." "Kiss me twice, dear father, and lay me down to rest upon that churchyard grass, so soft and green." I staggered back into the cart with her head dropped on my shoulder, and I says to her mother, "Quick, shut the door. Don't let those laughing people see." "What's the matter?" she cries. "Oh, woman, woman," I tells her, "you'll never catch my little Sophie by her hair again, for she has flown away from you." Maybe those were harder words than I meant 'em, but from that time forth my wife took to brooding, and would sit in the cart or walk beside it hours at a stretch, with her arms crossed and her eyes looking on the ground. When her furies took her, which was rather seldomer than before, they took her in a new way, and she banged herself about to that extent that I was forced to hold her. She got none the better for a little drink now and then, and through some years I used to wonder, as I plodded along at the old horse's head, whether there was many carts upon the road that held so much dreariness as mine, for all my being looked up to as the king of the Cheap Jacks. So sad our lives went on, till one summer evening, when, as we were coming into Exeter, out of the farther west of England, we saw a woman beating a child in a cruel manner, who screamed, "Don't beat me! Oh, mother, mother, mother!" Then my wife stopped her ears and ran away like a wild thing, and next day she was found in the river. Me and my dog were all the company left in the cart now, and the dog seemed to give a short bark when they wouldn't bid, and to give another and a nod of his head when I asked him, "Who said £0.50? Are you the gentleman, sir, that offered £0.50? He attained to an immense height of popularity, and I shall always believe taught himself entirely out of his own head to growl at any person in the crowd that bid as low as 6d. But he got to be well on in years, and one night, when I was convulsing York with the spectacles, he took a convulsion on his own account upon the very footboard by me, and it finished him. Being naturally of a tender turn, I had dreadful lonely feelings on me arter this. I conquered 'em at selling times, having a reputation to keep, not to mention keeping myself, but they got me down in private and rolled upon me. That's often the way with us public characters. See us on the footboard, and you'll give pretty well anything you possess to be us. See us off the footboard, and you'd add a trifle to be off your bargain. It was under those circumstances that I come acquainted with a giant. I might have been too high to fall into conversation with him, had it not been for my lonely feelings. For the general rule is, going round the country, to draw the line at dressing up. When a man can't trust his getting a living to his undisguised abilities, you consider him below your sort. And this giant, when on view, figured as a Roman. He was a languid young man, which I attribute to the distance betwixt his extremities. He had a little head and less in it, he had weak eyes and weak knees, and altogether you couldn't look at him without feeling that there was greatly too much of him, both for his joints and his mind. But he was an amiable, though timid young man. His mother let him out and spent the money, and we come acquainted when he was walking to ease the horse betwixt two fairs. He was called Rinaldo di Velasco, his name being Pickleson. This giant, otherwise Pickleson, mentioned to me under the seal of confidence that, beyond his being a burden to himself, his life was made a burden to him by the cruelty of his master towards a stepdaughter who was deaf and dumb. Her mother was dead, and she had no living soul to take her part, and was used most hard. She travelled with his master's caravan only because there was nowhere to leave her, and this giant, otherwise Pickleson, did go so far as to believe that his master often tried to lose her. He was such a very languid young man that I don't know how long it didn't take him to get this story out, but it passed through his defective circulation to his top extremity in course of time. When I heard this account from the giant, otherwise Pickleson, and likewise that the poor girl had beautiful long dark hair, and was often pulled down by it and beaten, I couldn't see the giant through what stood in my eyes. Having wiped 'em, I gave him 6d, for he was kept as short as he was long, and he laid it out in 2 3d worth of gin and water, which so brisked him up that he sang the favourite comic of Shivery Shanky, Ain't It Cold? A popular effect which his master had tried every other means to get out of him, as a Roman wholly in vain. His master's name was Mim, a wary horseman, and I knew him to speak to. I went to that fair as a mere civilian, leaving the cart outside the town, and I looked about the back of the vans, while the performing was going on, and at last, sitting dozing against a muddy cart-wheel, I come upon the poor girl who was deaf and dumb. At the first look I might almost have judged that she had escaped from the wild beast show. But at the second I thought better of her, and thought that if she was more cared for and more kindly used, she would be like my child. She was just the same age that my own daughter would have been, if her pretty head had not fell down upon my shoulder that unfortunate night. To cut it short, I spoke confidential to Mem while he was beating the gong outside betwixt two lots of Pickleson's publics, and I put it to him, "She lies heavy on your own hands. What'll you take for her?" Mem was a most ferocious swearer. Suppressing that part of his reply, which was much the longest part, his reply was, "A pair of braces." "Now I'll tell you," says I, "what I'm going to do with you. I'm going to fetch you half a dozen pair of the primest braces in the cart, and then to take her away with me." Says Mem, again ferocious, "I'll believe it when I've got the goods, and no sooner." I made all the haste I could, lest he should think twice of it, and the bargain was completed, which Pickleson he was thereby so relieved in his mind that he come out at his little back door long ways like a serpent, and give us shivery shaky in a whisper among the wheels at parting. It was happy days for both of us when Sophie and me began to travel in the cart. I at once give her the name of Sophie, to put her ever towards me in the attitude of my own daughter. We soon made out to begin to understand one another, through the goodness of the heavens, when she knowed that I meant true and kind by her. In a very little time she was wonderful fond of me. You have no idea what it is to have anybody wonderful fond of you, unless you have been got down and rolled upon by the lonely feelings that I have mentioned as having once got the better of me. You'd have laughed, or the reverse, it's according to your disposition, if you could have seen me trying to teach Sophie. At first I was helped, you'd never guess by what, milestones. I got some large alphabets in a box, all the letters separate on bits of bone, and saying we was going off to Windsor. I give her those letters in that order, and then at every milestone I showed her those same letters in that same order again, and pointed towards the abode of royalty. Another time I give her cart, and then chalked the same upon the cart. Another time I give her Dr. Marigold, and hung a corresponding inscription outside my waistcoat. People that met us might stare a bit and laugh, but what did I care, if she caught the idea? She caught it after long patience and trouble, and then we did begin to get on swimmingly, I believe you. At first she was a little given to consider me the cart, and the cart the abode of royalty, but that soon wore off. We had our signs, too, and they were hundreds in number. Sometimes she would sit looking at me, and considering hard how to communicate with me about something fresh, how to ask me what she wanted explained, and then she was, or I thought she was, what does it signify, so like my child, with those years added to her, that I half believed it was herself trying to tell me where she had been up to in the skies, and what she had seen since that unhappy night when she flied away. She had a pretty face, and now that there was no one to drag at her bright dark hair, and it was all in order, there was a something touching in her looks that made the cart most peaceful, and most quiet, though not at all melancholy. N.B. In the Cheap Jack patter, we generally sound it lemon jolly, and it gets a laugh. The way she learnt to understand any look of mine was truly surprising. When I sold of a night, she would sit in the cart unseen by them outside, and would give an eager look into my eyes when I looked in, and would hand me straight the precise article or articles I wanted. And then she would clap her hands and laugh for joy. And as for me, seeing her so bright and remembering what she was when I first lighted on her, starved and beaten and ragged, leaning sleepy against the muddy cart-wheel, it give me such heart that I gained a great height of reputation than ever, and I put Pickleson down, by the name of Men's travelling giant, otherwise Pickleson, for a £5 note in my will. This happiness went on in the cart till she was 16 year old. by which time I began to feel not satisfied that I had done my whole duty by her, and to consider that she ought to have better teaching than I could give her. It drew a many tears on both sides when I commenced explaining my views to her, but what's right is right, and you can't neither by tears nor laughter do away with its character. So I took her hand in mine, and I went with her one day to the deaf and dumb establishment in London, and when the gentleman comes to speak to us, I says to him, "Now I'll tell you what I'll do with you, sir. I am nothing but a Cheap Jack, but of late years I have laid by for a rainy day notwithstanding. This is my only daughter, adopted, and you can't produce a deafer nor a dumber. Teach her the most that can be taught her in the shortest separation that can be named, state the figure for it, and I am game to put the money down. I won't bate you a single farthing, sir, but I'll put down the money here and now, and I'll thankfully throw you in £1 to take it. There." The gentleman smiled, and then, "Well, well," says he, "I must first know what she has learned already. How do you communicate with her?" Then I showed him, and she wrote in printed writing many names of things, and so forth, and we held some sprightly conversation, Sophy and me, about a little story in a book which the gentleman showed her, and which she was able to read. "This is most extraordinary," says the gentleman. "Is it possible that you have been her only teacher?" "I have been her only teacher, sir," I says, "besides herself." "Then," says the gentleman, and more acceptable words was never spoke to me, "you're a clever fellow and a good fellow." This he makes known to Sophy, who kisses his hands, claps her own, and laughs and cries about it. We saw the gentleman 4 times in all, and when he took down my name and asked how in the world it ever chanced to be Doctor, it come out that he was own nephew by the sister's side, if you'll believe me, to the very doctor that I was called after. This made our footing still easier, and he says to me, "Now, Marigold, tell me what more do you want your adopted daughter to know?" "I want her, sir, to be cut off from the world as little as can be, considering her deprivation, and therefore to be able to read whatever is wrote with perfect ease and pleasure." "My good fellow," urges the gentleman, opening his eyes wide, "why, I can't do that myself." I took his joke and gave him a laugh, knowing by experience how flat you fall without it, and I mended my words accordingly. "What do you mean to do with her afterwards?" asked the gentleman, with a sort of a doubtful eye. "To take her about the country?" "In the cart, sir, but only in the cart. She will live a private life, you understand, in the cart. I should never think of bringing her infirmities before the public. I wouldn't make a show of her for any money." The gentleman nodded and seemed to approve. "Well," says he, "can you part with her for 2 years?" "To do her that good? Yes, sir." "There's another question," says the gentleman, looking towards her. "Can she part with you for 2 years?" I don't know that it was a harder matter of itself, for the other was hard enough to me, but it was harder to get over. However, she was pacified to it at last, and the separation betwixt us was settled. How it cut up both of us when it took place, and when I left her at the door in the dark of an evening, I don't tell. But I know this, remembering that night, I shall never pass that same establishment without a heartache and a swelling in the throat, and I couldn't put you up the best of lots inside of it with my usual spirit. No, not even the gun, nor the pair of spectacles, for £500 reward from the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and throw in the honour of putting my legs under his mahogany arterwards. Still, the loneliness that followed in the cart was not the old loneliness, because there was a term put to it, however long to look forward to, and because I could think, when I was anyways down, that she belonged to me and I belonged to her. Always planning for her coming back, I bought in a few months' time another cart. And what do you think I plan to do with it? I'll tell you. I plan to fit it up with shelves and books for her reading, and to have a seat in it where I could sit and see her read, and think that I had been her first teacher. Not hurrying over the job, I had the fittings knocked together in contriving ways under my own inspection, and here was her bed in a berth with curtains, and there was her reading table, and here was her writing desk, and elsewhere was her books in rows upon rows, picters and no picters, binding and no bindings, gilt-edged and plain, just as I could pick 'em up for her in lots up and down the country, north and south and west and east, winds liked best and winds liked least, here and there and gone astray, over the hills and far away. And when I had got together pretty well as many books as the cart would neatly hold, a new scheme come into my head, which, as it turned out, kept my time and attention a good deal employed, and helped me over the 2 years' style. Without being of an avaricious temper, I like to be the owner of things. I shouldn't wish, for instance, to go partners with yourself in the Cheap Jack cart. It's not that I mistrust you, but that I'd rather know it was mine. Similarly, very likely you'd rather know it was yours. Well, a kind of a jealousy began to creep into my mind when I reflected that all those books would have been read by other people long before they was read by her. It seemed to take away from her being the owner of 'em, like. In this way the question got into my head, couldn't I have a book new made, express for her, which she could be the first to read? It pleased me, that thought did, and as I never was a man to let a thought sleep, you must wake up all the whole family of thoughts you've got and burn their nightcaps, or you won't do in the Cheap Jack line. I set to work at it. Considering that I was in the habit of changing so much about the country, and that I should have to find out a literary character here to make a deal with, and another literary character there to make a deal with, as opportunities presented, I hit on the plan that this same book should be a general miscellaneous lot, like the razors, flat iron, chronometer, watch, dinner plates, rolling pin, and looking glass, and shouldn't be offered as a single individual article, like the spectacles or the gun. When I had come to that conclusion, I come to another, which shall likewise be yours. Often had I regretted that she never had heard me on the footboard, and that she never could hear me. It ain't that I am vain, but that you don't like to put your own light under a bushel. What's the worth of your reputation if you can't convey the reason for it to the person you most wish to value it? Now I'll put it to you. Is it worth 6p, 5p, 4p, 3p, 2p, a penny, a halfpenny, a farthing? No, it ain't. Not worth a farthing. Very well, then. My conclusion was that I would begin her book with some account of myself, so that, through reading a specimen or two of me on the footboard, she might form an idea of my merits there. I was aware that I couldn't do myself justice. A man can't write his eye, at least I don't know how to, nor yet can a man write his voice, nor the rate of his talk, nor the quickness of his action, nor his general spicy way. But he can write his turns of speech, when he is a public speaker, and indeed I have heard that he very often does, before he speaks 'em. Well, having formed that resolution, then come the question of a name. How did I hammer that hot iron into shape? This way. The most difficult explanation I have ever had with her was, how I come to be called Doctor, and yet was no doctor. After all, I felt that I had failed of getting it correctly into her mind with my utmost pains. But trusting to her improvement in the 2 years, I thought that I might trust to her understanding it when she should come to read it as I put down by my own hand. Then I thought I would try a joke with her and watch how it took, by which of itself I might fully judge of her understanding it. We had first discovered the mistake we had dropped into through her having asked me to prescribe for her when she had supposed me to be a doctor in a medical point of view. So thinks I, now if I give this book the name of my prescriptions, and if she catches the idea that my only prescriptions are for her amusement and interest, to make her laugh in a pleasant way or to make her cry in a pleasant way, it will be a delightful proof to both of us that we have got over our difficulty. It fell out to absolute perfection, for when she saw the book as I had it got up, the printed and pressed book lying on her desk in her cart, and saw the title, Dr. Marigold's Prescriptions, she looked at me for a moment with astonishment, then fluttered the leaves, then broke out a-laughing in the charmingest way, then felt her pulse and shook her head, then turned the pages, pretending to read them most attentive, then kissed the book to me, and put it to her bosom with both her hands. I never was better pleased in all my life. But let me not anticipate. I take that expression out of a lot of romances I bought for her. I never opened a single one of 'em, and I have opened many, but I found the romancer saying, "Let me not anticipate." Which being so, I wonder why he did anticipate, or who asked him to it. Let me not, I say, anticipate. This same book took up all my spare time. It was no play to get the other articles together in the general miscellaneous lot, but when it comes to my own article, there, I couldn't have believed the blotting, nor yet the buckling to at it, nor the patience over it, which again is like the footboard. The public have no idea. At last it was done, and the 2 years' time was gone, after all the other time before it, and where it's all gone to, who knows? The new cart was finished, yellow outside, relieved with vermilion and brass fittings. The old horse was put in it, a new 'un, and a boy being laid on for the Cheap Jack cart, and I cleaned myself up to go and fetch her. Bright, cold weather it was, cart chimney smoking, carts pitched private on a piece of waste ground over at Wandsworth, where you may see 'em from the South Western Railway when not upon the road. Look out of the right-hand window, going down. "Marigold," says the gentleman, giving his hand hearty, "I am very glad to see you." "Yet I have my doubts, sir," says I, "if you can be half as glad to see me as I am to see you." "The time has appeared so long, has it, Marigold?" "I won't say that, sir, considering its real length, but—" "What a start, my dear fellow!" "Ah, I should think it was. Grown such a woman, so pretty, so intelligent, so expressive. I knew then that she must be really like my child, or I could never have known her, standing quiet by the door." "You are affected," says the gentleman, in a kindly manner. "I feel, sir," says I, "that I am but a rough chap in a sleeved waistcoat." "I feel," says the gentleman, "that it was you who raised her from misery and degradation, and brought her into communication with her kind. But why do we converse alone together when we can converse so well with her? Address her in your own way." "I am such a rough chap in a sleeved waistcoat, sir," says I, "and she is such a graceful woman, and she stands so quiet at the door." "Try if she moves at the old sign," says the gentleman. They had got it up together a purpose to please me. For when I give her the old sign, she rushed to my feet and dropped upon her knees, holding up her hands to me with pouring tears of love and joy. And when I took her hands and lifted her, she clasped me round the neck and lay there, and I don't know what a fool I didn't make of myself, until we all three settled down into talking without sound, as if there was a something soft and pleasant spread over the whole world for us. Parenthetical note. A portion is here omitted from the text, having reference to the sketches contributed by other writers, but the reader will be pleased to have what follows retained in a note. Now I'll tell you what I'm a-going to do with you. I'm going to offer you the general miscellaneous lot, her own book, never read by anybody else but me, added to and completed by me after her first reading of it, 48 printed pages, 96 columns, Whiting's own work, Beaufort's house to wit, thrown off by the steam engine, best of paper, beautiful green wrapper, folded like clean linen come home from the clear starcher, and so exquisitely stitched that, regarded as a piece of needlework alone, it's better than the sampler of a seamstress undergoing a competitive examination for starvation before the Civil Service Commissioners. And I offer the lot for what? For £8? Not so much. For £6? Less. For £4? Why, I hardly expect you to believe me, but that's the sum. £4. The stitching alone cost half as much again. Here's 48 original pages, 96 original columns for £4. You want more for the money? Take it. 3 whole pages of advertisements of thrilling interest thrown in for nothing. Read 'em and believe 'em. More? My best of wishes for your Merry Christmases and your Happy New Years, your long lives and your true prosperities. Worth £20 good if they were delivered as I send them. Remember, here's a final prescription, added, to be taken for life, which will tell you how the cart broke down and where the journey ended. You think £4 too much? And still you think so? Come, I'll tell you what then. Say 4d, and keep the secret. End of Story 18, Part 1. Story 18 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 18, Dr. Marigold, Part 2. 2. To be taken with a grain of salt. I have always noticed a prevalent want of courage even among persons of superior intelligence and culture as to imparting their own psychological experiences when those have been of a strange sort. Almost all men are afraid that what they could relate in such wise would find no parallel or response in a listener's internal life, and might be suspected or laughed at. A truthful traveller, who should have seen some extraordinary creature in the likeness of a sea-serpent, would have no fear of mentioning it, but the same traveller, having had some singular presentiment, impulse, vagary of thought, vision so called, dream, or other remarkable mental impression, would hesitate considerably before he would own to it. To this reticence I attribute much of the obscurity in which such subjects are involved. We do not habitually communicate our experiences of these subjective things as we do our experiences of objective creation. The consequence is that the general stock of experience in this regard appears exceptional, and really is so, in respect of being miserably imperfect. In what I am going to relate, I have no intention of setting up, opposing, or supporting any theory whatever. I know the history of the bookseller of Berlin. I have studied the case of the wife of a late Astronomer Royal, as related by Sir David Brewster, and I have followed the minutest details of a much more remarkable case of spectral illusion occurring within my private circle of friends. It may be necessary to state as to this last, that the sufferer, a lady, was in no degree, however distant, related to me. A mistaken assumption on that head might suggest an explanation of a part of my own case, but only a part, which would be wholly without foundation. It cannot be referred to my inheritance of any developed peculiarity, nor had I ever before any at all similar experience, nor have I ever had any at all similar experience since. It does not signify how many years ago, or how few, a certain murder was committed in England, which attracted great attention. We hear more than enough of murderers as they rise in succession to their atrocious eminence, and I would bury the memory of this particular brute, if I could, as his body was buried in Newgate Jail. I purposely abstain from giving any direct clue to the criminal's individuality. When the murder was first discovered, no suspicion fell, or I ought rather to say, for I cannot be too precise in my facts, it was nowhere publicly hinted that any suspicion fell, on the man who was afterwards brought to trial. As no reference was at that time made to him in the newspapers, it is obviously impossible that any description of him can at that time have been given in the newspapers. It is essential that this fact be remembered. Unfolding at breakfast my morning paper, containing the account of that first discovery, I found it to be deeply interesting, and I read it with close attention. I read it twice, if not 3 times. The discovery had been made in a bedroom, and when I laid down the paper I was aware of a flash, rush, flow, I do not know what to call it. No word I can find is satisfactorily descriptive, in which I seem to see that bedroom passing through my room like a picture impossibly painted on a running river. Though almost instantaneous in its passing, it was perfectly clear, so clear that I distinctly, and with a sense of relief, observed the absence of the dead body from the bed. It was in no romantic place that I had this curious sensation, but in chambers in Piccadilly, very near to the corner of St. James's Street. It was entirely new to me. I was in my easy chair at the moment, and the sensation was accompanied with a peculiar shiver which started the chair from its position. But it is to be noted that the chair ran easily on castors. I went to one of the windows — there are two in the room, and the room is on the second floor — to refresh my eyes with the moving objects down in Piccadilly. It was a bright autumn morning, and the street was sparkling and cheerful. The wind was high. As I looked out, it brought down from the park a quantity of fallen leaves, which a gust took and whirled into a spiral pillar. As the pillar fell and the leaves dispersed, I saw two men on the opposite side of the way, going from west to east. They were one behind the other. The foremost man often looked back over his shoulder. The second man followed him, at a distance of some 30 paces, with his right hand menacingly raised. First, the singularity and steadiness of this threatening gesture in so public a thoroughfare attracted my attention, and next, the more remarkable circumstance that nobody heeded it. Both men threaded their way among the other passengers with a smoothness hardly consistent even with the action of walking on a pavement, and no single creature that I could see gave them place, touched them, or looked after them. In passing before my windows, they both stared up at me. I saw their two faces very distinctly, and I knew that I could recognize them anywhere. Not that I had consciously noticed anything very remarkable in either face, except that the man who went first had an unusually lowering appearance, and that the face of the man who followed him was of the color of impure wax. I am a bachelor, and my valet and his wife constitute my whole establishment. My occupation is in a certain branch bank, and I wish that my duties as head of a department were as light as they are popularly supposed to be. They kept me in town that autumn when I stood in need of change. I was not ill, but I was not well. My reader is to make the most that can be reasonably made of my feeling jaded, having a depressing sense upon me of a monotonous life, and being slightly dyspeptic. I am assured by my renowned doctor that my real state of health at that time justifies no stronger description, and I quote his own from his written answer to my request for it. As the circumstances of the murder gradually unravelling took stronger and stronger possession of the public mind, I kept them away from mine, knowing as little about them as was possible in the midst of the universal excitement. But I knew that a verdict of wilful murder had been found against the suspected murderer, and that he had been committed to Newgate for trial. I also knew that his trial had been postponed over one sessions of the Central Criminal Court, on the ground of general prejudice and want of time for the preparation of the defence. I may further have known, but I believe I did not, when or about when the sessions to which his trial stood postponed would come on. My sitting room, bedroom, and dressing room are all on one floor. With the last there is no communication but through the bedroom. True, there is a door in it, once communicating with the staircase, but a part of the fitting of my bath has been, and had then been for some years, fixed across it. At the same period, and as a part of the same arrangement, the door had been nailed up and canvassed over. I was standing in my bedroom late one night, giving some directions to my servant before he went to bed. My face was towards the only available door of communication with the dressing room, and it was closed. My servant's back was towards that door. While I was speaking to him, I saw it open, and a man look in, who very earnestly and mysteriously beckoned to me. That man was the man who had gone second of the two along Piccadilly, and whose face was of the color of impure wax. The figure, having beckoned, drew back and closed the door. With no longer pause than was made by my crossing the bedroom, I opened the dressing-room door and looked in. I had a lighted candle already in my hand. I felt no inward expectation of seeing the figure in the dressing-room, and I did not see it there. Conscious that my servant stood amazed, I turned round to him and said, "Derrick, could you believe that in my cool senses I fancied that I saw a—" As I there laid my hand upon his breast, with a sudden start he trembled violently and said, "Oh, Lord, yes, sir, a dead man beckoning." Now, I do not believe that this John Derrick, my trusty and attached servant for more than 20 years, had any impression whatever of having seen any such figure until I touched him. The change in him was so startling when I touched him that I fully believe he derived his impression in some occult manner from me at that instant. I bade John Derrick bring some brandy, and I gave him a dram, and was glad to take one myself. Of what had preceded that night's phenomenon I told him not a single word. Reflecting on it, I was absolutely certain that I had never seen that face before, except on the one occasion in Piccadilly. Comparing its expression when beckoning at the door with its expression when it had stared up at me as I stood at my window, I came to the conclusion that on the first occasion it had sought to fasten itself upon my memory, and that on the second occasion it had made sure of being immediately remembered. I was not very comfortable that night, though I felt a certainty, difficult to explain, that the figure would not return. At daylight I fell into a heavy sleep, from which I was awakened by John Derrick's coming to my bedside with a paper in his hand. This paper, it appeared, had been the subject of an altercation at the door between its bearer and my servant. It was a summons to me to serve upon a jury at the forthcoming sessions of the Central Criminal Court at the Old Bailey. I had never before been summoned on such a jury, as John Derrick well knew. He believed, I am not certain at this hour whether with reason or otherwise, that that class of jurors were customarily chosen on a lower qualification than mine, and he had at first refused to accept the summons. The man who served it had taken the matter very coolly. He had said that my attendance or non-attendance was nothing to him. There the summons was, and I should deal with it at my own peril, and not at his. For a day or two I was undecided whether to respond to this call, or take no notice of it. I was not conscious of the slightest mysterious bias, influence, or attraction, one way or other. Of that I am as strictly sure as of every other statement that I make here. Ultimately I decided, as a break in the monotony of my life, that I would go. The appointed morning was a raw morning in the month of November. There was a dense brown fog in Piccadilly, and it became positively black and in the last degree oppressive east of Temple Bar. I found the passages and staircases of the court-house flaringly lighted with gas, and the court itself similarly illuminated. I think that, until I was conducted by officers into the old court and saw its crowded state, I did not know that the murderer was to be tried that day. I think that, until I was so helped into the old court with considerable difficulty, I did not know into which of the two courts sitting my summons would take me. But this must not be received as a positive assertion, for I am not completely satisfied in my mind on either point. I took my seat in the place appropriated to jurors in waiting, and I looked about the court as well as I could through the cloud of fog and breath that was heavy in it. I noticed the black vapor hanging like a murky curtain outside the great windows, and I noticed the stifled sound of wheels on the straw or tan that was littered in the street. Also the hum of the people gathered there, which a shrill whistle or a louder song or hail than the rest occasionally pierced. Soon afterwards the judges, 2 in number, entered and took their seats. The buzz of the court was awfully hushed. The direction was given to put the murderer to the bar. He appeared there. and in that same instant I recognized in him the first of the two men who had gone down Piccadilly. If my name had been called then, I doubt if I could have answered to it audibly. But it was called about 6th or 8th in the panel, and I was by that time able to say "Here." Now observe. As I stepped into the box, the prisoner, who had been looking on attentively, but with no sign of concern, became violently agitated and beckoned to his attorney. The prisoner's wish to challenge me was so manifest that it occasioned a pause, during which the attorney, with his hand upon the dock, whispered with his client and shook his head. I afterwards had it from that gentleman that the prisoner's first affrighted words to him were, "At all hazards, challenge that man." But that, as he would give no reason for it, and admitted that he had not even known my name until he heard it called, and I appeared, it was not done. Both on the ground already explained, that I wish to avoid reviving the unwholesome memory of that murderer, and also because a detailed account of his long trial is by no means indispensable to my narrative, I shall confine myself closely to such incidents in the 10 days and nights during which we, the jury, were kept together, as directly bear on my own curious personal experience. It is in that, and not in the murderer, that I seek to interest my reader. It is to that, and not to a page of the Newgate Calendar, that I beg attention. I was chosen foreman of the jury. On the second morning of the trial, after evidence had been taken for 2 hours, I heard the church clocks strike. Happening to cast my eyes over my brother jurymen, I found an inexplicable difficulty in counting them. I counted them several times, yet always with the same difficulty. In short, I made them one too many. I touched the brother juryman, whose place was next to me, and I whispered to him, "Oblige me by counting us." He looked surprised by the request, but turned his head and counted. "Why," says he suddenly, "we are but no, it is not possible. No, we are 12. According to my counting that day, we were always right in detail, but in the gross we were always one too many. There was no appearance, no figure, to account for it, but I had now an inward foreshadowing of the figure that was surely coming. The jury were housed at the London Tavern. We all slept in one large room on separate tables, and we were constantly in the charge and under the eye of the officers sworn to hold us in safe keeping. I see no reason for suppressing the real name of that officer. He was intelligent, highly polite and obliging, and, I was glad to hear, much respected in the city. He had an agreeable presence, good eyes, enviable black whiskers, and a fine sonorous voice. His name was Mr. Harker. When we turned into our 12 beds at night, Mr. Harker's bed was drawn across the door. On the night of the second day, not being disposed to lie down, and seeing Mr. Harker sitting on his bed, I went and sat beside him, and offered him a pinch of snuff. As Mr. Harker's hand touched mine in taking it from my box, a peculiar shiver crossed him, and he said, "Who is this?" Following Mr. Harker's eyes, and looking along the room, I saw again the figure I expected, the second of the two men who had gone down Piccadilly. I rose and advanced a few steps, then stopped and looked round at Mr. Harker. He was quite unconcerned, laughed, and said in a pleasant way, "I thought for a moment we had a 13th juryman without a bed, but I see it is the moonlight." Making no revelation to Mr. Harker, but inviting him to take a walk with me to the end of the room, I watched what the figure did. It stood for a few moments by the bedside of each of my 11 brother jurymen, close to the pillow. It always went to the right-hand side of the bed, and always passed out crossing the foot of the next bed. It seemed, from the action of the head, merely to look down pensively at each recumbent figure. It took no notice of me or of my bed, which was that nearest to Mr. Harker's. It seemed to go out where the moonlight came in, through a high window, as by an aerial flight of stairs. Next morning at breakfast it appeared that everybody present had dreamed of the murdered man last night, except myself and Mr. Harker. I now felt convinced that the second man who had gone down Piccadilly was the murdered man, so to speak, as if it had been borne into my comprehension by his immediate testimony. But even this took place, and in a manner for which I was not at all prepared. On the 5th day of the trial, when the case for the prosecution was drawing to a close, a miniature of the murdered man, missing from his bedroom upon the discovery of the deed, and afterwards found in a hiding place where the murderer had been seen digging, was put in evidence. Having been identified by the witness under examination, it was handed up to the bench, and thence handed down to be inspected by the jury. As an officer in a black gown was making his way with it across to me, the figure of the second man who had gone down Piccadilly impetuously started from the crowd, caught the miniature from the officer, and gave it to me with his own hands, at the same time saying in a low and hollow tone, before I saw the miniature, which was in a locket, "I was younger then, and my face was not then drained of blood." It also came between me and the brother juryman to whom I would have given the miniature, and between him and the brother juryman to whom he would have given it, and so passed it on through the whole of our number, and back into my possession. Not one of them, however, detected this. At table, and generally when we were shut up together in Mr. Harker's custody, we had from the first naturally discussed the day's proceedings a good deal. On that 5th day, the case for the prosecution being closed, and we having that side of the question in a completed shape before us, our discussion was more animated and serious. Among our number was a vestryman, the densest idiot I have ever seen at large, who met the plainest evidence with the most preposterous objections, and who was sided with by two flabby parochial parasites. All the three impanelled from a district so delivered over to fever that they ought to have been upon their own trial for 500 murders. When these mischievous blockheads were at their loudest, which was towards midnight, while some of us were already preparing for bed, I again saw the murdered man. He stood grimly behind them, beckoning to me. On my going towards them, and striking into the conversation, he immediately retired. This was the beginning of a separate series of appearances, confined to that long room in which we were confined. Whenever a knot of my brother jurymen laid their heads together, I saw the head of the murdered man among theirs. Whenever their comparison of notes was going against him, he would solemnly and irresistibly beckon to me. It will be borne in mind that down to the production of the miniature on the 5th day of the trial, I had never seen the appearance in court. 3 changes occurred, now that we entered on the case for the defence. 2 of them I will mention together first. The figure was now in court continually, and it never there addressed itself to me, but always to the person who was speaking at the time. For instance, the throat of the murdered man had been cut straight across. In the opening speech for the defence, it was suggested that the deceased might have cut his own throat. At that very moment the figure with its throat in the dreadful condition referred to (this it had concealed before) stood at the speaker's elbow, motioning across and across its windpipe, now with the right hand, now with the left, vigorously suggesting to the speaker himself the impossibility of such a wound having been self-inflicted by either hand. For another instance. A witness to character, a woman, deposed to the prisoner's being the most amiable of mankind. The figure at that instant stood on the floor before her, looking her full in the face, and pointing out the prisoner's evil countenance with an extended arm and an outstretched finger. The third change now to be added impressed me strongly as the most marked and striking of all. I do not theorize upon it, I accurately state it, and then leave it. Although the appearance was not itself perceived by those whom it addressed, its coming close to such persons was invariably attended by some trepidation or disturbance on their part. It seemed to me as if it were prevented by laws to which I was not amenable from fully revealing itself to others, and yet as if it could invisibly, dumbly, and darkly overshadowed their minds. When the leading counsel for the defense suggested that hypothesis of suicide, and the figure stood at the learned gentleman's elbow, frightfully sawing at its severed throat, it is undeniable that the counsel faltered in his speech, lost for a few seconds the thread of his ingenious discourse, wiped his forehead with his handkerchief, and turned extremely pale. When the witness to character was confronted by the appearance, her eyes most certainly did follow the direction of its pointed finger, and rest in great hesitation and trouble upon the prisoner's face. 2 additional illustrations will suffice. On the 8th day of the trial, after the pause which was every day made early in the afternoon for a few minutes' rest and refreshment, I came back into court with the rest of the jury some little time before the return of the judges. Standing up in the box and looking about me, I thought the figure was not there, until, chancing to raise my eyes to the gallery, I saw it bending forward and leaning over a very decent woman, as if to assure itself whether the judges had resumed their seats or not. Immediately afterwards that woman screamed, fainted, and was carried out. So with the venerable, sagacious, and patient judge who conducted the trial. When the case was over, and he settled himself and his papers to sum up, the murdered man entered by the judge's door, advanced to his lordship's desk, and looked eagerly over his shoulder at the pages of his notes, which he was turning. A change came over his lordship's face. His hand stopped. The peculiar shiver that I knew so well passed over him. He faltered, "Excuse me, gentlemen, for a few moments. I am somewhat oppressed by the vitiated air," and did not recover until he had drunk a glass of water. Through all the monotony of 6 of these interminable 10 days, the same judges and others on the bench, the same murderer in the dock, the same lawyers at the table, the same tones of question and answer rising to the roof of the court, the same scratching of the judge's pen, the same ushers going in and out, the same lights kindled at the same hour when there had been any natural light of day, the same foggy curtain outside the great windows when it was foggy, the same rain pattering and dripping when it was rainy, the same footmarks of turnkeys and prisoner day after day on the same sawdust, the same keys locking and unlocking the same heavy doors, through all the wearisome monotony which made me feel as if I had been foreman of the jury for a vast period of time, and Piccadilly had flourished coevally with Babylon, the murdered man never lost one trace of his distinctness in my eyes, nor was he at any moment less distinct than anybody else. I must not omit, as a matter of fact, that I never once saw the appearance, which I call by the name of the murdered man, look at the murderer. Again and again I wondered, why does he not? But he never did. Nor did he look at me after the production of the miniature until the last closing minutes of the trial arrived. We retired to consider at 7 minutes before 10 at night. The idiotic vestryman and his 2 parochial parasites gave us so much trouble that we twice returned into court to beg to have certain extracts from the judge's notes re-read. 9 of us had not the smallest doubt about those passages. Neither, I believe, did any one in the court. The dunder-headed triumvirate, however, having no idea but obstruction, disputed them for that very reason. At length we prevailed, and finally the jury returned into court at 10 minutes past 12. The murdered man at that time stood directly opposite the jury box on the other side of the court. As I took my place, his eyes rested on me with great attention. He seemed satisfied, and slowly shook a great grey veil, which he carried on his arm for the first time, over his head and whole form. As I gave in our verdict, guilty, the veil collapsed, all was gone, and his place was empty. The murderer being asked by the judge, according to usage, whether he had anything to say before sentence of death should be passed upon him, indistinctly muttered something which was described in the leading newspapers of the following day as a few rambling, incoherent, and half-audible words in which he was understood to complain that he had not had a fair trial because the foreman of the jury was prepossessed against him. The remarkable declaration that he really made was this: "My lord, I knew I was a doomed man when the foreman of my jury came into the box. My lord, I knew he would never let me off, because before I was taken he somehow got to my bedside in the night, woke me, and put a rope round my neck." 3. To be taken for life. So every item of my plan was crowned with success. Our reunited life was more than all that we had looked forward to. Content and joy went with us as the wheels of the two carts went round, and the same stopped with us when the two carts stopped. I was as pleased and as proud as a pug dog with his muzzle black-leaded for an evening party and his tail extra curled by machinery. But I had left something out of my calculations. Now, what had I left out? To help you to guess, I'll say a figure. Come, make a guess, and guess right. 0? No. 9? No. 8? No. 7? No. 6? No. 5? No. 4? No. 3? No. 2? No. 1? No. Now I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll say it's another sort of figure altogether. There. Why, then, says you, it's a mortal figure. No, nor yet a mortal figure. By such means you get yourself penned into a corner, and you can't help guessing an immortal figure. That's about it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Yes, it was an immortal figure that I had altogether left out of my calculations. Neither man's nor woman's, but a child's. Girls or boys? Boys. I, says the sparrow with my bow and arrow. Now you have got it. We were down at Lancaster, and I had done 2 nights more than fair average business, though I cannot in honour recommend them as a quick audience, in the open square there, near the end of the street where Mr. Sly's King's Arms and Royal Hotel stands. Mim's travelling giant, otherwise Pickleson, happened at the selfsame time to be trying it on in the town. The genteel lay was adopted with him. No hint of a van. Green baize alcove leading up to Pickleson in a auction room. Printed poster, free list suspended, with the exception of that proud boast of an enlightened country, a free press. Schools admitted by private arrangement. Nothing to raise a blush in the cheek of youth or shock the most fastidious. Mim swearing most horrible and terrific in a pink calico pay place at the slackness of the public. Serious handbill in the shops, importing that it was all but impossible to come to a right understanding of the history of David without seeing Pickleson. I went to the auction room in question, and I found it entirely empty of everything but echoes and mouldiness, with the single exception of Pickleson on a piece of red drugget. This suited my purpose, as I wanted a private and confidential word with him, which was, "Pickleson, owing much happiness to you, I put you in my will for a £5 note. But to save trouble, here's £4 note down, which may equally suit your views, and let us so conclude the transaction." Pickleson, who up to that remark had had the dejected appearance of a long Roman rushlight that couldn't anyhow get lighted, brightened up at his top extremity and made his acknowledgment in a way which, for him, was parliamentary eloquence. He likewise did add that, having ceased to draw as a Roman, Mim had made proposals for his going in as a converted Indian giant, worked upon by the dairyman's daughter. This Pickleson, having no acquaintance with the tract named after that young woman, and not being willing to couple gag with his serious views, had declined to do, thereby leading to words and the total stoppage of the unfortunate young man's beer. All of which, during the whole of the interview, was confirmed by the ferocious growling of Mim down below in the pay place, which shook the giant like a leaf. But what was to the present point in the remarks of the traveling giant, otherwise Pickleson, was this: "Dr. Marigold," I give his words without a hope of conveying their feebleness, "who is the strange young man that hangs about your carts?" "The strange young man?" I gives him back, thinking that he meant her, and his languid circulation had dropped a syllable. "Doctor," he returns, with a pathos calculated to draw a tear from even a manly eye, "I am weak, but not so weak yet as that I don't know my words. I repeat them, Doctor. The strange young man." It then appeared that Pickleson, being forced to stretch his legs, not that they wanted it, only at times when he couldn't be seen for nothing, to wit at the dead of night and towards daybreak, had twice seen hanging about my carts in that same town of Lancaster, where I had been only 2 nights, this same unknown young man. It put me rather out of sorts. What it meant as to particulars I no more foreboded then than you forebode now, but it put me rather out of sorts. However, I made light of it to Pickleson, and I took leave of Pickleson, advising him to spend his legacy in getting up his stamina, and to continue to stand by his religion. Towards morning I kept a look-out for the strange young man, and what was more, I saw the strange young man. He was well dressed and well looking. He loitered very nigh my carts, watching them like as if he was taking care of them, and soon after daybreak turned and went away. I sent a hail after him, but he never started, or looked round, or took the smallest notice. We left Lancaster within an hour or 2 on our way towards Carlisle. Next morning at daybreak I looked out again for the strange young man. I did not see him. But next morning I looked out again, and there he was once more. I sent another hail after him, but as before he gave not the slightest sign of being anyways disturbed. This put a thought into my head. Acting on it, I watched him in different manners and at different times, not necessary to enter into, till I found that this strange young man was deaf and dumb. The discovery turned me over, because I knew that a part of that establishment where she had been was allotted to young men, some of them well off, and I thought to myself, if she favours him, where am I, and where is all that I have worked and planned for? Hoping, I must confess to the selfishness, that she might not favour him, I set myself to find out. At last I was by accident present at a meeting between them in the open air, looking on leaning behind a fir tree, without their knowing it. It was a moving meeting for the 3 parties concerned. I knew every syllable that passed between them as well as they did. I listened with my eyes, which had come to be as quick and true with deaf and dumb conversation as my ears with the talk of people that can speak. He was a-going out to China as clerk in a merchant's house, which his father had been before him. He was in circumstances to keep a wife, and he wanted her to marry him and go along with him. She persisted no. He asked if she didn't love him. Yes, she loved him dearly, dearly. But she could never disappoint her beloved, good, noble, generous, and I don't know what all, father, meaning me, the Cheap Jack in the sleeved waistcoat, and she would stay with him. Heaven bless him, though it was to break her heart. Then she cried most bitterly, and that made up my mind. While my mind had been in an unsettled state about her favouring this young man, I had felt that unreasonable towards Pickleson that it was well for him that he had got his legacy down. For I often thought, if it hadn't been for this same weak-minded giant, I might never have come to trouble my head and wex my soul about the young man. But once that I knew she loved him, once that I had seen her weep for him, it was a different thing. I made it right in my mind with Pickleson on the spot, and I shook myself together to do what was right by all. She had left the young man by that time, for it took a few minutes to get me thoroughly well shook together, and the young man was leaning against another of the fir trees, of which there was a cluster, with his face upon his arm. I touched him on the back. Looking up and seeing me, he says, in our deaf and dumb talk, "Do not be angry." "I am not angry, good boy. I am your friend. Come with me." I left him at the foot of the steps of the library cart, and I went up alone. She was drying her eyes. "You have been crying, my dear." "Yes, father." "Why?" "A headache." "Not a heartache?" "I said a headache, father." "Dr. Marigold must prescribe for that headache." So she took up the book of my prescriptions and held it up with a forced smile, but seeing me keep still and look earnest, she softly laid it down again, and her eyes were very attentive. "The prescription is not there, Sophie." "Where is it?" "Here, my dear." I brought her young husband in, and I put her hand in his, and my only farther words to both of them were these: "Dr. Marigold's last prescription, to be taken for life." After which I bolted. When the wedding come off, I mounted a coat, blue and bright buttons, for the first and last time in all my days, and I give Sophie away with my own hand. There were only us three and the gentleman who had had charge of her for those 2 years. I give the wedding dinner of 4 in the library cart: pigeon pie, a leg of pickled pork, a pair of fowls, and suitable garden stuff, the best of drinks. I give them a speech, and the gentlemen give us a speech, and all our jokes told, and the whole went off like a skyrocket. In the course of the entertainment I explained to Sophie that I should keep the library cart as my living cart when not upon the road, and that I should keep all her books for her just as they stood, till she come back to claim them. So she went to China with her young husband, and it was a parting sorrowful and heavy, and I got the boy I had another service. And so, as of old, when my child and wife were gone, I went plodding along alone, with my whip over my shoulder at the old horse's head. Sophie wrote me many letters, and I wrote her many letters. About the end of the first year she sent me one in an unsteady hand. "Dearest Father, not a week ago I had a darling little daughter, but I am so well that they let me write these words to you. Dearest and best Father, I hope my child may not be deaf and dumb, but I do not yet know." When I wrote back, I hinted the question, but as Sophie never answered that question, I felt it to be a sad one, and I never repeated it. For a long time our letters were regular, but then they got irregular through Sophie's husband being moved to another station, and through my being always on the move. But we were in one another's thoughts, I was equally sure, letters or no letters. 5 years, odd months had gone since Sophie went away. I was still the king of the Cheapjacks, and at a greater height of popularity than ever. I had had a first-rate autumn of it, and on the 23rd of December, 1864, I found myself at Uxbridge, Middlesex, clean sold out. So I jogged up to London with the old horse, light and easy, to have my Christmas Eve and Christmas Day alone, by the fire in the library cart, and then to buy a regular new stock of goods all round, to sell 'em again and get the money. I am a neat hand at cookery, and I'll tell you what I knocked up for my Christmas Eve dinner in the library cart. I knocked up a beefsteak pudding for one, with 2 kidneys, a dozen oysters, and a couple of mushrooms thrown in. It's a pudding to put a man in good humour with everything, except the 2 bottom buttons of his waistcoat. Having relished that pudding and cleared away, I turned the lamp low, and sat down by the light of the fire, watching it as it shone upon the backs of Sophie's books. Sophie's books so brought up Sophie's self that I saw her touching face quite plainly before I dropped off, dozing by the fire. This may be a reason why Sophie, with her deaf and dumb child in her arms, seemed to stand silent by me all through my nap. I was on the road, off the road, in all sorts of places, north and south and west and east, winds liked best and winds liked least, here and there and gone astray, over the hills and far away, and still she stood silent by me, with her silent child in her arms. Even when I woke with a start, she seemed to vanish, as if she had stood by me in that very place only a single instant before. I had started at a real sound, and the sound was on the steps of the cart. It was the light, hurried tread of a child, coming clambering up. That tread of a child had once been so familiar to me that for half a moment I believed I was going to see a little ghost. But the touch of a real child was laid upon the outer handle of the door, and the handle turned, and the door opened a little way, and a real child peeped in. A bright little comely girl, with large dark eyes. Looking full at me, the tiny creature took off her mite of a straw hat, and a quantity of dark curls fell all about her face. Then she opened her lips, and in a pretty voice, "Grandfather!" "Ah, my God!" I cries out, "she can speak!" "Yes, dear grandfather, and I am to ask you whether there was ever any one that I remind you of." In a moment Sophie was around my neck as well as the child, and her husband was a-wringing my hand with his face hid, and we all had to shake ourselves together before we could get over it. And when we did begin to get over it, and I saw the pretty child a-talking, pleased and quick and eager and busy, to her mother, in the signs that I had first taught her mother, the happy and yet pitying tears fell rolling down my face. End of Story 18, Part 2. Story 19 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 19, Mugby Junction, Part 1. Chapter 1, Barbuck's Brothers. 1. "Guard, what place is this?" "Mugby Junction, sir." "A windy place." "Yes, it mostly is, sir." "And looks comfortless indeed." "Yes, it generally does, sir." "Is it rainy night still?" "Pours, sir." "Open the door. I'll get out." "You'll have, sir," said the guard, glistening with drops of wet, and looking at the tearful face of his watch by the light of his lantern as the traveller descended, 3 minutes here." "More, I think, for I am not going on." "Thought you had a through ticket, sir." "So I have, but I shall sacrifice the rest of it. I want my luggage." "Please to come to the van and point it out, sir." "Be good enough to look very sharp, sir. Not a moment to spare." The guard hurried to the luggage van, and the traveller hurried after him. The guard got into it, and the traveller looked into it. "Those 2 large black portmanteaus in the corner where your light shines, those are mine." "Name upon them, sir?" "Barbox Brothers." "Stand clear, sir, if you please. 1, 2... Right." Lamp waved, signal lights ahead already changing, shriek from engine, train gone. "Mugby Junction," said the traveller, pulling up the woolen muffler around his throat with both hands, "at past 3 o'clock of a tempestuous morning. So." He spoke to himself. There was no one else to speak to. Perhaps, though there had been any one else to speak to, he would have preferred to speak to himself. Speaking to himself, he spoke to a man within 5 years of 50 either way, who had turned grey too soon, like a neglected fire. A man of pondering habit, brooding carriage of the head, and suppressed internal voice. A man with many indications on him of having been much alone. He stood unnoticed on the dreary platform, except by the rain and by the wind. Those 2 vigilant assailants made a rush at him. "Very well," said he, yielding. "It signifies nothing to me to what quarter I turn my face." Thus, at Mugby Junction, at 3:30 o'clock of a tempestuous morning, the traveller went where the weather drove him. Not but what he could make a stand when he was so minded, for coming to the end of the roofed shelter (it is of considerable extent at Mugby Junction), and looking out upon the dark night, with a yet darker spirit wing of storm beating its wild way through it, he faced about and held his own as ruggedly in the difficult direction as he had held it in the easier one. Thus, with a steady step, the traveller went up and down, up and down, up and down, seeking nothing and finding it. A place replete with shadowy shapes, this Mugby Junction, in the black hours of the 4 and 20. mysterious goods trains, covered with palls and gliding on like vast weird funerals, conveying themselves guiltily away from the presence of the few lighted lamps, as if their freight had come to a secret and unlawful end. Half-miles of coal pursuing in a detective manner, following when they lead, stopping when they stop, backing when they back. Red-hot embers showering out upon the ground, down this dark avenue and down the other, as if torturing fires were being raked clear. Concurrently, shrieks and groans and grinds invading the ear, as if the tortured were at the height of their suffering. Iron-barred cages full of cattle jangling by midway, the drooping beasts with horns entangled, eyes frozen with terror, and mouths too. At least they have long icicles, or what seems so, hanging from their lips. Unknown languages in the air, conspiring in red, green, and white characters. An earthquake, accompanied with thunder and lightning, going up express to London. Now all quiet, all rusty, wind and rain in possession, lamps extinguished, Mugby Junction dead and indistinct, with its robe drawn over its head like Caesar. Now, too, as the belated traveller plodded up and down, a shadowy train went by him in the gloom, which was no other than the train of a life. From whatsoever intangible, deep cutting or dark tunnel it emerged, here it came, unsummoned and unannounced, stealing upon him and passing away into obscurity. Here mournfully went by a child who had never had a childhood or known a parent, inseparable from a youth with a bitter sense of his namelessness, coupled to a man, the enforced business of whose best years had been distasteful and oppressive, linked to an ungrateful friend, dragging after him a woman once beloved. Attendant, with many a clank and wrench, were lumbering cares, dark meditations, huge dim disappointments, monotonous years, a long jarring line of the discords of a solitary and unhappy existence. "Yours, sir?" The traveller recalled his eyes from the waste into which they had been staring, and fell back a step or so under the abruptness and perhaps the chance appropriateness of the question. "Oh, my thoughts were not here for the moment. Yes, those 2 portmanteaus are mine. Are you a porter?" "On porter's wages, sir, but I am Lamps." The traveller looked a little confused. "Who did you say you are?" "Lamps, sir," showing an oily cloth on his hand as further explanation. Surely. Is there any hotel or tavern here?" "Not exactly here, sir. There is a refreshment room here, but—" Lamps, with a mighty serious look, gave his head a warning roll that plainly added, "But it's a blessed circumstance for you that it's not open." "You couldn't recommend it, I see, if it was available." "Ask your pardon, sir, if it was open?" "It ain't my place, as a paid servant of the company, to give my opinion on any of the company's topics." He pronounced it more like toothpicks. "Beyond lamp ile and cottons," returned Lamps in a confidential tone. "But speaking as a man, I wouldn't recommend my father, if he was to come to life again, to go and try how he'd be treated at the refreshment room. Not speaking as a man, no, I would not." The traveller nodded conviction. "I suppose I can put up in the town? There is a town here?" For the traveller, though a stay-at-home compared with most travellers, had been, like many others, carried on the steam winds and the iron tides through that junction before, without having ever, as one might say, gone ashore there. "Oh yes, there's a town, sir. Anyways, there's town enough to put up in. But," following the glance of the other at his luggage, "this is a very dead time of the night with us, sir. The deadest time. I might almost call it our deadest and buriedest time." "No porters about?" "Well, sir, you see," returned Lamps, confidential again, "they in general goes off with the gas. That's how it is, and they seem to have overlooked you, through your walking to the further end of the platform. But in about 12 minutes or so she may be up." "Who may be up?" "The 342, sir. She comes off in a siding till the up X passes, and then she," here an air of hopeful vagueness pervaded Lamps, "does all as lays in her power." "I doubt if I comprehend the arrangement." "I doubt if anybody do, sir. She's a Parliamentary, sir, and you see a Parliamentary or a skirmishin'." "Do you mean an excursion?" "That's it, sir. A Parliamentary or a skirmishin' she mostly does go off into a sidin'. But when she can get a chance she's whistled out of it, and she's whistled up into doing all as—" Lamps again wore the air of a highly sanguine man who hoped for the best—"all as lays in her power." He then explained that porters on duty, being required to be in attendance on the Parliamentary matron in question, would doubtless turn up with the gas. In the meantime, if the gentleman would not very much object to the smell of lamp oil, and would accept the warmth of his little room, the gentleman, being by this time very cold, instantly closed with the proposal. A greasy little cabin it was, suggestive to the sense of smell of a cabin in a whaler. But there was a bright fire burning in its rusty grate, and on the floor there stood a wooden stand of newly trimmed and lighted lamps, ready for carriage service. They made a bright show, and their light and the warmth accounted for the popularity of the room, as borne witness to by many impressions of velveteen trousers on a form by the fire, and many rounded smears and smudges of stooping velveteen shoulders on the adjacent wall. Various untidy shelves accommodated a quantity of lamps and oil cans, and also a fragrant collection of what looked like the pocket handkerchiefs of the whole lamp family. As Barbox Brothers, so to call the traveller on the warranty of his luggage, took his seat upon the form, and warmed his now ungloved hands at the fire, he glanced aside at a little deal desk, much blotched with ink, which his elbow touched. Upon it were some scraps of coarse paper and a superannuated steel pen in very reduced and gritty circumstances. From glancing at the scraps of paper, he turned involuntarily to his host and said, with some roughness, "Why, are you never a poet, man?" Lamps had certainly not the conventional appearance of one, as he stood modestly rubbing his squab nose with a handkerchief so exceedingly oily that he might have been in the act of mistaking himself for one of his charges. He was a spare man of about the Barbox Brothers' time of life, with his features whimsically drawn upward, as if they were attracted by the roots of his hair. He had a peculiarly shining transparent complexion, probably occasioned by constant oleaginous application, and his attractive hair, being cut short and being grizzled and standing straight up on end, as if it in its turn were attracted by some invisible magnet above it, the top of his head was not very unlike a lamp wick. "But to be sure it's no business of mine," said Barbox Brothers. "That was an impertinent observation on my part. Be what you like." "Some people, sir," remarked Lamps in a tone of apology, "are sometimes what they don't like." "Nobody knows that better than I do," sighed the other. "I have been what I don't like all my life." "When I first took, sir," resumed Lamps, "to composing little comic songs like—" Barbox Brothers eyed him with great disfavour. "To composing little comic songs like, and what was more hard, to singing 'em afterwards," said Lamps, "it went against the grain at that time. It did indeed." Something that was not all oil here shining in Lamps's eyes, Barbox Brothers withdrew his own a little disconcerted, looked at the fire, and put a foot on the top bar. "Why did you do it, then?" he asked after a short pause, abruptly enough, but in a softer tone. "If you didn't want to do it, why did you do it? Where did you sing them? Public house?" To which Mr. Lamps returned the curious reply, "Bedside." At this moment, while the traveller looked at him for elucidation, Mugby Junction started suddenly, trembled violently, and opened its gas eyes. "She's got up," Lamps announced excited. "What lays in her power is sometimes more and sometimes less, but it's laid in her power to get up to-night, by George." The legend, Barbox Brothers, in large white letters on two black surfaces, was very soon afterwards trundling on a truck through a silent street, and when the owner of the legend had shivered on the pavement half an hour, what time the porter's knocks at the inn door knocked up the whole town first, and the inn last, he groped his way into the close air of a shut-up house, and so groped between the sheets of a shut-up bed, that seemed to have been expressly refrigerated for him when last made. 2. You remember me, young Jackson. What do I remember if not you? You are my first remembrance. It was you who told me that was my name. It was you who told me that on every 20th of December my life had a penitential anniversary in it called a birthday. I suppose the last communication was truer than the first. What am I like, young Jackson? You are like a blight all through the year to me. You hard-lined, thin-lipped, repressive, changeless woman with a wax mask on, you are like the devil to me. Most of all when you teach me religious things, for you make me abhor them. You remember me, Mr. Young Jackson? In another voice from another quarter. Most gratefully, sir. You were the ray of hope and prospering ambition in my life. When I attended your course, I believed that I should come to be a great healer, and I felt almost happy, even though I was still the one boarder in the house with that horrible mask, and ate and drank in silence and constraint with the mask before me every day, as I had done every day through my school time and from my earliest recollection. What am I like, Mr. Young Jackson? You are like a superior being to me. You are like nature beginning to reveal herself to me. I hear you again as one of the hushed crowd of young men kindling under the power of your presence and knowledge, and you bring into my eyes the only exultant tears that ever stood in them. You remember me, Mr. Young Jackson? In a grating voice from quite another quarter. Too well. You made your ghostly appearance in my life one day, and announced that its course was to be suddenly and wholly changed. You showed me which was my wearisome seat in the galley of Barbox Brothers. When they were, if they ever were, is unknown to me. There was nothing of them but the name when I bent to the oar. You told me what I was to do, and what to be paid. You told me afterwards, at intervals of years, when I was to sign for the firm, when I became a partner, when I became the firm. I know no more of it, or of myself. What am I like, Mr. Young Jackson? You are like my father, I sometimes think. You are hard enough and cold enough, so to have brought up an acknowledged son. I see your scanty figure, your close brown suit, and your tight brown wig. But you, too, wear a wax mask to your death. You never by a chance remove it, never by a chance falls off, and I know no more of you. Throughout this dialogue the traveller spoke to himself at his window in the morning, as he had spoken to himself at the junction overnight. And as he had then looked in the darkness, a man who had turned grey too soon, like a neglected fire, so he now looked in the sunlight an ashier grey, like a fire which the brightness of the sun put out. The firm of Barbox Brothers had been some offshoot or irregular branch of the public notary and bill-broking tree. It had gained for itself a griping reputation before the days of young Jackson, and the reputation had stuck to it and to him. As he had imperceptibly come into possession of the dim den up in the corner of a court off Lombard Street, on whose grimy windows the inscription Barbox Brothers had for many long years daily interposed itself between him and the sky, so he had insensibly found himself a personage held in chronic distrust, whom it was essential to screw tight to every transaction in which he engaged, whose word was never to be taken without his attested bond, whom all dealers openly set up guards and wards against. This character had come upon him through no act of his own. It was as if the original Barbox had stretched himself down upon the office floor, and had thither caused to be conveyed young Jackson in his sleep, and had there effected a metempsychosis, an exchange of persons with him. The discovery, aided in its turn by the deceit of the only woman he had ever loved, and the deceit of the only friend he had ever made, who eloped from him to be married together, the discovery, so followed up, completed what his earliest rearing had begun. He shrank, abashed, within the form of Barbox, and lifted up his head and heart no more. But he did at last effect one great release in his condition. He broke the oar he had plied so long, and he scuttled and sank the galley. He prevented the gradual retirement of an old conventional business from him by taking the initiative and retiring from it. With enough to live on, though, after all, with not too much, he obliterated the firm of Barbox Brothers from the pages of the Post Office Directory and the face of the earth, leaving nothing of it but its name on 2 portmanteaus. For one must have some name in going about, for people to pick up, he explained to Mugby High Street through the inn window, and that name at least was real once. Whereas young Jackson, not to mention its being a sadly satirical misnomer for old Jackson. He took up his hat and walked out, just in time to see, passing along on the opposite side of the way, a velveteen man carrying his day's dinner in a small bundle that might have been larger without suspicion of gluttony, and pelting away towards the Junction at a great pace. "There's lamps," said Barbox Brothers, "and by the by—" Ridiculous, surely, that a man so serious, so self-contained, and not yet 3 days emancipated from a routine of drudgery, should stand rubbing his chin in the street in a brown study about comic songs. "Bedside," said Barbox Brothers testily. "Sings them at the bedside?" "Why at the bedside? Unless he goes to bed drunk." "Does, I shouldn't wonder. But it's no business of mine. Let me see. Mugby Junction, Mugby Junction. Where shall I go next? As it came into my head last night when I woke from an uneasy sleep in the carriage and found myself here, I can go anywhere from here. Where shall I go? I'll go and look at the Junction by daylight. There's no hurry, and I may like the look of one line better than another." But there were so many lines. Gazing down upon them from a bridge at the Junction, it was as if the concentrating companies formed a great industrial exhibition of the works of extraordinary ground spiders that spun iron. And then so many of the lines went such wonderful ways, so crossing and curving among one another, that the eye lost them. And then some of them appeared to start with the fixed intention of going 500 miles, and all of a sudden gave it up at an insignificant barrier, or turned off into a workshop. And then others, like intoxicated men, went a little way very straight, and surprisingly slewed round and came back again. And then others were so chock full of trucks of coal, others were so blocked with trucks of casks, others were so gorged with trucks of ballast, others were so set apart for wheeled objects like immense iron cotton reels, while others were so bright and clear, and others were so delivered over to rust and ashes, and idle wheelbarrow out of work, with their legs in the air, looking much like their masters on strike, that there was no beginning, middle, or end to the bewilderment. Barbox Brothers stood puzzled on the bridge, passing his right hand across the lines on his forehead, which multiplied while he looked down, as if the railway lines were getting themselves photographed on that sensitive plate. Then was heard a distant ringing of bells and blowing of whistles. Then puppet-looking heads of men popped out of boxes in perspective and popped in again. Then prodigious wooden razors, set up on end, began shaving the atmosphere. Then several locomotive engines in several directions began to scream and be agitated. Then along one avenue a train came in. Then along another 2 trains appeared that didn't come in, but stopped without. Then bits of trains broke off. Then a struggling horse became involved with them. Then the locomotive shared the bits of trains and ran away with the whole. I have not made my next move much clearer by this. No hurry. No need to make up my mind today or tomorrow, nor yet the day after. I'll take a walk. It fell out somehow, perhaps he meant it should, that the walk tended to the platform at which he had alighted, and to Lamp's room. But Lamp's was not in his room. A pair of velveteen shoulders were adapting themselves to one of the impressions on the wall by Lamps's fireplace, but otherwise the room was void. In passing back to get out of the station again, he learnt the cause of this vacancy by catching sight of Lamps on the opposite side of railway, skipping along the top of a train, from carriage to carriage, and catching lighted namesakes thrown up to him by a coadjutor. He is busy. He has not much time for composing or singing comic songs this morning, I take it. The direction he pursued now was into the country, keeping very near to the side of one great line of railway, and within easy view of others. I have half a mind, he said, glancing around, to settle the question from this point by saying, I'll take this set of rails, or that, or t'other, and stick to it. They separate themselves from the confusion out here, and go their ways. Ascending a gentle hill of some extent, he came to a few cottages. There, looking about him as a very reserved man might who had never looked about him in his life before, he saw some 6 or 8 young children come merrily trooping and whooping from one of the cottages, and disperse. But not until they had all turned at the little garden gate and kissed their hands to a face at the upper window. A low window enough, although the upper, for the cottage had but a story of one room above the ground. Now, that the children should do this was nothing, but that they should do this to a face lying on the sill of the open window, turned towards them in a horizontal position, and apparently only a face, was something noticeable. He looked up at the window again, could only see a very fragile, though a very bright, face lying on one cheek on the window-sill, the delicate smiling face of a girl or woman, framed in long bright brown hair, round which was tied a light blue band, or fillet, passing under the chin. He walked on, turned back, passed the window again, shyly glanced up again. No change. He struck off by a winding branch road at the top of the hill, which he must otherwise have descended, kept the cottages in view, worked his way round at a distance so as to come out once more into the main road, and be obliged to pass the cottages again. The face still lay on the window-sill, but not so much inclined towards him. And now there were a pair of delicate hands too. They had the action of performing on some musical instrument, and yet it produced no sound that reached his ear. "Mugby Junction must be the maddest place in England," said Barbox Brothers, pursuing his way down the hill. "The first thing I find here is a railway porter who composes comic songs to sing at his bedside. The second thing I find here is a face and a pair of hands playing a musical instrument that don't play." End of Story 19, Part 1. Story 19 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 19, Mugby Junction, Part 2. The day was a fine bright day in the early beginning of November. The air was clear and inspiriting, and the landscape was rich in beautiful colours. The prevailing colours in the court off Lombard Street, London City, had been few and sombre. Sometimes, when the weather elsewhere was very bright indeed, the dwellers in those tents enjoyed a pepper-and-salt-coloured day or two, but their atmosphere's usual wear was slate or snuff-coloured. He relished his walk so well that he repeated it next day. He was a little earlier at the cottage than on the day before, and he could hear the children upstairs singing to a regular measure and clapping out the time with their hands. "Still, there is no sound of any musical instrument," he said, listening at the corner, "and yet I saw the performing hands again as I came by. What are the children singing? Why, good Lord, they can never be singing the multiplication table." They were, though, and with infinite enjoyment. The mysterious face had a voice attached to it, which occasionally led or set the children right. Its musical cheerfulness was delightful. The measure at length stopped, and was succeeded by a murmuring of young voices, and then by a short song which he made out to be about the current month of the year, and about what work it yielded to the labourers in the fields and farmyards. Then there was a stir of little feet, and the children came trooping and whooping out as on the previous day. And again, as on the previous day, they all turned at the garden gate and kissed their hands, evidently to the face on the window-sill, though Barbox Brothers, from his retired post of disadvantage at the corner, could not see it. But as the children dispersed, he cut off one small straggler, a brown-faced boy with flaxen hair, and said to him, "Come here, little one, tell me, whose house is that?" The child, with one swarthy arm held up across his eyes, half in shyness and half ready for defence, said from behind the inside of his elbow, "Phoebe's." "And who," said Barbox Brothers, quite as much embarrassed by his part in the dialogue as the child could possibly be by his, "is Phoebe?" To which the child made answer, "Why, Phoebe, of course." The small but sharp observer had eyed his questioner closely, and had taken his moral measure. He lowered his guard, and rather assumed a tone with him, as having discovered him to be an unaccustomed person in the art of polite conversation. "Phoebe," said the child, "can't be anybody else but Phoebe, can she?" "No, I suppose not." "Well," returned the child, "then why did you ask me?" Deeming it prudent to shift his ground, Barbox Brothers took up a new position. "What do you do there? Up there in that room where the open window is? What do you do there?" "Cool," said the child. "Ah? Cool," the child repeated in a louder voice, lengthening out the word with a fixed look and great emphasis, as much as to say, "What's the use of your having grown up if you're such a donkey as not to understand me?" "Ah, school, school," said Barbox Brothers. "Yes, yes, yes. And Phoebe teaches you?" The child nodded. "Good boy." "Found it out, have you?" said the boy. "Yes, I have found it out. What would you do with twopence if I gave it you?" "Pend it?" The knock-down promptitude of this reply leaving him not a leg to stand upon, Barbox Brothers produced the twopence with great lameness, and withdrew in a state of humiliation. But seeing the face on the window-sill as he passed the cottage, he acknowledged its presence there with a gesture which was not a nod, not a bow, not a removal of his hat from his head, but was a diffident compromise between, or struggle with, all three. The eyes in the face seemed amused or cheered, or both, and the lips modestly said, "Good day to you, sir." "I find I must stick for a time to Mugby Junction," said Barbox Brothers, with much gravity, after once more stopping on his return road to look at the lines where they went their several ways so quietly. "I can't make up my mind yet which iron road to take. In fact, I must get a little accustomed to the junction before I can decide." So he announced at the inn that he was going to stay on for the present, and improved his acquaintance with the junction that night, and again next morning, and again next night and morning, going down to the station, mingling with the people there, looking about him down all the avenues of railway, and beginning to take an interest in the incomings and outgoings of the trains. At first he often put his head into Lamp's little room, but he never found Lamps there. A pair or two of velveteen shoulders he usually found there, stooping over the fire, sometimes in connection with a clasped knife and a piece of bread and meat. But the answer to his inquiry, "Where's Lamps?" was either that he was "t'other side of the line," or that it was his off-time, or, in the latter case, his own personal introduction to another Lamps who was not his Lamps. However, he was not so desperately set upon seeing lamps now, but he bore the disappointment. Nor did he so wholly devote himself to his severe application to the study of Mugby Junction as to neglect exercise. On the contrary, he took a walk every day, and always the same walk, but the weather turned cold and wet again, and the window was never open. 3. At length, after a lapse of some days, there came another streak of fine, bright, hardy autumn weather. It was Saturday. The window was open, and the children were gone. Not surprising, this, for he had patiently watched and waited at the corner until they were gone. "Good day," he said to the face, absolutely getting his hat clear off his head this time. "Good day to you, sir." "I am glad you have a fine day again to look at." "Thank you, sir. It is kind of you." "You are an invalid, I fear." "No, sir. I have very good health." "But are you not always lying down?" "Oh, yes, I am always lying down, because I cannot sit up. But I am not an invalid." The laughing eyes seemed highly to enjoy his great mistake. "Would you mind taking the trouble to come in, sir? There is a beautiful view from this window, and you would see that I am not at all ill, being so good as to care." It was said to help him, as he stood irresolute, but evidently desiring to enter, with his diffident hand on the latch of the garden gate. It did help him, and he went in. The room upstairs was a very clean white room with a low roof. Its only inmate lay on a couch that brought her face to a level with the window. The couch was white also, and her simple dress or wrapper being light blue, like the band around her hair, she had an ethereal look and a fanciful appearance of lying among clouds. He felt that she instinctively perceived him to be by habit a downcast, taciturn man. It was another help to him to have established that understanding so easily and got it over. There was an awkward constraint upon him, nevertheless, as he touched her hand and took a chair at the side of her couch. "I see now," he began, not at all fluently, "how you occupy your hand. Only seeing you from the path outside, I thought you were playing upon something." She was engaged in very nimbly and dexterously making lace. A lace pillow lay upon her breast, and the quick movements and changes of her hands upon it as she worked had given them the action he had misinterpreted. "That is curious," she answered with a bright smile, "for I often fancy myself that I play tunes while I am at work." "Have you any musical knowledge?" She shook her head. "I think I could pick out tunes if I had any instrument, which could be made as handy to me as my lace pillow, but I dare say I deceive myself. At all events, I shall never know." "You have a musical voice. Excuse me, I've heard you sing." "With the children?" she answered, slightly colouring. "Oh, yes, I sing with the dear children, if it can be called singing." Barbox Brothers glanced at the two small forms in the room, and hazarded the speculation that she was fond of children, and that she was learned in new systems of teaching them. "Very fond of them," she said, shaking her head again, "but I know nothing of teaching, beyond the interest I have in it, and the pleasure it gives me when they learn. Perhaps your overhearing my little scholars sing some of their lessons has led you so far astray as to think me a grand teacher?" "I thought so. No, I have only read and been told about that system. It seemed so pretty and pleasant, and to treat them so like the merry robins they are, that I took up with it in my little way. You don't need to be told what a very little way mine is, sir," she added with a glance at the small forms and round the room. All this time her hands were busy at her lace pillow. As they still continued so, and as there was a kind of substitute for conversation in the click and play of its pegs, Barbox Brothers took the opportunity of observing her. He guessed her to be 30. The charm of her transparent face and large bright brown eyes was not that they were passively resigned, but that they were actively and thoroughly cheerful. Even her busy hands, which of their own thinness alone might have besought compassion, plied their task with a gay courage that made mere compassion an unjustifiable assumption of superiority, and an impertinence. He saw her eyes in the act of rising towards his, and he directed his towards the prospect, saying, "Beautiful indeed." "Most beautiful, sir. I have sometimes had a fancy that I would like to sit up, for once, only to try how it looks to an erect head. But what a foolish fancy that would be to encourage! It cannot look more lovely to anyone than it does to me." Her eyes were turned to it as she spoke with most delightful admiration and enjoyment. There was not a trace in it of any sense of deprivation. "And those threads of railway, with their puffs of smoke and steam changing places so fast, make it so lively for me," she went on. "I think of the number of people who can go where they wish on their business or their pleasure. I remember that the puffs make signs to me that they are actually going while I look, and that enlivens the prospect with abundance of company, if I want company. There is the great junction, too. I don't see it under the foot of the hill, but I can very often hear it, and I always know it is there. It seems to join me, in a way, to I don't know how many places and things that I shall never see." With an abashed kind of idea that it might have already joined himself to something he had never seen, he said constrainedly, "Just so." "And so you see, sir," pursued Phoebe, "I am not the invalid you thought me, and I am very well off indeed." "You have a happy disposition," said Barbox Brothers, perhaps with a slight accusatory touch for his own disposition. "Ah, but you should know my father," she replied. "His is the happy disposition. Don't mind, sir," for his reserve took the alarm at a step upon the stairs, and he distrusted that he would be set down for a troublesome intruder. "This is my father coming." The door opened, and the father paused there. "Why, Lamps!" exclaimed Barbox Brothers, starting from his chair. "How do you do, Lamps?" To which Lamps responded, "The gentleman from nowhere. How do you do, sir?" And they shook hands, to the greatest admiration and surprise of Lamps's daughter. "I have looked you up half a dozen times since that night," said Barbox Brothers, "but have never found you." "So I've heerd on, sir, so I've heerd on," returned Lamps. "It's your being noticed so often down at the Junction without taking any train that has begun to get you the name among us of the gentleman for nowhere. No offence in my having called you by it when took by surprise, I hope, sir." "Oh, none at all. It's as good a name for me as any other you could call me by. But may I ask you a question in the corner here?" Lamps suffered himself to be led aside from his daughter's couch by one of the buttons of his velveteen jacket. "Is this the bedside where you sing your songs?" Lamps nodded. The gentleman for nowhere clapped him on the shoulder, and they faced about again. "Upon my word, my dear," said Lamps then to his daughter, looking from her to her visitor, "it is such an amaze to me to find you brought acquainted with this gentleman that I must, if this gentleman will excuse me, take a rounder." Mr. Lamps demonstrated in action what this meant, by pulling out his oily handkerchief, rolled up in the form of a ball, and giving himself an elaborate smear, from behind the right ear, up the cheek, across the forehead, and down the other cheek to behind his left ear. After this operation he shone exceedingly. "It's according to my custom, when particularly warmed up by any agitation, sir," he offered by way of apology, "and really I am throwed into that state of amaze by finding you brought acquaintance with Phoebe, that I think I will, if you'll excuse me, take another rounder," which he did, seeming to be greatly restored by it. They were now both standing by the side of her couch, and she was working at her lace pillow. "Your daughter tells me," said Barbox Brothers, still in a half-reluctant, shamefaced way, "that she never sits up." "No, sir, nor never has done. You see, her mother, who died when she was 1 year and 2 months old, was subject to very bad fits, and as she had never mentioned to me that she was subject to fits, they couldn't be guarded against. Consequently, she dropped the baby when took, and this happened." "It was very wrong of her," said Barbox Brothers, with a knitted brow, "to marry you, making a secret of her infirmity." "Well, sir," pleaded Lamps in behalf of the long deceased, "you see, Phoebe and me, we have talked that over too, and Lord bless us, such a number on us has our infirmities, what with fits and what with misfits of one sort and another, that if we confessed to 'em all before we got married, most of us might never get married." "Might not that be for the better?" "Not in this case, sir," said Phoebe, giving her hand to her father. "No, not in this case, sir," said her father, patting it between his own. "You correct me," returned Barbox Brothers with a blush, "and I must look so like a brute, that at all events it would be superfluous in me to confess to that infirmity. I wish you would tell me a little more about yourselves. I hardly know how to ask it of you, for I am conscious that I have a bad stiff manner, a dull discouraging way with me, but I wish you would." "With all our hearts, sir," returned Lamps gaily for both. "And first of all, that you may know my name—" "Stay," interposed the visitor with a slight flush. "What signifies your name? Lamps is good enough for me. I like it. It is bright and expressive. What do I want more?" "Why, to be sure, sir," returned Lamps, "I have in general no other name down at the Junction, but I thought on account of your being here as a first-class single in a private character that you might—" The visitor waved the thought away with his hand, and Lamps acknowledged the mark of confidence by taking another rounder. "You are hard worked, I take for granted," said Barbox Brothers, when the subject of the rounder came out of it much dirtier than he went into it. Lamps was beginning, "Not particular so," when his daughter took him up. "Oh, yes, sir, he is very hard worked. 14, 15, 18 hours a day. Sometimes 24 hours at a time." "And you," said Barbox Brothers, "what with your school, Phoebe, and what with your lace making—" "But my school is a pleasure to me," she interrupted, opening her brown eyes wider, as if surprised to find him so obtuse. "I began it when I was but a child, because it brought me and other children into company, don't you see? That was not work. I carry it on still, because it keeps children about me. That is not work. I do it as love, not as work. Then my lace pillow—" Her busy hands had stopped, as if her argument required all her cheerful earnestness, but now went on again at the name. "It goes with my thoughts when I think, and it goes with my tunes when I hum any, and that's not work. Why, you yourself thought it was music, you know, sir, and so it is to me." "Everything is!" cried Lamps radiantly. "Everything is music to her, sir." "My father is, at any rate," said Phoebe, exultingly pointing her thin forefinger at him. "There is more music in my father than there is in a brass band." "I say, my dear, it's very filly-fillying done, you know, but you are flattering your father," he protested, sparkling. "No, I am not, sir, I assure you. No, I am not. If you could hear my father sing, you would know I am not. But you never will hear him sing, because he never sings to any one but me. However tired he is, he always sings to me when he comes home. When I lay here, long ago, quite a poor little broken doll, he used to sing to me. More than that, he used to make songs, bringing in whatever little jokes we had between us. More than that, he often does so to this day. Oh, I'll tell of you, father, as the gentleman has asked about you. He is a poet, sir." "I shouldn't wish the gentleman, my dear," observed Lamps, for the moment turning grave, "to carry away that opinion of your father, because it might look as if I was given to asking the stars, in a molloncolly manner, what they was up to, which I wouldn't at once waste the time and take the liberty, my dear. My father," resumed Phoebe, amending her text, "is always on the bright side and the good side. You told me just now I had a happy disposition. How can I help it?" "Well, but, my dear," returned Lamps argumentatively, "how can I help it? Put it to yourself, sir. Look at her, always as you see her now, always working, and after all, sir, for but a few shillings a week, always contented, always lively, always interested in others of all sorts. I said this moment she was always as you see her now. So she is, with a difference that comes to much the same. For when it is my Sunday off, and the morning bells have done ringing, I hear the prayers and thanks read in the touchingest way, and I have the hymns sung to me, so soft, sir, that you couldn't hear 'em out of this room, in notes that seem to me, I am sure, to come from heaven, and go back to it. It might have been merely through the association of these words with their sacredly quiet time, or it might have been through the larger association of the words with the Redeemer's presence beside the bedridden, but here her dexterous fingers came to a stop on the lace pillow, and clasped themselves around his neck as he bent down. There was great natural sensibility in both father and daughter, the visitor could easily see, but each made it, for the other's sake, retiring, not demonstrative. And perfect cheerfulness, intuitive or acquired, was either the first or second nature of both. In a very few moments Lamps was taking another rounder with his comical features beaming, while Phoebe's laughing eyes, just a glistening speck or so upon their lashes, were again directed by turns to him, and to her work, and to Barbox Brothers. "When my father, sir," she said brightly, "tells you about my being interested in other people, even though they know nothing about me, which, by the by, I told you myself, you ought to know how that comes about. That's my father's doing." "No, it isn't," he protested. "Don't you believe him, sir? Yes, it is. He tells me of everything he sees down at his work. You would be surprised what a quantity he gets together for me every day. He looks into the carriages and tells me how the ladies are dressed, so that I know all the fashions. He looks into the carriages and tells me what pairs of lovers he sees, and what new married couples on their wedding trip, so that I know all about that. He collects chance newspapers and books, so that I have plenty to read. He tells me about the sick people who are travelling to try to get better, so that I know all about them. In short, as I began by saying, he tells me everything he sees and makes down at his work, and you can't think what a quantity he does see and make out." "As to collecting newspapers and books, my dear," said Lamps, "it's clear I can have no merit in that, because they're not my perquisites. You see, sir, it's this way. A guard, he'll say to me, 'Hello, here you are, Lamps. I've saved this paper for your daughter. How is she a-going on?' A head porter, he'll say to me, 'Here, catch hold, Lamps. Here's a couple of wolumes for your daughter. Is she pretty much where she were?' And that's what makes it double welcome, you see. If she had £1,000 in a box, they wouldn't trouble themselves about her. But being what she is, that is, you understand," Lamps added somewhat hurriedly, "not having £1,000 in a box, they take thought for her. And as concerning the young pairs, married and unmarried, it's only natural I should bring home what little I can about them, seeing that there's not a couple of either sort in the neighbourhood that don't come of their own accord to confide in Phoebe." She raised her eyes triumphantly to Barbox Brothers as she said, "Indeed, sir, that is true. If I could have got up and gone to church, I don't know how often I should have been a bridesmaid. But if I could have done that, some girls in love might have been jealous of me, and as it is, no girl is jealous of me. And my pillow would not have been half as ready to put the piece of cake under as I always find it," she added, turning her face on it with a light sigh and a smile at her father. The arrival of a little girl, the biggest of the scholars, now led to an understanding on the part of Barbox Brothers that she was the domestic of the cottage, and had come to take active measures in it, attended by a pail that might have extinguished her, and a broom 3 times her height. He therefore rose to take his leave, and took it, saying that, if Phoebe had no objection, he would come again. He had muttered that he would come in the course of his walks. The course of his walks must have been highly favourable to his return, for he returned after an interval of a single day. "You thought you would never see me any more, I suppose?" he said to Phoebe as he touched her hand and sat down by her couch. "Why should I think so?" was her surprised rejoinder. "I took it for granted you would mistrust me." "For granted, sir? Have you been so much mistrusted?" "I think I am justified in answering yes. But I may have mistrusted, too, on my part. No matter just now. We were speaking of the Junction last time. I have passed hours there since the day before yesterday." "Are you now the gentleman for somewhere?" she asked with a smile. "Certainly for somewhere, but I don't yet know where. You would never guess what I am travelling from. Shall I tell you? I am travelling from my birthday." Her hands stopped in her work, and she looked at him with incredulous astonishment. "Yes," said Barbox Brothers, not quite easy in his chair, "from my birthday. I am to myself an unintelligible book with the earlier chapters all torn out and thrown away. My childhood had no grace of childhood, my youth had no charm of youth, and what can be expected from such a lost beginning?" His eyes meeting hers as they were addressed intently to him, something seemed to stir within his breast, whispering, was this bed a place for the graces of childhood and the charms of youth to take too kindly? Oh, shame, shame! "It is a disease with me," said Barbox Brothers, checking himself, and making as though he had a difficulty in swallowing something, "to go wrong about that. I don't know how I came to speak of that. I hope it is because of an old misplaced confidence in one of your sex involving an old bitter treachery. I don't know. I am all wrong together." Her hands quietly and slowly resumed their work. Glancing at her, he saw that her eyes were thoughtfully following him. "I am travelling from my birthday," he resumed, "because it has always been a dreary day to me. My first free birthday coming round some 5 or 6 weeks hence, I am travelling to put its predecessors far behind me, and to try to crush the day, or, at all events, put it out of my sight, by heaping new objects on it." As he paused, she looked at him, but only shook her head as being quite at a loss. "This is unintelligible to your happy disposition," he pursued, abiding by his former phrase, as if there were some lingering virtue of self-defence in it. "I knew it would be, and am glad it is. However, on this travel of mine, in which I mean to pass the rest of my days, having abandoned all thought of a fixed home, I stopped, as you have heard from your father, at the Junction here. The extent of its ramifications quite confused me as to whither I should go from here. I have not yet settled, being still perplexed among so many roads. What do you think I mean to do? How many of the branching roads can you see from your window?" Looking out, full of interest, she answered, "7." "7," said Barbox Brothers, watching her with a grave smile. "Well, I propose to myself at once to reduce the gross number to those very 7, and gradually to fine them down to 1, the most promising for me, and to take that." End of Story 19, Part 2. Story 19 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 19, Mugby Junction, Part 3. "But how will you know, sir, which is the most promising?" she asked, with her brightened eyes roving over the view. "Ah," said Barbox Brothers, with another grave smile, and considerably improving in his ease of speech, "to be sure. In this way. Where your father can pick up so much every day for a good purpose, I may once and again pick up a little for an indifferent purpose. The gentleman for Nowhere must become still better known at the Junction. He shall continue to explore it until he attaches something that he has seen, heard, or found out, at the head of each of the 7 roads to the road itself, and so his choice of a road shall be determined by his choice among his discoveries." Her hands still busy, she again glanced at the prospect as if it comprehended something that had not been in it before, and laughed as if it yielded her new pleasure. "But I must not forget," said Barbox Brothers, having got so far, "to ask a favour. I want your help in this expedient of mine. I want to bring you what I pick up at the heads of the 7 roads that you lie here looking out at, and to compare notes with you about it. May I? They say 2 heads are better than 1. I should say myself that probably depends upon the heads concerned. But I am quite sure, though we are so newly acquainted, that your head and your father's have found out better things, Phoebe, than ever mine of itself discovered." She gave him her sympathetic right hand, in perfect rapture with his proposal, and eagerly and gratefully thanked him. "That's well," said Barbox Brothers. "Again I must not forget, having got so far, to ask a favour. Will you shut your eyes?" Laughing playfully at the strange nature of the request, she did so. "Keep them shut," said Barbox Brothers, going softly to the door and coming back. "You are on your honour, mind, not to open your eyes until I tell you that you may." "Yes, on my honour." "Good. May I take your lace pillow from you for a minute?" Still laughing and wondering, she removed her hands from it, and he put it aside. "Tell me, did you see the puffs of smoke and steam made by the morning fast train yesterday on road No. 7 from here? Behind the elm tree and the spire." "That's the road," said Barbox Brothers, directing his eyes towards it. "Yes, I watched them melt away." "Anything unusual in what they expressed?" "No," she answered merrily. "Not complimentary to me, for I was in that train. I went—don't open your eyes—to fetch you this from the great ingenious town. It is not half so large as your lace pillow, and lies easily and lightly in its place. These little keys are like the keys of a miniature piano, and you supply the air required with your left hand. May you pick out delightful music from it, my dear. For the present—you can open your eyes now—good-bye." In his embarrassed way he closed the door upon himself, and only saw, in doing so, that she ecstatically took the present to her bosom and caressed it. The glimpse gladdened his heart, and yet saddened it, for so might she, if her youth had flourished in its natural course, have taken to her breast that day the slumbering music of her own child's voice. Chapter II. Barbox Brothers and Company. With goodwill and earnest purpose, the gentleman for Nowhere began, on the very next day, his researches in the heads of the 7 roads. The results of his researches, as he and Phoebe afterwards set them down in fair writing, hold their due places in this veracious account. But they occupied a much longer time in the getting together than they ever will in the perusal. And this is probably the case with most reading matter, except when it is of that highly beneficial kind, for posterity, which is thrown off in a few moments of leisure by the superior poetic geniuses who scorn to take prose pains. It must be admitted, however, that Barbox by no means hurried himself. His heart being in his work of good nature, he revelled in it. There was the joy, too, it was a true joy to him, of sometimes sitting by, listening to Phoebe as she picked out more and more discourse from her musical instrument, and as her natural taste and ear refined daily upon her first discoveries. Besides being a pleasure, this was an occupation, and in the course of weeks it consumed hours. It resulted that his dreaded birthday was close upon him before he had troubled himself any more about it. The matter was made more pressing by the unforeseen circumstance that the councils held, at which Mr. Lamps, beaming most brilliantly, on a few rare occasions assisted, respecting the road to be selected, were after all in no wise assisted by his investigations. For he had connected this interest with this road, or that interest with the other, but could deduce no reason from it for giving any road the preference. Consequently, when the last council was holden, that part of the business stood, in the end, exactly where it had stood in the beginning. "But, sir," remarked Phoebe, "we have only 6 roads, after all. Is the 7th road dumb?" "The 7th road? Oh," said Barbox Brothers, rubbing his chin, "that is the road I took, you know, when I went to get your little present. That is its story, Phoebe." "Would you mind taking that road again, sir?" she asked with hesitation. "Not in the least. It is a great high road, after all." "I should like you to take it," returned Phoebe with a persuasive smile, "for the love of that little present which must ever be so dear to me. I should like you to take it, because that road can never be again like any other road to me. I should like you to take it in remembrance of your having done me so much good, of your having made me so much happier. If you leave me by the road you traveled when you went to do me this great kindness," sounding a faint chord as she spoke, "I shall feel, lying here watching at my window, as if it must conduct you to a prosperous end and bring you back some day." "It shall be done, my dear, it shall be done." So at last the gentleman for Nowhere took a ticket for Somewhere, and his destination was the great ingenious town. He had loitered so long about the junction that it was the 18th of December when he left it. High time, he reflected, as he seated himself in the train, that I started in earnest. Only one clear day remains between me and the day I am running away from. I'll push onward for the hill country to-morrow. I'll go to Wales. It was with some pains that he placed before himself the undeniable advantages to be gained in the way of novel occupation for his senses from misty mountains, swollen streams, rain, cold, a wild seashore, and rugged roads. And yet he scarcely made them out as distinctly as he could have wished. Whether the poor girl, in spite of her new resource, her music, would have any feeling of loneliness upon her now, just at first, that she had not had before; whether she saw those very puffs of steam and smoke that he saw as he sat in the train thinking of her; whether her face would have any pensive shadow on it as they died out of the distant view from her window; whether, in telling him he had done her so much good, she had not unconsciously corrected his old moody bemoaning of his station in life, by setting him thinking that a man might be a great healer if he would, and yet not be a great doctor. These and other similar meditations got between him and his Welsh picture. There was within him, too, that dull sense of vacuity which follows separation from an object of interest and cessation of a pleasant pursuit; and this sense, being quite new to him, made him restless. Further, in losing Mugby Junction, he had found himself again, and he was not the more enamoured of himself for having lately passed his time in better company. But surely here, not far ahead, must be the great ingenious town. This crashing and clashing that the train was undergoing, and this coupling on to it of a multitude of new echoes, could mean nothing less than approach to the great station. It did mean nothing less. After some stormy flashes of town lightning in the way of swift revelations of red brick blocks of houses, high red brick chimney shafts, vistas of red brick railway arches, tongues of fire, blocks of smoke, valleys of canal, and hills of coal, there came the thundering in it at the journey's end. Having seen his portmanteau safely housed in the hotel he chose, and having appointed his dinner hour, Barbox Brothers went out for a walk in the busy streets. And now it began to be suspected by him that Mugby Junction was a junction of many branches, invisible as well as visible, and had joined him to an endless number of byways. For whereas he would, but a little while ago, have walked these streets blindly brooding, he now had eyes and thoughts for a new external world. How the many toiling people lived and loved and died! How wonderful it was to consider the various trainings of eye and hand, the nice distinctions of sight and touch that separated them into classes of workers, and even into classes of workers at subdivisions of one complete whole, which combined their many intelligences and forces, though of itself but some cheap object of use or ornament in common life. How good it was to know that such assembling in a multitude on their part, and such contribution of their several dexterities towards a civilizing end, did not deteriorate them as it was the fashion of the supercilious mayflies of humanity to pretend, but engendered among them a self-respect, and yet a modest desire to be much wiser than they were, the first evinced in their well-balanced bearing and manner of speech when he stopped to ask a question, the second in the announcements of their popular studies and amusements on the public walls. These considerations, and a host of such, made his walk a memorable one. "I, too, am but a little part of a great whole," he began to think, "and to be serviceable to myself and others, or to be happy, I must cast my interest into, and draw it out of, the common stock." Although he had arrived at his journey's end for the day by noon, he had since insensibly walked about the town so far and so long that the lamp-lighters were now at their work in the streets, and the shops were sparkling up brilliantly. Thus reminded to turn towards his quarters, he was in the act of doing so when a very little hand crept into his, and a very little voice said, "Oh, if you please, I am lost." He looked down and saw a very little fair-haired girl. "Yes," she said, confirming her words with a serious nod, "I am indeed. I am lost." Greatly perplexed, he stopped, looked about him for help, descried none, and said, bending low, "Where do you live, my child?" "I don't know where I live," she returned. "I am lost." "What is your name?" "Polly." "What is your other name?" The reply was prompt, but unintelligible. Imitating the sound as he caught it, he hazarded the guess, "Trivets?" "Oh, no," said the child, shaking her head, "nothing like that." "Say it again, little one." An unpromising business, for this time it had quite a different sound. He made the venture, "Paddens." "Oh, no," said the child, "nothing like that." "Once more. Let us try it again, dear." A most hopeless business. This time it swelled into 4 syllables. "It can't be Tapperary," said Barbox Brothers, rubbing his head with his hat in discomfiture. "No, it ain't," the child quietly assented. On her trying this unfortunate name once more, with extraordinary efforts at distinctness, it swelled into 8 syllables at least. "Ah, I think," said Barbox Brothers, with a desperate air of resignation, "that we had better give it up." "But I am lost," said the child, nestling her little hand more closely in his, "and you'll take care of me, won't you?" If ever a man were disconcerted by division between compassion on the one hand and the very imbecility of irresolution on the other, here the man was. "Lost," he repeated, looking down at the child. "I am sure I am. What is to be done?" "Where do you live?" asked the child, looking up at him wistfully. "Over there," he answered, pointing vaguely in the direction of his hotel. "Hadn't we better go there?" said the child. "Really," he replied, "I don't know but what we had." So they set off hand in hand. He, through comparison of himself against his little companion, with a clumsy feeling on him, as if he had just developed into a foolish giant. She, clearly elevated in her own tiny opinion, by having got him so neatly out of his embarrassment. "We are going to have dinner when we get there, I suppose?" said Polly. "Well," he rejoined, yes, I suppose we are." "Do you like your dinner?" asked the child. "Why, on the whole," said Barbox Brothers, "yes, I do." "I do mine," said Polly. "Have you any brothers and sisters?" "No. Have you?" "Mine are dead." "Oh," said Barbox Brothers. With that absurd sense of unwieldiness of mind and body weighing him down, he would have not known how to pursue the conversation beyond this curt rejoinder, but that the child was always ready for him. "What," she asked, turning her soft hand coaxingly in his, "are you going to do to amuse me after dinner?" "Upon my soul, Polly," exclaimed Barbox Brothers, very much at a loss, "I have not the slightest idea." "Then I tell you what," said Polly, "have you got any cards in your house?" "Plenty," said Barbox Brothers in a boastful vein. "Very well. Then I'll build houses and you shall look at me. You mustn't blow, you know." "Oh, no," said Barbox Brothers. "No, no, no. No blowing. Blowing's not fair." He flattered himself that he had said this pretty well for an idiotic monster, but the child, instantly perceiving the awkwardness of his attempt to adapt himself to her level, utterly destroyed his hopeful opinions of himself by saying compassionately, "What a funny man you are!" Feeling after this melancholy failure as if he every minute grew bigger and heavier in person and weaker in mind, Barbox gave himself up for a bad job. No giant ever submitted more meekly to be led in triumph by all-conquering Jack than he to be bound in slavery to Polly. "Do you know any stories?" she asked him. He was reduced to the humiliating confession, "No." "What a dunce you must be, mustn't you?" said Polly. He was reduced to the humiliating confession, "Yes." "Would you like me to teach you a story? But you must remember it, you know, and be able to tell it right to somebody else afterwards." He professed that it would afford him the highest mental gratification to be taught a story, and that he would humbly endeavour to retain it in his mind. Whereupon Polly, giving her hand a new little turn in his, expressive of settling down for enjoyment, commenced a long romance, of which every relishing clause began with the words, "So this," or "and so this," as "so this boy," or "so this fairy," or "and so this pie was 4 yards round and 2 yards and a quarter deep." The interest of the romance was derived from the intervention of this fairy to punish this boy for having a greedy appetite. To achieve which purpose, this fairy made this pie, and this boy ate, and ate, and ate, and his cheeks swelled, and swelled, and swelled. There were many tributary circumstances, but the forcible interest culminated in the total consumption of this pie, and the bursting of this boy. Truly he was a fine sight, Barbox Brothers, with serious attentive face and ear bent down, much jostled on the pavements of the busy town, but afraid of losing a single incident of the epic, lest he should be examined in it by and by, and found deficient. Thus they arrived at the hotel, and there he had to say at the bar, and say awkwardly enough, "I have found a little girl." The whole establishment turned out to look at the little girl. Nobody knew her. Nobody could make out her name as she set it forth, except one chambermaid who said it was Constantinople, which it wasn't. "I will dine with my young friend in a private room," said Barbox Brothers to the hotel authorities, "and perhaps you will be so good as to let the police know that the pretty baby is here. I suppose she is sure to be inquired for soon, if she has not been already. Come along, Polly." Perfectly at ease and peace, Polly came along, but finding the stairs rather stiff work, was carried up by Barbox Brothers. The dinner was a most transcendent success, and the Barbox sheepishness under Polly's directions how to mince her meat for her, and how to diffuse gravy over the plate with a liberal and equal hand, was another fine sight. "And now," said Polly, "while we are at dinner, you be good and tell me that story I taught you." With the tremors of a civil service examination upon him, and very uncertain indeed, not only as to the epoch at which the pie appeared in history, but also as to the measurements of that indispensable fact, Barbox Brothers made a shaky beginning, but under encouragement did very fairly. There was a want of breadth observable in his rendering of the cheeks, as well as the appetite of the boy, and there was a certain tameness in his fairy, referable to an undercurrent of desire to account for her. Still, as the first lumbering performance of a good-humoured monster, it passed muster. "I told you to be good," said Polly, "and you are good, ain't you?" "I hope so," replied Barbox Brothers. Such was his deference that Polly, elevated on a platform of sofa cushions in a chair at his right hand, encouraged him with a pat or two on the face from the greasy bowl of her spoon, and even with a gracious kiss. In getting on her feet upon her chair, however, to give him this last reward, she toppled forward among the dishes, and caused him to exclaim, as he effected her rescue, "Gracious angels! Whew! I thought we were in the fire, Polly." "What a coward you are, ain't you?" said Polly, when replaced. "Yes, I am rather nervous," he replied. "Whew! Don't, Polly." "Don't flourish your spoon, or you'll go over sideways. Don't tilt up your legs when you laugh, Polly, or you'll go over backwards. "Whew! Polly, Polly, Polly!" said Barbox Brothers, nearly succumbing to despair. "We are environed with dangers." Indeed, he could descry no security from the pitfalls that were yawning for Polly, but in proposing to her after dinner to sit upon a low stool. "I will, if you will," said Polly. So, as peace of mind could go before all, he begged the waiter to wheel aside the table, bring a pack of cards, a couple of footstools, and a screen, and close in Polly and himself before the fire, as it were in a snug room within the room. Then, finest sight of all, was Barbox Brothers on his footstool, with a pint decanter on the rug, contemplating Polly as she built successfully, and growing blue in the face with holding his breath, lest he should blow the house down. "How you stare, don't you?" said Polly, in a houseless pause. Detected in the ignoble fact, he felt obliged to admit, apologetically, "I am afraid I was looking rather hard at you, Polly." "Why do you stare?" asked Polly. "I cannot," he murmured to himself, "recall why. I don't know, Polly." "You must be a simpleton to do things and not know why, mustn't you?" said Polly. In spite of which reproof, he looked at the child again intently, as she bent her head over her card structure, her rich curls shading her face. "It is impossible," he thought, "that I can ever have seen this pretty baby before. Can I have dreamed of her? In some sorrowful dream?" He could make nothing of it. So he went into the building trade as a journeyman under Polly, and they built 3 stories high, 4 stories high, even 5. "I say, who do you think is coming?" asked Polly, rubbing her eyes after tea. He guessed the waiter? "No," said Polly, "the dustman. I am getting sleepy." A new embarrassment for Barbox Brothers. "I don't think I am going to be fetched to-night," said Polly. "What do you think?" He thought not either. After another quarter of an hour, the dustman not merely impending, but actually arriving, recourse was had to the Constantinopolitan chambermaid, who cheerily undertook that the child should sleep in a comfortable and wholesome room which she herself would share. "And I know you will be careful, won't you," said Barbox Brothers, as a new fear dawned upon him, "that she won't fall out of bed?" Polly found this so highly entertaining that she was under the necessity of clutching him round the neck with both arms, as he sat on his footstool, picking up the cards, and rocking him to and fro, with her dimpled chin on his shoulder. "Oh, what a coward you are, ain't you?" said Polly. "Do you fall out of bed?" "Not generally, Polly." "No more do I." With that, Polly gave him a reassuring hug or two to keep him going, and then, giving that confiding mite of a hand of hers to be swallowed up in the hand of the Constantinopolitan chambermaid, trotted off, chattering without a vestige of anxiety. He looked after her, had the screen removed and the table and chairs replaced, and still looked after her. He paced the room for half an hour. A most engaging little creature, but it's not that. A most winning little voice, but it's not that. That has much to do with it, but there is something more. How can it be that I seem to know this child? What was it she imperfectly recalled to me when I felt her touch in the street and looked down at her, saw her looking up at me? "Mr. Jackson!" With a start, he turned towards the sound of the subdued voice and saw his answer standing at the door. "Oh, Mr. Jackson, do not be severe with me. Speak a word of encouragement to me, I beseech you." "You are Polly's mother?" "Yes." Yes, Polly herself might come to this one day. As you see what the rose was in its faded leaves, as you see what the summer growth of the woods was in their wintry branches, so Polly might be traced one day in a careworn woman like this, with her hair turned grey. Before him were the ashes of a dead fire that had once burned bright. This was the woman he had loved. This was the woman he had lost. Such had been the constancy of his imagination to her, So had time spared her under its withholding, that now, seeing how roughly the inexorable hand had struck her, his soul was filled with pity and amazement. He led her to a chair, and stood leaning on a corner of the chimney-piece, with his head resting on his hand, and his face half averted. "Did you see me in the street, and show me to your child?" he asked. "Yes." "Is the little creature, then, a party to deceit?" "I hope there is no deceit," I said to her. "We have lost our way, and I must try to find mine by myself. Go to that gentleman and tell him you are lost. You shall be fetched by and by. Perhaps you have not thought how very young she is." "She is very self-reliant." "Perhaps because she is so young." He asked after a short pause, "Why did you do this?" "Oh, Mr. Jackson, do you ask me? In the hope that you might see something in my innocent child to soften your heart towards me, not only towards me, but towards my husband." He suddenly turned about and walked to the opposite end of the room. He came back again with a slower step, and resumed his former attitude, saying, "I thought you had emigrated to America." "We did, but life went ill with us there, and we came back." "Do you live in this town?" "Yes, I am a daily teacher of music here. My husband is a bookkeeper." "Are you, forgive my asking, poor?" "We earn enough for our wants. That is not our distress. My husband is very, very ill of a lingering disorder. He will never recover." "You check yourself. If it is for want of the encouraging word you spoke of, take it from me. I cannot forget the old time, Beatrice." "God bless you!" she replied with a burst of tears, and gave him her trembling hand. "Compose yourself. I cannot be composed if you are not, for to see you weep distresses me beyond expression. Speak freely to me. Trust me." She shaded her face with her veil, and after a little while spoke calmly. Her voice had the ring of Polly's. "It is not that my husband's mind is at all impaired by his bodily suffering, for I assure you that is not the case. But in his weakness, and in his knowledge that he is incurably ill, he cannot overcome the ascendancy of one idea. It preys upon him, embitters every moment of his painful life, and will shorten it." She stopping, he said again, "Speak freely to me. Trust me." "We have had 5 children before this, darling, and they all lie in their little graves. He believes that they have withered away under a curse, and that it will blight this child like the rest." "Under what curse?" "Both I and he have it on our conscience that we tried you very heavily, and I do not know but that, if I were as ill as he, I might suffer in my mind as he does. This is the constant burden. I believe, Beatrice, I was the only friend that Mr. Jackson ever cared to make, though I was so much his junior. The more influence he acquired in the business, the higher he advanced me, and I was alone in his private confidence. I came between him and you, and I took you from him. We were both secret, and the blow fell when he was wholly unprepared. The anguish it caused a man so compressed must have been terrible. The wrath it awakened inappeasable. So a curse came to be invoked on our poor pretty little flowers, and they fall." "And you, Beatrice?" he asked when she had ceased to speak, and there had been a silence afterwards. "How say you?" "Until within these last few weeks I was afraid of you, and I believed that you would never, never forgive." "Until within these few weeks," he repeated. "Have you changed your opinion of me within these few weeks?" "Yes." "For what reason?" "I was getting some pieces of music in a shop in this town, when, to my terror, you came in. As I veiled my face and stood in the dark end of the shop, I heard you explain that you wanted a musical instrument for a bedridden girl. Your voice and manner were so softened, you showed such interest in its selection, you took it away yourself with so much tenderness of care and pleasure, that I knew you were a man with a most gentle heart. Oh, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, if you could have felt the refreshing rain of tears that followed for me." Was Phoebe playing at that moment on her distant couch? He seemed to hear her. "I inquired in the shop where you lived, but could get no information. As I had heard you say you were going back by the next train, but you did not say where, I resolved to visit the station at about that time of day, as often as I could between my lessons, on the chance of seeing you again. I have been there very often, but saw you no more until to-day. You were meditating as you walked the street, but the calm expression of your face emboldened me to send my child to you, and when I saw you bend your head to speak tenderly to her, I prayed to God to forgive me for having ever brought a sorrow on it. I now pray to you to forgive me, and to forgive my husband. I was very young, he was young too, and in the ignorant hardihood of such a time of life we don't know what we do to those who have undergone more discipline. You generous man, you good man, so to raise me up and make nothing of my crime against you," for he would not see her on her knees, and soothed her as a kind father might have soothed an erring daughter. "Thank you, bless you, thank you." When he next spoke, it was after having drawn aside the window curtain and looked out a while. Then he only said, "Is Polly asleep?" "Yes. As I came in, I met her going away upstairs, and put her to bed myself." "Leave her with me for to-morrow, Beatrice, and write me your address on this leaf of my pocket-book. In the evening I will bring her home to you, and to her father." "Hello!" cried Polly, putting her saucy, sunny face in at the door next morning when breakfast was ready. "I thought I was fetched last night." "So you were, Polly, but I asked leave to keep you here for the day, and to take you home in the evening." "Upon my word," said Polly, "you are very cool, ain't you?" However, Polly seemed to think it a good idea, and added, "I suppose I must give you a kiss, though you are cool." The kiss given and taken, they sat down to breakfast in a highly conversational tone. "Of course you are going to amuse me," said Polly. "Oh, of course," said Barbox Brothers. In the pleasurable height of her anticipation, Polly found it indispensable to put down her piece of toast, cross one of her little fat knees over the other, and bring her little fat right hand down into her left hand with a business-like slap. After this gathering of herself together, Polly, by that time a mere heap of dimples, asked in a wheedling manner, "What are we going to do, you dear old thing?" "Why, I was thinking," said Barbox Brothers, "but are you fond of horses, Polly?" "Ponies I am," said Polly, "especially when their tails are long. But horses, no, too big, you know." "Well," pursued Barbox Brothers, in a spirit of grave, mysterious confidence adapted to the importance of the consultation, "I did see yesterday, Polly, on the walls, pictures of two long-tailed ponies, speckled all over." "No, no, no!" cried Polly, in an ecstatic desire to linger on the charming details. "Not speckled all over." "Speckled all over. Which ponies jump through hoops." "No, no, no, no!" cried Polly as before. "They never jump through hoops." "Yes, they do. Oh, I assure you they do. And eat pie in pinafores." "Ponies eating pie in pinafores," said Polly. "What a story-teller you are, ain't you?" "Upon my honour." "And fire off guns." Polly hardly seemed to see the force of the ponies resorting to firearms. "And I was thinking," pursued the exemplary Barbox, "that if you and I were to go to the circus where these ponies are, it would do our constitutions good." "Does that mean amuse us?" inquired Polly. "What long words you do use, don't you?" Apologetic for having wandered out of his depth, he replied, "That means amuse us. That is exactly what it means. There are many other wonders besides the ponies, and we shall see them all. Ladies and gentlemen in spangled dresses, and elephants, and lions, and tigers." Polly became observant of the teapot, with a curled-up nose indicating some uneasiness of mind. "They never get out, of course," she remarked as a mere truism. "The elephants and lions and tigers? Oh, dear, no." "Oh, dear, no," said Polly. "And of course nobody's afraid of the ponies shooting anybody?" "Not the least in the world." "No, no, not the least in the world," said Polly. "I was also thinking," proceeded Barbox, "that if we were to look in at the toy shop to choose a doll—" "Not dressed!" cried Polly with a clap of her hands. "No, no, no, not dressed!" "Full dressed, together with a house and all the things necessary for housekeeping." Polly gave a little scream and seemed in danger of falling into a swoon of bliss. "What a darling you are!" she languidly exclaimed, leaning back in her chair. "Come and be hugged, or I must come and hug you." This resplendent programme was carried into execution with the utmost rigour of the law. It being essential to make the purchase of the doll its first feature, or that lady would have lost the ponies, the toy shop expedition took precedence. Polly, in the magic warehouse, with a doll as large as herself under each arm, and a neat assortment of some 20 or more on view upon the counter, did indeed present a spectacle of indecision not quite compatible with unalloyed happiness, but the light cloud passed. The lovely specimen, oftenest chosen, oftenest rejected, and finally abided by, was of Circassian descent, possessing as much boldness of beauty as was reconcilable with extreme feebleness of mouth, and combining a sky-blue silk pelisse with rose-coloured satin trousers and a black velvet hat, which this fair stranger to our northern shores would seem to have founded on the portraits of the late Duchess of Kent. The name of this distinguished foreigner, brought with her from beneath the glowing skies of a sunny clime, was, on Polly's authority, Miss Melluka, and the costly nature of her outfit as a housekeeper, from the Barbox coffers, may be inferred from the two facts that her silver teaspoons were as large as her kitchen poker, and that the proportions of her watch exceeded those of her frying-pan. Miss Melluka was graciously pleased to express her entire approbation of the circus, and so was Polly. For the ponies were speckled, and brought down nobody when they fired, and the savagery of the wild beasts appeared to be mere smoke, which article, in fact, they did produce in large quantities from their insides. The Barbox absorption in the general subject throughout the realization of these delights was again a sight to see, nor was it less worthy to behold at dinner, when he drank to Miss Melluka, tied stiff in a chair opposite to Polly, the fair Circassian possessing an unbendable spine, and even induced the waiter to assist in carrying out with due decorum the prevailing glorious idea. To wind up, there came the agreeable fever of getting Miss Melluka and all her wardrobe and rich possessions into a fly with Polly to be taken home. But by that time Polly had become unable to look upon such accumulated joys with waking eyes, and had withdrawn her consciousness into the wonderful paradise of a child's sleep. "Sleep, Polly, sleep," said Barbox Brothers, as her head dropped on his shoulder. "You shall not fall out of this bed easily, at any rate." What rustling piece of paper he took from his pocket, and carefully folded into the bosom of Polly's frock, shall not be mentioned. He said nothing about it, and nothing shall be said about it. They drove to a modest suburb of the great ingenious town, and stopped at the forecourt of a small house. "Do not wake the child," said Barbox Brothers softly to the driver. "I will carry her in as she is." Greeting the light at the opened door, which was held by Polly's mother, Polly's bearer passed on with mother and child into a ground-floor room. There, stretched on a sofa, lay a sick man, sorely wasted, who covered his eyes with his emaciated hands. "Tresham," said Barbox in a kindly voice, "I have brought you back your Polly, fast asleep. Give me your hand, and tell me you are better." The sick man reached forth his right hand, and bowed his head over the hand into which it was taken, and kissed it. "Thank you, thank you. I may say that I am well and happy." "That's brave," said Barbox. "Tresham, I have a fancy. Can you make room for me beside you here?" He sat down on the sofa as he said the words, cherishing the plump, peachy cheek that lay uppermost on his shoulder. I have a fancy, Tresham. I am getting quite an old fellow now, you know, and old fellows may take fancies into their heads sometimes. To give up Polly, having found her, to no one but you. Will you take her from me?" As the father held out his arms for the child, each of the two men looked steadily at the other. "She is very dear to you, Tresham." "Unutterably dear." "God bless her! It was not much, Polly," he continued, turning his eyes upon her peaceful face as he apostrophized her, "it is not much, Polly, for a blind and sinful man to invoke a blessing on something so far better than himself as a little child is, but it would be much, much upon his cruel head and much upon his guilty soul, if he could be so wicked as to invoke a curse. He had better have a millstone round his neck and to be cast into the deepest sea. Live and thrive, my pretty baby." Here he kissed her. "Live and prosper and become in time the mother of other little children, like the angels who behold the Father's face." He kissed her again and gave her up gently to both her parents, and went out. But he went not to Wales. No, he never went to Wales. He went straight away for another stroll about the town, and he looked in upon the people at their work and at their play, here, there, everywhere, and where not. For he was Barbox Brothers and Company now, and had taken thousands of partners into the solitary firm. He had at length got back to his hotel room, and was standing before his fire, refreshing himself with a glass of hot drink which he had stood upon the chimney-piece, when he heard the town clock striking, and, referring to his watch, found the evening to have so slipped away that they were striking 12. As he put up his watch again, his eyes met those of his reflection in the chimney-glass. "Why, it's your birthday already," he said, smiling. "You are looking very well. I wish you many happy returns of the day." He had never before bestowed that wish upon himself. By Jupiter, he discovered, it alters the whole case of running away from one's birthday. It's a thing to explain to Phoebe. Besides, here is quite a long story to tell her, that has sprung out of the road with no story. I'll go back instead of going on. I'll go back by my friend Lamp's up X presently." He went back to Mugby Junction, and in point of fact he established himself at Mugby Junction. It was the convenient place to live in for brightening Phoebe's life. It was the convenient place to live in for having her taught music by Beatrice. It was the convenient place to live in for occasionally borrowing Polly. It was the convenient place to live in for being joined at will to all sorts of agreeable places and persons. So he became settled there, and his house standing in an elevated situation, it is noteworthy of him in conclusion, as Polly herself might not irreverently have put it, "There was an old Barbox who lived on a hill, and if he ain't gone, he lives there still." Here follows the substance of what was seen, heard, or otherwise picked up by the gentleman for nowhere in his careful study of the Junction. End of Story 19, Part 3. Story 19 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 19, Mugby Junction, Part 4. Chapter 3, Main Line, The Boy at Mugby. I am the boy at Mugby. That's about what I am. You don't know what I mean. What a pity! But I think you do. I think you must. Look here. I am the boy at what is called the refreshment room at Mugby Junction, and what's proudest boast is that it never yet refreshed a mortal being. Up in a corner of the down refreshment room at Mugby Junction, in the height of 27 cross draughts, I've often counted them while they brush the first-class hair 27 ways, behind the bottles, among the glasses, bounded on the nor'west by the beer, stood pretty far to the right of a metallic object that's at times the tea-urn and at times the soup tureen, according to the nature of the last twang imparted to its contents, which are the same groundwork, fended off from the traveller by a barrier of stale sponge-cakes erected atop of the counter, and lastly exposed sideways to the glare of our Mrs. I. You ask a boy, so situated, next time you stop in a hurry at Mugby for anything to drink. You take particular notice that he'll try to seem not to hear you, that he'll appear in an absent manner to survey the line through a transparent medium composed of your head and body, and that he won't serve you as long as you can possibly bear it. That's me. What a lark it is! We are a model establishment, we are, at Mugby. Other refreshment rooms send their imperfect young ladies up to be finished off by our missus. For some of the young ladies, when they're new to the business, come into it mild. Ah, our missus, she soon takes that out of them. Why, I originally come into the business meek myself, but our missus, she soon took that out of me. What a delightful lark it is! I look upon us refreshmenters as occupying the only proudly independent footing on the line. There's Papers, for instance, my honourable friend, if he will allow me to call him so, him as belongs to Smith's bookstall. Why, he no more dares to be up to our refreshmenting games than he dares to jump atop of a locomotive with her steam at full pressure, and cut away upon her alone, driving himself at limited mail speed. Papers, he'd get his head punched at every compartment, first, second, and third, the whole length of a train, if he were to venture to imitate my demeanour. It's the same with the porters, the same with the guards, the same with the ticket clerks, the same the whole way up to the secretary, traffic manager, or very chairman. There ain't a one among 'em on the nobly independent footing we are. Did you ever catch one of them, when you wanted anything of him, making a system of surveying the line through a transparent medium composed of your body and head? I should hope not. You should see our bandolining room at Mugby Junction. It's led to by the door, behind the counter which you'll notice usually stands ajar, and it's the room where our missus and our young lady bandolines their hair. You should see 'em at it, betwixt trains, bandolining away as if they was anointing themselves for the combat. When you've telegraphed, you should see their noses all a-going up with scorn, as if it was a part of the working of the same Cook and Wheatstone electrical machinery. You should hear our missus give the word, "Here comes the beast to be fed," and then you should see 'em indignantly skipping across the line from the up to the down, or wicker Warsaw, and began to pitch the stale pastry into the plates, and chuck the sawdust sandwiches under the glass covers, and get out the sherry, oh my eye, for your refreshment. It's only in the Isle of the Brave and Land of the Free, by which of course I mean to say Britannia, that refreshmenting is so effective, so wholesome, so constitutional a check upon the public. There was a foreigner which, having politely, with his hat off, beseeched our young ladies and our missus for a "leetle gloss hof pramdy," and having had the line surveyed through him by all and no other acknowledgment, was a proceeding at last to help himself, as seems to be the custom in his own country, when our missus, with her hair almost a-coming unbandolined with rage, and her eyes omitting sparks, flew at him, cotched the decanter out of his hand, and said, "Put it down, I won't allow that." The foreigner turned pale, stepped back with his arms stretched out in front of him, his hands clasped, and his shoulders riz, and exclaimed, "Ah, is it possible that these disdainous females and this ferocious old woman are placed here by the administration, not only to empoison the voyageurs, but to affront them? Great Heaven, how arrives it? The English people! Or is it he then a slave, or idiot?" Another time a merry wide-awake American gent had tried the sawdust and spit it out, and had tried the sherry and spit that out, and had tried in vain to sustain exhausted natur upon butterscotch, and had been rather extra bandolined and line surveyed through, when, as the bell was ringing and he paid our missus, he says, very loud and good-tempered, "I tell you what 'tis, marm, I laugh, dear, I laugh, I do. I oughter had seen most things, for I hail from the unlimited side of the Atlantic Ocean, and I have travelled right slick over the limited head on through Jerusalem and the East, and likewise France and Italy, Europe, Old World, and am now upon the track to the chief European village. But such an institution as you and your young ladies and your fixins, solid and liquid, afore the glorious tarnal, I never did see yet. And if I hain't found the eighth wonder of monarchical creation in finding you and your young ladies and your fixins, solid and liquid, all as aforesaid, established in a country where the people air not absolute lunatics, I am extra double darned what a nip and frizzle to the innermostest grit. Wherefore, theer, I laugh. I do, ma'am, I laugh." And he went, stamping and shaking his sides, along the platform all the way to his own compartment. I think it was her standing up agin the foreigner as give our missus the idea of going over to France and drawing a comparison betwixt refreshmenting as followed among the frog-eaters, and refreshmenting as triumphant in the Isle of the Brave and Land of the Free, by which, of course, I mean to say agin Britannia. Our young ladies, Miss Whiff, Miss Piff, and Mrs. Sniff, was unanimous opposed to her going, for, as they says to our missus, one and all, it is well beknown to the hens of the hearth, as no other nation except Britain has an idea of anythink but above all of business. Why then should you tire yourself to prove what is already proved? Our missus, however, being a teaser at all pints, stood out grim obstinate, and got a return pass by southeastern tidal to go right through, if such should be her dispositions, to Marseilles. Sniff is husband to Mrs. Sniff, and is a regular insignificant cove. He looks arter the sardist department in a back room, and is sometimes, when we are very hard put to it, let behind the counter with a corkscrew, but never when it can be helped, his demeanour towards the public being disgustingly servile. How Mrs. Sniff ever comes so far to lower herself as to marry him, I don't know, but I suppose he does, and I should think he wished he didn't, for he leads a awful life. Mrs. Sniff couldn't be much harder with him if he was public. Similarly, Miss Swift and Miss Piff, taking the tone of Mrs. Sniff, they shoulder Sniff about when he is let in with a corkscrew, and they whisk things out of his hands when in his servility he is a-going to let the public have 'em, and they snap him up when in the crawling baseness of his spirit he is a-going to answer a public question, and they dror more tears into his eyes than ever the mustard does, which he all day long lays on to the sawdust. But it ain't strong. Once, when Sniff had the repulsiveness to reach across to get the milk-pot to hand over for a baby, I see our missus, in her rage, catch him by both his shoulders and spin him out into the bandolining-room. But Mrs. Sniff, how different! She's the one, as you'll notice, to be always looking another way from you when you look at her. She's the one with the small waist buckled in tight in front, and with the lace cuffs at her wrists, which she puts on the edge of the counter before her, and stands a-smoothing while the public foams. This smoothing the cuffs and looking another way while the public foams is the last accomplishment taught to the young ladies as come to Mugby to be finished by our missus, and it's always taught by Mrs. Sniff. When our missus went away upon her journey, Mrs. Sniff was left in charge. She did hold the public in check most beautiful. In all my time, I never see half so many cups of tea given without milk to people as wanted it with, nor half so many cups of tea with milk given to people as wanted it without. When foaming ensued, Mrs. Sniff would say, "Then you'd better settle it among yourselves and change with one another." It was a most highly delicious lark. I enjoyed the refreshmenting business more than ever, and was so glad I had took to it when young. Our missus returned. It got circulated among the young ladies, and it is as it might be penetrated to me through the crevices of the bandolining room that she had horrors to reveal, if revelation so contemptible could be dignified with the name. Agitation become awakened. Excitement was up in the stirrups. Expectation stood a tiptoe. At length it was put forth that on our slacked evening in the week, and at our slackest time of that evening betwixt trains, our missus would give her views of foreign refreshmenting in the bandolining room. It was arranged tasteful for the purpose. The bandolining table and glass was hid in a corner. A arm-chair was elevated on a packing-case for our missus' occupation. A table and a tumbler of water, no sherry in it, thank ye, was placed beside it. Two of the pupils, the season being autumn and hollyhocks and dahlias being in, ornamented the hall with three devices in these flowers. On one might be read, "May Albion never learn." On another, "Keep the public down." On another, "Our refreshmenting charter." The whole had a beautiful appearance, with which the beauty of the sentiments corresponded. On our Mrs. Brow was wrote severity as she ascended the fatal platform. Not that that was anythink new. Miss Whiff and Miss Piff sat at her feet. 3 chairs from the waiting-room might have been perceived by a average eye in front of her, on which the pupils was accommodated. Behind them a very close observer might have discerned a boy. Myself. "Where," said our missus, glancing gloomily around, "is Sniff?" "I thought it better," answered Mrs. Sniff, "that he should not be let to come in. He is such an ass." "No doubt," assented our missus, "but for that reason is it not desirable to improve his mind?" "Oh, nothing will ever improve him," said Mrs. Sniff. "However," pursued our missus, "call him in, Ezekiel." I called him in. The appearance of the low-minded cove was hailed with disapprobation from all sides, on account of his having brought his corkscrew with him. He pleaded the force of habit. "The force," said Mrs. Sniff. "Don't let us have you talking about force, for gracious sake. There, do stand still where you are, with your back against the wall." He is a smiling piece of vacancy, and he smiled in the mean way in which he will even smile at the public, if he gets a chance. Language can say no meaner of him. And he stood upright near the door, with the back of his head agin the wall, as if he was a-waiting for somebody to come and measure his height for the army. "I should not enter, ladies," says our missus, "on the revolting disclosures I am about to make, if it was not in the hope that they will cause you to be yet more implacable in the exercise of the power you wield in a constitutional country, and yet more devoted to the constitutional motto, which I see before me," it was behind her, but the words sounded better so, "May Albion never learn." Here the pupils as had made the motto admired it, and cried, "Hear, hear, hear!" Sniff, showing an inclination to join in chorus, got himself frowned down by every brow. "The baseness of the French," pursued our missus, "is displayed in the fawning nature of their refreshmenting, equals, if not surpasses, anythink as was ever heard of the baseness of the celebrated Bonaparte." Miss Whiff, Miss Piff, and me, we drored a heavy breath, equal to saying, "We thought as much." Miss Whiff and Miss Piff seeming to object to my drawing mine along with theirs, I drored another to aggravate 'em. "Shall I be believed," says our missus, with flashing eyes, "when I tell you that no sooner had I set my foot upon that treacherous shore—" Here Sniff, either bursting out mad, or thinking aloud, says in a low voice, "Feet. Plural, you know." The cowering that come upon him when he was spurned by all eyes, added to his being beneath contempt, was sufficient punishment for a cove so grovelling. In the midst of a silence, rendered more impressive by the turned-up female noses with which it was pervaded, Our Missis went on. Shall I be believed when I tell you that no sooner had I landed (this word with a killing look at Sniff) on that treacherous shore, than I was ushered into a refreshment room, where there were, I do not exaggerate, actually eatable things to eat? A groan burst from the ladies. I not only did myself the honour of jining, but also of lengthening it out. Where there were, our Missis added, not only eatable things to eat, but also drinkable things to drink. A murmur, swelling almost into a scream, ariz. Miss Piff, trembling with indignation, called out, "Name?" "I will name," said Our Missis. "There was roast fowls, hot and cold. There was smoking roast veal, surrounded with browned potatoes. There was hot soup with— again I ask, shall I be credited— nothing bitter in it, and no flour to choke off the consumer. There was a variety of cold dishes set off with jelly. There was salad. There was, mark me, fresh pastry, and that of a light construction. There was a luscious show of fruit. There was bottles and decanters of sound small wine, of every size, and adapted to every pocket. The same odious statement will apply to brandy, and these were set out upon the counter so that all could help themselves." Our Miss's lips so quivered that Mrs. Sniff, though scarcely less convulsed than she were, got up and held the tumbler to them. "This," proceeds Our Missis, "was my first unconstitutional experience. Well would it have been if it had been my last and worst. But no. As I proceeded farther into that enslaved and ignorant land, its aspect became more hideous. I need not explain to this assembly the ingredients and formation of the British refreshment sandwich." Universal laughter, except from Sniff, who, as a sandwich cutter, shook his head in a state of the utmost dejection as he stood with it agin the wall. "Well," said Our Missis, with dilated nostrils, "take a fresh, crisp, long, crusty penny loaf, made of the whitest and best flour. Cut it long ways through the middle. Insert a fair and nicely fitting slice of ham. Tie a smart piece of ribbon around the middle of the whole to bind it together. Add at one end a neat wrapper of clean white paper by which to hold it, and the universal French refreshment sandwich bursts on your disgusted vision." A cry of "Shame!" from all, except Sniff, which rubbed his stomach with a soothing hand. "I need not," said Our Missis, "explain to this assembly the usual formation and fitting of the British refreshment room." "No, no," and laughter. Sniff again shaking his head in low spirits agin the wall. "Well," said Our Missis, "what would you say to a general decoration of everythink, to hangings sometimes elegant, to easy velvet furniture, to abundance of little tables, to abundance of little seats, to brisk bright waiters, to great convenience, to a pervading cleanliness and tastefulness, positively addressing the public, and making the beast thinking itself worth the pains?" Contemptuous fury on the part of all the ladies. Mrs. Sniff looked as if she wanted somebody to hold her, and everybody else looking as if they'd rather not. "3 times," says Our Missis, working herself into a truly terraminous state, "3 times did I see these shameful things only between the coast and Paris, and not counting either, at Hazelbrook, at Arras, at Amiens. But worse remains. Tell me, what would you call a person who should propose in England that there should be kept, say at our own model Mugby Junction, pretty baskets, each holding an assorted cold lunch and dessert for one, each at a certain fixed price, and each within a passenger's power to take away, to empty in the carriage at perfect leisure, and to return at another station 50 or 100 miles farther on?" There was disagreement what such a person should be called. Whether revolutionist, atheist, bright (I said Tim), or un-English, Miss Piff screeched her shrill opinion last in the words, "a malignant maniac." I adopt, says our Mrs., the brand set upon such a person by the righteous indignation of my friend Miss Piff, a malignant maniac. Know, then, that that malignant maniac has sprung from the congenial soil of France, and that his malignant madness was in unchecked action on this same part of my journey. I noticed that Sniff was a-rubbing his hands, and that Mrs. Sniff had got her eye upon him. But I did not take more particular notice, owing to the excited state in which the young ladies was, and to feeling myself called upon to keep it up with a howl. On my experience south of Paris, said our Missis, in a deep tone, I will not expatiate. Too loathsome were the task. But fancy this. Fancy a guard coming round with the train at full speed to inquire how many for dinner. Fancy his telegraphing forward the number of dinners. Fancy every one expected, and the table elegantly laid for the complete party. Fancy a charming dinner at a charming room, and the head cook concerned for the honour of every dish, superintending in his clean white jacket and cap. Fancy the beast travelling 600 miles on end, very fast and with great punctuality, yet being taught to expect all this to be done for it. A spirited chorus of "The Beast." I noticed that Sniff was again a-rubbing his stomach with a soothing hand, and that he had drored up one leg. But again I didn't make particular notice, looking on myself as called upon to stimulate public feeling, it being a lark besides. Putting everything together, said our Missis, French refreshmenting comes to this, and oh, it comes to a nice total. First, eatable things to eat, and drinkable things to drink. A groan from the young ladies, kept up by me. Second, convenience, and even elegance. Another groan from the young ladies, kept up by me. Third, moderate charges. This time a groan from me, kept up by the young ladies. Fourth, and here, says our Missis, I claim your angriest sympathy, attention, common civility, nay, even politeness. Me and the young ladies regularly raging mad altogether. And I cannot in conclusion, says our Missis, with her spitefullest sneer, give you a complete picture of that despicable nation, after what I have related, than assuring you that when they wouldn't bear our constitutional ways and noble independence at Mugby Junction for a single month, and that they would turn us to the right about and put another system in our places as soon as look at us. Perhaps sooner, for I do not believe they have the good taste to care to look at us twice. The swelling tumult was arrested in its rise. Sniff, bore away by his servile disposition, had drored up his leg with a higher and a higher relish, and was now discovered to be waving his corkscrew over his head. It was at this moment that Mrs. Sniff, who had kept her eye upon him like the fabled obelisk, descended on her victim. Our Missis followed them both out, and cries was heard in the sawdust department. You come into the down refreshment room at the Junction, making believe you don't know me, and I'll pint you out with my right thumb over my shoulder which is our Missis, and which is Miss Whiff, and which is Miss Piff, and which is Mrs. Sniff. But you won't get a chance to see Sniff, because he disappeared that night. Whether he perished, tore to pieces, I cannot say, but his corkscrew alone remains, to bear witness to the servility of his disposition. End of Story 19, Part 4. Story 19 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 19, Mugby Junction, Part 5. Chapter 4, Number 1 Branch Line, The Signalman. Hello! Below there! When he heard a voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box, with a flag in his hand, furled round its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting, nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable in his manner of doing so, though I could not have said for my life what. But I know it was remarkable enough to attract my notice, even though his figure was foreshortened and shadowed down in the deep trench, and mine was high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I had shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all. "Hello, below!" From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and, raising his eyes, saw my figure high above him. "Is there any path by which I can come down and speak to you?" He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with a repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration in the earth and air, quickly changing into a violent pulsation and an oncoming rush that caused me to start back, as though it had force to draw me down. When such vapor as rose to my height from this rapid train had passed me, and was skimming away over the landscape, I looked down again and saw him refurling the flag he had shown while the train went by. I repeated my inquiry. After a pause, during which he seemed to regard me with fixed attention, he motioned with his rolled-up flag towards a point on my level some 200 or 300 yards distant. I called down to him, "All right," and made for that point. There, by dint of looking closely about me, I found a rough zigzag descending path notched out, which I followed. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone, which became oozier and wetter as I went down. For these reasons I found the way long enough to give me time to recall a singular air of reluctance or compulsion with which he had pointed out the path. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, I saw that he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed, in an attitude as if he were waiting for me to appear. He had his left hand at his chin, and that left elbow, resting on his right hand, crossed over his breast. His attitude was one of such expectation and watchfulness that I stopped a moment, wondering at it. I resumed my downward way, and stepping out upon the level of the railroad and drawing nearer to him, saw that he was a dark, sallow man, with a dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side a dripping wet wall of ragged stone, excluding all view but a strip of sky, the perspective one way only a crooked prolongation of this great dungeon, the shorter perspective in the other direction terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance to a black tunnel, in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to this spot that it had an earthly, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me as if I had left the natural world. Before he stirred, I was near enough to him to have touched him. Not even then, removing his eyes from mine, he stepped back one step and lifted his hand. This was a lonesome post to occupy, I said, and it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. A visitor was a rarity, I should suppose. Not an unwelcome rarity, I hoped. In me he merely saw a man who had been shut up within narrow limits all his life, and who, being at last set free, had a newly awakened interest in these great works. To such purpose I spoke to him, but I am far from sure of the terms I used, for besides that I am not happy in opening any conversation, there was something in the man that daunted me. He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it as if something were missing from it, and then looked at me. That light was part of his charge, was it not? He answered in a low voice, "Don't you know it is?" The monstrous thought came into my mind as I perused the fixed eyes and the saturnine face that this was a spirit, not a man. I have speculated since whether there may have been infection in his mind. In my turn I stepped back. But in making the action, I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me. This put the monstrous thought to flight. "You look at me," I said, forcing a smile, "as if you had a dread of me." "I was doubtful," he returned, "whether I had seen you before." "Where?" He pointed to the red light he had looked at. "There?" I said. Intently watchful of me, he replied, but without sound, "Yes." "My good fellow, what should I do there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, you may swear." "I think I may," he rejoined. "Yes, I am sure I may." His manner cleared like my own. He replied to my remarks with readiness and in well-chosen words. Had he much to do there? Yes, that was to say, he had enough responsibility to bear, but exactness and watchfulness were what was required of him, and of actual work, manual labor, he had next to none. To change that signal, to trim those lights, and to turn this iron handle now and then, was all he had to do under that head. Regarding those many long and lonely hours of which I seemed to make so much, he could only say that the routine of his life had shaped itself into that form, and he had grown used to it. He had taught himself a language down here, if only to know it by sight and to have formed his own crude ideas of its pronunciation could be called learning it. He had also worked at fractions and decimals, and tried a little algebra, but he was, and had been as a boy, a poor hand at figures. Was it necessary for him, when on duty, always to remain in that channel of damp air, and could he never rise into the sunshine from between those high stone walls? Why, that depended upon times and circumstances. Under some conditions there would be less upon the line than upon others, and the same held good as to certain hours of the day and night. In bright weather he did choose occasions for getting a little above these low shadows, but being at all times liable to be called by his electric bell, and at such times listening for it with redoubled anxiety, the relief was less than I would suppose. He took me into his box, where there was a fire, a desk for an official book in which he had to make certain entries, a telegraphic instrument with its dial face and the needles, and the little bell of which he had spoken. On my trusting that he would excuse the remark that he had been well educated, and, I hoped I might say without offence, perhaps educated above that station, he observed that instances of slight incongruity in such wise would rarely be found wanting among large bodies of men, that he had heard it was so in workhouses, in the police force, even in that last desperate resource, the army, and that he knew it was so, more or less, in any great railway staff. He had been, when young, if I could believe it, sitting in that hut (he scarcely could), a student of natural philosophy, and had attended lectures, but he had run wild, misused his opportunities, gone down, and never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He had made his bed, and he lay upon it. It was far too late to make another. All that I have here condensed he said in a quiet manner, with his grave dark regards divided between me and the fire. He threw in the word "sir" from time to time, and especially when he referred to his youth, as though to request me to understand that he claimed to be nothing but what I found him. He was several times interrupted by the little bell, and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand without the door, and display a flag as a train passed, and make some verbal communication to the driver. In the discharge of his duties, I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant, breaking off his discourse at a syllable, and remaining silent until what he had to do was done. In a word, I should have set this man down as one of the safest of men to be employed in that capacity, but for the circumstance that while he was speaking to me, he twice broke off with a fallen color, turned his face towards the little bell when it did not ring, opened the door of the hut, which was kept shut to exclude the unhealthy damp, and looked out towards the red light near the mouth of the tunnel. On both of these occasions he came back to the fire with the inexplicable air upon him which I had remarked, without being able to define when we were so far asunder. Said I, when I rose to leave him, "You almost make me think that I have met with a contented man." I am afraid, I must acknowledge, that I said it to lead him on. "I believe I used to be so," he rejoined in the low voice in which he had first spoken, "but I am troubled, sir, I am troubled." He would have recalled the words if he could. He had said them, however, and I took them up quickly. "With what? What is your trouble?" "It is very difficult to impart, sir. It is very, very difficult to speak of. If ever you make me another visit, I will try to tell you." "But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?" "I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on again at 10 tomorrow night, sir." "I will come at 11. He thanked me, and went out at the door with me. "I'll show my white light, sir," he said in his peculiar low voice, "till you have found the way up. When you have found it, don't call out. And when you are at the top, don't call out." His manner seemed to make the place strike colder to me, but I said no more than, "Very well." "And when you come down tomorrow night, don't call out. Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, 'Hello, below there,' tonight?" "Heaven knows," said I. "I cried something to that effect." "Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well." "Admit those were the very words. I said them, no doubt, because I saw you below." "For no other reason?" "What other reason could I possibly have?" "You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?" "No." He wished me good night, and held up his light. I walked by the downside of the line of rails, with a very disagreeable sensation of a train coming behind me, until I found the path. It was easier to mount than to descend, and I got back to my inn without any adventure. Punctual to my appointment, I placed my foot on the first notch of the zigzag next night, as the distant clocks were striking 11. He was waiting for me at the bottom with his white light on. "I have not called out," I said, when we came close together. "May I speak now?" "By all means, sir." "Good night, then, and here's my hand." "Good night, sir, and here's mine." With that we walked side by side to his box, entered it, closed the door, and sat down by the fire. "I have made up my mind, sir," he began, bending forward as soon as we were seated, and speaking in a tone but a little above a whisper, "that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. I took you for someone else yesterday evening. That troubles me." "That mistake?" "No, that's someone else." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Like me?" "I don't know. I never saw the face." "The left arm is across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved, this way." I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the action of an arm gesticulating with the utmost passion and vehemence, "For God's sake, clear the way." "One moonlit night," said the man, "I was sitting here, when I heard a voice cry, 'Hello, below there!' I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, 'Look out! Look out!' and then again, 'Hello, below there! Look out!' I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure, calling, 'What's wrong? What has happened? Where?' It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up at it, and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away, when it was gone." "Into the tunnel?" said I. "No. I ran on into the tunnel 500 yards. I stopped, and held my lamp above my head, and saw the figures of the measured distance, and saw the wet stains stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me, and I looked all round the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder to the gallery atop of it, and I came down again and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways, 'An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?' The answer came back both ways, 'All well.' Resisting the slow touch of a frozen finger tracing out my spine, I showed him how that this figure must be a deception of his sense of sight, and how that figures, originating in disease of the delicate nerves that minister to the functions of the eye, were known to have been troubled patients, some of whom had become conscious of the nature of their affliction, and had even proved it by experiments upon themselves. 'As to an imaginary cry,' said I, 'do but listen for a moment to the wind in this unnatural valley, while we speak so low, and to the wild harp it makes of the telegraph wires.' 'That was all very well,' he returned, after we had sat listening for a while, 'and he ought to know something of the wind and the wires, he who so often passed long winter nights there, alone and watching.' But he would beg to remark that he had not finished. I asked his pardon, and he slowly added these words, touching my arm: 'Within 6 hours after the appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened, and within 10 hours the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood.' A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied, I rejoined, that this was a terrible coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind. But it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur, and they must be taken into account in dealing with such a subject. Though, to be sure, I must admit,' I added, for I thought I saw that he was going to bring the objection to bear upon me, 'men of common sense did not allow much for coincidences in making ordinary calculations of life.' He again begged to remark that he had not finished. I again begged his pardon for being betrayed into interruptions. 'This,' he said, again laying his hand upon my arm, and glancing over his shoulder with hollow eyes, 'was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock, when one morning, as the day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked towards the red light, and saw the spectre again.' He stopped, with a fixed look at me. 'Did it cry out?' 'No, it was silent.' 'Did it wave its arm?' 'No, it leaned against the shaft of the light, with both hands before the face, like this.' Once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I have seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. 'Did you go up to it?' 'I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was above me, and the ghost was gone.' 'But nothing followed? Nothing came of this?' He touched me on the arm with his forefinger twice or thrice, giving a ghastly nod each time. 'That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at a carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the driver stop. He shut off and put his brakes on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments, and was brought in here and laid down on this floor between us.' Involuntarily I pushed my chair back as I looked from the boards at which he pointed to himself. 'True, sir, true. Precisely as it happened, so I tell it you.' I could think of nothing to say, to any purpose, and my mouth was very dry. The wind and the wires took up the story with a long, lamenting wail. He resumed, 'Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since it has been there, now and again, by fits and starts. At the light? At the danger light. What does it seem to do?' He repeated, if possible with increased passion and vehemence, that former gesticulation of, 'For God's sake, clear the way!' Then he went on, I have no peace or rest for it. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner. Below there! Look out! Look out! It stands waving to me. It rings my little bell. I caught at that. Did it ring your bell yesterday evening when I was here and you went to the door? Twice. Why, see, said I, how your imagination misleads you. My eyes were on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell, and if I am a living man, it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except when it was rung in the natural course of physical things by the station communicating with you. He shook his head. I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with the man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell that it derives from nothing else, and I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you failed to hear it, but I heard it. And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out? It was there. Both times? He repeated firmly, both times. Will you come to the door with me and look for it now? He bit his underlip as though he were somewhat unwilling, but arose. I opened the door and stood on the step while he stood in the doorway. There was the danger light. There was the dismal mouth of the tunnel. There was the high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were the stars above them. Do you see it? I asked him, taking particular note of his face. His eyes were prominent and strained, but not very much more so, perhaps, than my own had been when I had directed them earnestly towards the same spot. No, he answered, it is not there. Agreed, said I. We went in again, shut the door, and resumed our seats. I was thinking how best to improve this advantage, if it might be called one, when he took up the conversation in such a matter-of-course way, so assuming that there could be no serious question of fact between us, that I felt myself placed in the weakest of positions. By this time you will fully understand, sir, he said, that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the spectre mean? I was not sure, I told him, that I did fully understand. What is its warning against? He said, ruminating, with his eyes on the fire, and only by times turning them on me. What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do? He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. If I telegraph danger on either side of me or on both, I can give no reason for it, he went on, wiping the palms of his hands. I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. This is the way it would work. Message, danger, take care. Answer, what danger? Where? Message, don't know, but for God's sake, take care. They would displace me. What else could they do? His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. When it first stood under the danger light, he went on, putting his dark hair back from his head and drawing his hands outward across and across his temples in an extremity of feverish distress, why not tell me where that accident was to happen, if it must happen? Why not tell me how it could be averted, if it could have been averted? When on its second coming it hid its face, why not tell me instead, she is going to die, let them keep her at home? If it came on those two occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, Lord help me, a mere poor signalman on this solitary station. Why not go to somebody with credit to be believed and power to act? When I saw him in this state, I saw that for the poor man's sake as well as for the public safety, what I had to do for the time was to compose his mind. Therefore, setting aside all question of reality or unreality between us, I represented to him that whoever thoroughly discharged his duty must do well, and that at least it was his comfort that he understood his duty, though he did not understand these confounding appearances. In this effort I succeeded far better than in the attempt to reason him out of his conviction. He became calm. The occupations incidental to his post as the night advanced began to make larger demands on his attention, and I left him at 2 in the morning. I had offered to stay through the night, but he would not hear of it. That I more than once looked back at the red light as I ascended the pathway, that I did not like the red light, and that I should have slept but poorly if my bed had been under it, I see no reason to conceal. Nor did I like the two sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I see no reason to conceal that either. But what ran most in my thoughts was the consideration, how ought I to act, having become the recipient of this disclosure? I had proved the man to be intelligent, vigilant, painstaking, and exact. But how long might he remain so, in his state of mind? Though in a subordinate position, still he held a most important trust, and would I, for instance, like to stake my own life on the chances of his continuing to execute it with precision? Unable to overcome a feeling that there would be something treacherous in my communicating what he told me to his superiors in the company, without first being plain with himself and proposing a middle course to him, I ultimately resolved to offer to accompany him, otherwise keeping his secret for the present, to the wisest medical practitioner we could hear of in those parts, and to take his opinion. A change in his time of duty would come round next night, he had apprised me, and he would be off an hour or two after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. Next evening was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting. I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down from the point from which I had first seen him. I cannot describe the thrill that seized upon me when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw the appearance of a man, with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for in a moment I saw that this appearance of a man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men standing at a short distance, to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a flashing self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there, and causing no one to be sent to overlook or correct what he did, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. "What is the matter?" I asked the men. "Signalman killed this morning, sir." "Not the man belonging to that box?" "Yes, sir." "Not the man I know?" "You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him," said the man who spoke for the others, solemnly uncovering his own head and raising an end of the tarpaulin, for his face is quite composed. "Oh, how did this happen? How did this happen?" I asked, turning from one to another as the hut closed in again. "He was cut down by an Injun, sir. No man in England knew his work better. But somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He had struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. As the Injun came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her, and was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom." The man, who wore a rough, dark dress, stepped back to his former place at the mouth of the tunnel. "Coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir," he said, "I saw him at the end, like as if I saw him down a perspective glass. There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him, and called to him as loud as I could call. "What did you say?" "I said, 'Below there! Look out! Look out! For God's sake, clear the way!'" I started. Ah, it was a dreadful time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last, but it was no use. Without prolonging the narrative to dwell on any one of its curious circumstances more than on any other, I may, in closing it, point out the coincidence that the warning of the engine driver included not only the words which the unfortunate signalman had repeated to me as haunting him, but also the words which I myself, not he, had attached, and that only in my own mind, to the gesticulation he had imitated. End of Story 19, Part 5. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 1. Editor's Note. This was written by Mr. Wilkie Collins conjointly with Mr. Dickens, the only portions furnished exclusively by Mr. Dickens being the Overture and the third act, Mr. Collins contributing to Acts 1st and 4th, and writing the whole of the second. End note. The Overture. Day of the month and year, November the 30th, 1835, London time by the great clock of St. Paul's, 10 at night. All the lesser London churches strained their metallic throats. Some flippantly began before the heavy bell of the great cathedral. Some tardily began 3, 4, half a dozen strokes behind it. All are in sufficiently near accord to leave a resonance in the air, as if the winged Father who devours his children had made a resounding sweep with his gigantic scythe in flying over the city. What is this clock lower than most of the rest, and nearer to the ear, that lags so far behind tonight as to strike into the vibration alone? This is the clock of the Hospital for Foundling Children. Time was when the foundlings were received without question in a cradle at the gate. Time is when inquiries are made respecting them, and they are taken as by favor from the mothers who relinquish all natural knowledge of them and claim to them for evermore. The moon is at the full, and the night is fair with light clouds. The day has been otherwise than fair, for slush and mud, thickened with the droppings of heavy fog, lie black in the streets. The veiled lady who flutters up and down near the postern gate of the Hospital for Foundling Children has need to be well shod tonight. She flutters to and fro, avoiding the stand of hackney coaches, and often pausing in the shadow of the western end of the great quadrangle wall, with her face turned towards the gate. As above her there is the purity of the moonlit sky, and below her there are the defilements of the pavement, so may she, haply, be divided in her mind between two vistas of reflection or experience. As her footprints, crossing and recrossing one another, have made a labyrinth in the mire, so may her track in life have involved itself in an intricate and unravellable tangle. The postern gate of the Hospital for Foundling Children opens, and a young woman comes out. The lady stands aside, observes closely, sees that the gate is quietly closed again from within, and follows the young woman. 2 or 3 streets have been traversed in silence before she, following close behind the object of her attention, stretches out her hand and touches her. Then the young woman stops and looks round, startled. "You touched me last night, and when I turned my head you would not speak. Why do you follow me like a silent ghost?" "It was not," returned the lady in a low voice, "that I would not speak, but that I could not when I tried." "What do you want of me? I have never done you any harm." "Never." Do I know you? No. Then what can you want of me? Here are 2 guineas in this paper. Take my poor little present, and I will tell you. Into the young woman's face, which is honest and comely, comes a flush as she replies, "There is neither grown person nor child in all the large establishment that I belong to who hasn't a good word for Sally. I am Sally. Could I be so well thought of if I was to be bought? I do not mean to buy you. I mean only to reward you very slightly." Sally firmly, but not ungently, closes and puts back the offering hand. "If there is anything I can do for you, ma'am, that I will not do for its own sake. You are much mistaken in me if you think that I will do it for money. What is it you want?" "You are one of the nurses or attendants at the hospital? I saw you leave tonight and last night." "Yes, I am. I am Sally." There is a pleasant patience in your face which makes me believe that very young children would take readily to you. "God bless 'em, so they do." The lady lifts her veil and shows a face no older than the nurse's, a face far more refined and capable than hers, but wild and worn with sorrow. "I am the miserable mother of a baby lately received under your care. I have a prayer to make to you." Instinctively respecting the confidence which has drawn aside the veil, Sally, whose ways are all ways of simplicity and spontaneity, replaces it and begins to cry. "You will listen to my prayer?" the lady urges. "You will not be deaf to the agonized entreaty of such a broken suppliant as I am?" "Oh, dear, dear, dear!" cries Sally. "What shall I say, or can I say? Don't talk of prayers. Prayers are to be put up to the good Father of all, and not to nurses and such. And there, I am only to hold my place for half a year longer, till another young woman can be trained up to it. I am going to be married. I shouldn't have been out last night, and I shouldn't have been out tonight, but that my Dick, he is the young man I am going to be married to, lies ill, and I can help his mother and sister to watch him. Don't take on so. Don't take on so." "Oh, good Sally, dear Sally," moans the lady, catching at her dress entreatingly, "as you are hopeful and I am hopeless, as a fair way in life is before you, which can never, never be before me, as you can aspire to become a respected wife, and as you can aspire to become a proud mother, as you are a living, loving woman and must die, for God's sake, hear my distracted petition." "Dearie, dearie, dearie me!" cries Sally, her desperation culminating in the pronoun. "What am I ever to do? And there, see how you turn my own words back upon me. I tell you I am going to be married on purpose to make it clearer to you that I am going to leave, and therefore couldn't help you if I would. Poor thing! And you make it seem to my own self as if I was cruel in going to be married and not helping you. It ain't kind. Now, is it kind, poor thing?" "Sally, hear me, my dear. My entreaty is for no help in the future. It applies to what is past. It is only to be told in 2 words." "There! This is worse and worse," cries Sally, "supposing that I understand what 2 words you mean." "You do understand. What are the names they have given my poor baby? I ask no more than that. I have read of the customs of the place. He has been christened in the chapel and registered by some surname in the book. He was received last Monday evening. What have they called him?" Down upon her knees in the foul mud of the byway into which they have strayed, an empty street without a thoroughfare giving on the dark gardens of the hospital, the lady would drop in her passionate entreaty, but that Sally prevents her. "Don't! Don't! You make me feel as if I was setting myself up to be good. Let me look in your pretty face again. Put your 2 hands in mine. Now promise you will never ask me anything more than the 2 words. Never, never. You will never put them to a bad use if I say them. Never, never. Walter Wilding." The lady lays her face upon the nurse's breast, draws her close in her embrace with both arms, murmurs a blessing and the words, "Kiss him for me," and is gone. Day of the month and year, the first Sunday in October, 1847. London time, by the great clock of St. Paul's, 1:30 in the afternoon. The clock of the Hospital for Foundling Children is well up with the cathedral to-day. Service in the chapel is over, and the foundling children are at dinner. There are numerous onlookers at the dinner, as the custom is. There are 2 or 3 governors, whole families from the congregation, smaller groups of both sexes, individual stragglers of various degrees. The bright autumnal sun strikes freshly into the wards, and the heavy framed windows through which it shines and the panelled walls on which it strikes are such windows and such walls as pervade Hogarth's pictures. The girls' refectory, including that of the younger children, is the principal attraction. Neat attendants silently glide about the orderly and silent tables. The lookers-on move or stop as the fancy takes them. Comments in whispers on face such a number from such a window are not unfrequent. Many of the faces are of a character to fix attention. Some of the visitors from the outside public are accustomed visitors. They have established a speaking acquaintance with the occupants of particular seats at the tables, and halt at those points to bend down and say a word or two. It is no disparagement to their kindness that those points are generally points where personal attractions are. The monotony of the long, spacious rooms and the double lines of faces is agreeably relieved by these incidents, although so slight. A veiled lady who has no companion goes among the company. It would seem that curiosity and opportunity have never brought her there before. She has the air of being a little troubled by the sight, and as she goes the length of the tables, it is with a hesitating step and an uneasy manner. At length she comes to the refectory of the boys. They are so much less popular than the girls that it is bare of visitors when she looks in at the doorway. But just within the doorway chances to stand, inspecting, an elderly female attendant, some order of matron or housekeeper, to whom the lady addresses natural questions, as how many boys? At what age are they usually put out in life? Do they often take a fancy to the sea? So, lower and lower in tone, until the lady puts the question, which is Walter Wilding? Attendant's head shaken. Against the rules. You know which is Walter Wilding? So keenly does the attendant feel the closeness with which the lady's eyes examine her face, that she keeps her own eyes fast upon the floor, lest by wandering in the right direction they should betray her. I know which is Walter Wilding, but it is not my place, ma'am, to tell names to visitors. But you can show me without telling me? The lady's hand moves quietly to the attendant's hand. Pause and silence. I am going to pass round the tables, says the lady's interlocutor, without seeming to address her. Follow me with your eyes. The boy that I stop at and speak to will not matter to you, but the boy that I touch will be Walter Wilding. Say nothing more to me, and move a little away. Quickly acting on the hint, the lady passes on into the room and looks about her. After a few moments, the attendant, in a staid, official way, walks down outside the line of tables, commencing on her left hand. She goes the whole length of the line, turns and comes back on the inside. Very slightly glancing in the lady's direction, she stops, bends forward, and speaks. The boy whom she addresses lifts his head and replies. Good-humouredly and easily, as she listens to what he says, she lays her hand upon the shoulder of the next boy on his right. That the action may be well noted, she keeps her hand on the shoulder while speaking in return, and pats it twice or thrice before moving away. She completes her tour of the tables, touching no one else, and passes out by a door at the opposite end of the long room. Dinner is done, and the lady, too, walks down outside the line of tables commencing on her left hand, goes the full length of the line, turns, and comes back on the inside. Other people have strolled in, fortunately for her, and stand sprinkled about. She lifts her veil, and, stopping at the touched boy, asks how old he is. "I am 12, ma'am," he answers, with his bright eyes fixed on hers. "Are you well and happy?" "Yes, ma'am." "May you take these sweetmeats from my hand?" "If you please to give them to me." In stooping low for the purpose, the lady touches the boy's face with her forehead and with her hair. Then, lowering her veil again, she passes on, and passes out without looking back. End of Story 20, Part 1. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 2. Act 1. The Curtain Rises. In a courtyard in the city of London, which was no thoroughfare, either for vehicles or foot passengers, a courtyard diverging from a steep, a slippery, and a winding street, connecting Tower Street with the Middlesex shore of the Thames, stood the place of business of Wilding and Company, wine merchants. Probably as a jocose acknowledgment of the obstructive character of this main approach, the point nearest to its base at which one could take the river, if so inodorously minded, bore the appellation Breakneck Stairs. The courtyard itself had likewise been descriptively entitled in old time Cripple Corner. Years before the year 1861, people had left off taking boat at Breakneck Stairs, and watermen had ceased to ply there. The slimy little causeway had dropped into the river by a slow process of suicide, and 2 or 3 stumps of piles and a rusty iron mooring ring were all that remained of the departed Breakneck glories. Sometimes, indeed, a laden coal barge would bump itself into the place, and certain laborious heavers, seemingly mud engendered, would arise, deliver the cargo in the neighbourhood, shove off, and vanish. But at most times the only commerce of Breakneck Stairs arose out of the conveyance of casks and bottles, both full and empty, both to and from the cellars of Wilding and Company, wine merchants. Even that commerce was but occasional, and through 3/4 of its rising tides the dirty, indecorous drab of a river would come solitarily oozing and lapping at the rusty ring, as if it had heard of the Doge and the Adriatic, and wanted to be married to the great conserver of its filthiness, the Right Honourable the Lord Mayor. Some 250 yards on the right, up the opposite hill, approaching it from the low ground of Breakneck Stairs, was Cripple Corner. There was a pump in Cripple Corner. There was a tree in Cripple Corner. All Cripple Corner belonged to Wilding and Company, wine merchants. Their cellars burrowed under it, their mansion towered over it. It really had been a mansion in the days when merchants inhabited the city and had a ceremonious shelter to the doorway without visible support, like the sounding board over an old pulpit. It had also a number of long narrow strips of window, so disposed in its grave brick front as to render it symmetrically ugly. It had also on its roof a cupola with a bell in it. When a man at 25 can put his hat on, and can say, "This hat covers the owner of this property and of the business which is transacted on this property," I consider, Mr. Bintrey, that without being boastful, he may be allowed to be deeply thankful. I don't know how it may appear to you, but so it appears to me. Thus Mr. Walter Wilding to his man of law, in his own counting-house, taking his hat down from its peg to suit the action to the word, and hanging it up again when he had done so, not to overstep the modesty of nature. An innocent, open-speaking, unused-looking man, Mr. Walter Wilding, with a remarkably pink and white complexion, and a figure much too bulky for so young a man, though of a good stature, with crisply curling brown hair and amiable bright blue eyes, an extremely communicative man, a man with whom loquacity was the irrestrainable outpouring of contentment and gratitude. Mr. Bintrey, on the other hand, a cautious man, with twinkling beads of eyes in a large overhanging bald head, who inwardly but intensely enjoyed the comicality of openness of speech or hand or heart. "Yes," said Mr. Bintrey, "yes, ha, ha!" A decanter, 2 wine-glasses, and a plate of biscuits stood on the desk. "You like this 45-year-old port wine?" said Mr. Wilding. "Like it?" repeated Mr. Bintrey. "Rather, sir." "It's from the best corner of our best 45-year-old bin," said Mr. Wilding. "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Bintrey. "It's most excellent." He laughed again as he held up his glass and ogled it at the highly ludicrous idea of giving away such wine. "And now," said Wilding, with a childish enjoyment in the discussion of affairs, "I think we have got everything straight, Mr. Bintrey." "Everything straight," said Bintrey. "A partner secured." "Partner secured," said Bintrey. "A housekeeper advertised for." "Housekeeper advertised for," said Bintrey. "Apply personally at Cripple Corner, Great Tower Street, from 10 to 12, to-morrow, by the by. My late dear mother's affairs wound up." "Wound up," said Bintrey. "And all charges paid." "And all charges paid," said Bintrey, with a chuckle, probably occasioned by the droll circumstance that they had been paid without a haggle. "The mention of my late dear mother," Mr. Wilding continued, his eyes filling with tears and his pocket handkerchief drying them, "unmans me still, Mr. Bintrey. You know how I loved her. You, her lawyer, know how she loved me. The utmost love of mother and child was cherished between us, and we never experienced one moment's division or unhappiness from the time when she took me under her care. 13 years in all. 13 years under my late dear mother's care, Mr. Bintrey, and 8 of them her confidentially acknowledged son. You know the story, Mr. Bintrey. Who but you, sir?" Mr. Wilding sobbed and dried his eyes, without attempt at concealment, during these remarks. Mr. Bintrey enjoyed his comical port, and said, after rolling it in his mouth, "I know the story." "My late dear mother, Mr. Bintrey," pursued the wine merchant, "had been deeply deceived and had cruelly suffered. But on that subject my late dear mother's lips were forever sealed. By whom deceived, or under what circumstances, Heaven only knows. My late dear mother never betrayed her betrayer." "She had made up her mind," said Mr. Bintrey, again turning his wine on his palate, "and she could hold her peace." An amused twinkle in his eyes pretty plainly added, "A devilish deal better than you ever will." "Honour," said Mr. Wilding, sobbing as he quoted from the Commandments, "thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long in the land." "When I was in the Foundling, Mr. Bintrey, I was at such a loss how to do it that I apprehended my days would be short in the land. But I afterwards came to honour my mother deeply, profoundly. And I honour and revere her memory. For 7 happy years, Mr. Bintrey," pursued Wilding, still with the same innocent catching in his breath, and the same unabashed tears, "did my excellent mother article me to my predecessors in this business, Pebbleson Nephew. Her affectionate forethought likewise apprenticed me to the Vintners' Company, and made me in time a free vintner, and everything else that the best of mothers could desire. When I came of age, she bestowed her inherited share in this business upon me. It was her money that afterwards bought out Pebbleson Nephew, and painted in Wilding and Company. It was she who left me everything she possessed but the mourning ring you wear. And yet, Mr. Bintrey," with a fresh burst of honest affection, "she is no more. It is a little over half a year since she came into the corner to read on that doorpost, with her own eyes, 'Wilding and Company, Wine Merchants.' And yet she is no more." "Sad, but the common lot, Mr. Wilding," observed Bintrey. "At some time or other we must all be no more." He placed the 45-year-old port wine in the universal condition with a relishing sigh. "So now, Mr. Bintrey," pursued Wilding, putting away his pocket-handkerchief and smoothing his eyelids with his fingers, now that I can no longer show my love and honor for the dear parent to whom my heart was mysteriously turned by nature when she first spoke to me, a strange lady, I sitting at our Sunday dinner table in the Foundling, I can at least show that I am not ashamed of having been a foundling, and that I, who never knew a father of my own, wish to be a father to all my employment. Therefore, continued Wilding, becoming enthusiastic in his loquacity, therefore I want a thoroughly good housekeeper to undertake this dwelling-house of Wilding and Company, wine merchants, Cripple Corner, so that I may restore in it some of the old relations betwixt employer and employed, so that I may live in it on the spot where my money is made, so that I may daily sit at the head of the table at which the people in my employment eat together, and may eat of the same roast and boiled, and drink of the same beer, so that the people in my employment may lodge under the same roof with me, so that we may one and all — I beg your pardon, Mr. Bintrey, but that old singing in my head has suddenly come on, and I shall feel obliged if you will lead me to the pump." Alarmed by the excessive pinkness of his client, Mr. Bintrey lost not a moment in leading him forth into the courtyard. It was easily done, for the counting-house in which they talked together opened on to it at one side of the dwelling-house. There the attorney pumped with a will, obedient to a sign from the client, and the client laved his head and face with both hands, and took a hearty drink. After these remedies, he declared himself much better. "Don't let your good feelings excite you," said Bintrey, as they returned to the counting-house, and Mr. Wilding dried himself on a jack-towel behind an inner door. "No, no, I won't," he returned, looking out of the towel. "I won't. I have not been confused, have I?" "Not at all. Perfectly clear." "Where did I leave off, Mr. Bintrey?" "Well, you left off— but I wouldn't excite myself, if I was you, by taking it up again just yet." "I'll take care, I'll take care. The singing in my head came on at where, Mr. Bintrey?" "At roast and boiled and beer," answered the lawyer, prompting. "Lodging under the same roof, and one and all." "Ah, and one and all singing in the head together. Do you know, I really would not let my good feelings excite me if I was you," hinted the lawyer again, anxiously. "Try some more pump." "No occasion, no occasion. All right, Mr. Bintrey. And one and all forming a kind of family. You see, Mr. Bintrey, I was not used in my childhood to that sort of individual existence which most individuals have led, more or less, in their childhood. After that time I became absorbed in my late dear mother. Having lost her, I find that I am more fit for being one of a body than one by myself. To be that, and at the same time to do my duty to those dependent on me, and attach them to me, has a patriarchal and pleasant air about it. I don't know how it may appear to you, Mr. Bintrey, but so it appears to me." "It is not I who am all important in the case, but you," returned Bintrey. "Consequently, how it may appear to me is of very small importance." "It appears to me," said Mr. Wilding in a glow, "hopeful, useful, delightful." "Do you know," hinted the lawyer again, "I really would not I am not going to. Then there's Handel." "There's who?" said Bintrey. "Handel, Mozart, Haydn, Kent, Purcell, Dr. Arne, Green, Mendelssohn. I know the choruses to those anthems by heart. Founding Chapel Collection. Why shouldn't we learn them together?" "Who learn them together?" asked the lawyer, rather shortly. "Employer and employed." "Aye, aye," returned Bintrey, mollified, as if he had half expected the answer to be lawyer and client. "That's another thing." Not another thing, Mr. Bintrey. The same thing. A part of the bond among us. We will form a choir in some quiet church near the corner here, and having sung together of a Sunday with a relish, we will come home and take an early dinner together with a relish. The object that I have at heart now is to get this system well in action without delay, so that my new partner may find it founded when he enters on his partnership." "All good be with it!" exclaimed Bintrey, rising. "May it prosper! Is Joey Ladle to take a share in Handel, Mozart, Haydn, Kent, Purcell, Dr. Arne, Green, and Mendelssohn?" "I hope so." "I wish them all well out of it," returned Bintrey, with much heartiness. "Good-bye, sir." They shook hands and parted. Then, first knocking with his knuckles for leave, entered to Mr. Wilding from a door of communication between his private counting-house and that in which his clerks sat, the head cellarman of the cellars of Wilding and Company, wine merchants, and erst head cellarman of the cellars of Pebbleson Nephew. The Joey Ladle in question, a slow and ponderous man of the drayman order of human architecture, dressed in a corrugated suit and bibbed apron, apparently a composite of doormat and rhinoceros hide. "Respecting this same boarding and lodging, young Master Wilding," said he. "Yes, Joey." "Speaking for myself, young Master Wilding, and I never did speak, and I never do speak for no one else, I don't want no boarding, nor yet no lodging. But if you wish to board me and to lodge me, take me. I can peck as well as most men. Where I peck ain't so high a object with me as what I peck. Never even so high a object with me as how much I peck. Is all to live in the house, young Master Wilding? The 2 other cellarmen, the 3 porters, the 2 prentices, and the odd men? Yes, I hope we shall all be a united family, Joey." "Ah," said Joey, "I hope they may be." "They?" "Rather say we, Joey." Joey Ladle shook his head. "Don't look to me to make 'we' on it, young Master Wilding, not at my time of life and under the circumstances which has formed my disposition. I have said to Pebbleson Nephew many a time when they have said to me, 'Put a livelier face upon it, Joey,' I have said to them, 'Gentlemen, it is all wery well for you that has been accustomed to take your wine into your systems by the convivial channel of your throttles, to put a lively face upon it. But, I says, I have been accustomed to take my wine in at the pores of the skin, and took that way it acts different. It acts depressing. It's one thing, gentlemen,' I says to Pebbleson Nephew, 'to charge your glasses in a dining-room with a hip hurrah and a jolly companions every one, and it's another thing to be charged yourself through the pores in a low dark cellar and a mouldy atmosphere. It makes all the difference betwixt bubbles and wapours,' I tells Pebbleson Nephew, and so it do. I've been a cellarman my life through, with my mind fully given to the business. What's the consequence? I'm as muddled a man as lived. You won't find a muddler man than me, nor yet you won't find my equal in melancholy. Sing of filling the bumper fair, every drop you sprinkle o'er the brow of care soothes away a wrinkle. Yes, perhaps so, but try filling yourself through the pores, underground, when you don't want to." "I am sorry to hear this, Joey. I had even thought that you might join a singing class in the house." "Me, sir? No, no, young Master Wilding. You won't catch Joey Ladle muddling the 'armony. A pecking machine, sir, is all that I am capable of proving myself out of my cellars, but that you're welcome to if you think it's worth your while to keep such a thing on your premises." "I do, Joey." "Say no more, sir. The business word is my law. And you're a-going to take young Master George Vendale, partner, into the old business? I am, Joey. More changes, you see, but don't change the name of the firm again. Don't do it, young Master Wilding. It was bad luck enough to make it yourself and company. Better by far have left it Pebbleson Nephew, that good luck always stuck to. You should never change luck when it's good, sir. At all events, I have no intention of changing the name of the house again, Joey." "Glad to hear it, and wish you good day, young Master Wilding. But you had better by half," muttered Joey Ladle inaudibly as he closed the door and shook his head, "have let the name alone from the first. You had better by half have followed the luck instead of crossing it." Enter the housekeeper. The wine merchant sat in his dining room next morning to receive the personal applicants for the vacant post in his establishment. It was an old-fashioned wainscoted room, the panels ornamented with festoons of flowers carved in wood, with an oaken floor, a well-worn Turkey carpet, and dark mahogany furniture, all of which had seen service and polish under Pebbleson Nephew. The great sideboard had assisted at many business dinners given by Pebbleson Nephew to their connection on the principle of throwing sprats overboard to catch whales, and Pebbleson Nephew's comprehensive three-sided plate-warmer, made to fit the whole front of the large fireplace, kept watch beneath it over a sarcophagus-shaped cellaret that had, in its time, held many a dozen of Pebbleson Nephew's wine. But the little rubicund old bachelor with a pigtail, whose portrait was over the sideboard, and who could easily be identified as decidedly Pebbleson and decidedly not Nephew, had retired into another sarcophagus, and the plate-warmer had grown as cold as he. So the golden and black griffins that supported the candelabra, with black balls in their mouths at the end of gilded chains, looked as if in their old age they had lost all heart for playing at ball, and were dolefully exhibiting their chains in the missionary line of inquiry whether they had not earned emancipation by this time, and were not griffins and brothers. Such a Columbus of a morning was the summer morning that it discovered Cripple Corner. The light and warmth pierced in it at the open windows, and irradiated the picture of a lady hanging over the chimney-piece, the only other decoration of the walls. "My mother at 25, said Mr. Wilding to himself, as his eyes enthusiastically followed the light to the portrait's face. "I hang up here in order that visitors may admire my mother in the bloom of her youth and beauty. My mother at 50 I hang in the seclusion of my own chamber, as a remembrance sacred to me. Oh, it's you, Jarvis." These latter words he addressed to a clerk who had tapped at the door and now looked in. "Yes, sir. I merely wish to mention that it's gone 10, sir, and that there are several females in the counting-house." "Dear me," said the wine merchant, deepening in the pink of his complexion and whitening in the white. "Are there several? So many as several? I had better begin before there are more. I'll see them one by one, Jarvis, in the order of their arrival." Hastily entrenching himself in his easy-chair at the table behind a great inkstand, having first placed a chair on the other side of the table opposite his own seat, Mr. Wilding entered on his task with considerable trepidation. He ran the gauntlet that must be run on any such occasion. There are the usual species of profoundly unsympathetic women, and the usual species of much too sympathetic women. There were buccaneering widows who came to seize him, and who gripped umbrellas under their arms, and if each umbrella were he, and each gripper had got him. There were towering maiden ladies who had seen better days, and who came armed with clerical testimonials to their theology, as if he were St. Peter with his keys. There were gentle maiden ladies who came to marry him. There were professional housekeepers, like non-commissioned officers, who put him through his domestic exercise, instead of submitting themselves to catechism. There were languid invalids, to whom salary was not so much an object as the comforts of a private hospital. There were sensitive creatures who burst into tears on being addressed, and had to be restored with glasses of cold water. There were some respondents who came two together, a highly promising one and a wholly unpromising one, of whom the promising one answered all questions charmingly, until it would at last appear that she was not a candidate at all, but only the friend of the unpromising one, who had glowered in absolute silence and apparent injury. At last, when the good wine merchant's simple heart was failing him, there entered an applicant quite different from all the rest, A woman, perhaps 50, but looking younger, with a face remarkable for placid cheerfulness, and a manner no less remarkable for its quiet expression of equability of temper. Nothing in her dress could have been changed to her advantage. Nothing in the noiseless self-possession of her manner could have been changed to her advantage. Nothing could have been in better unison with both than her voice when she answered the question, "What name shall I have the pleasure of noting down?" with the words, "My name is Sarah Goldstraw, Mrs. Goldstraw. My husband has been dead many years, and we had no family." Half a dozen questions had scarcely extracted as much to the purpose from any one else. The voice dwelt so agreeably on Mr. Wilding's ear as he made his note that he was rather long about it. When he looked up again, Mrs. Goldstraw's glance had naturally gone round the room, and now returned to him from the chimney-piece. Its expression was one of frank readiness to be questioned, and to answer straight. "You will excuse my asking you a few questions," said the modest wine merchant. "Oh, surely, sir, or I should have no business here." "Have you filled the station of housekeeper before?" "Only once. I have lived with the same widow lady for 12 years, ever since I lost my husband. She was an invalid, and is lately dead, which is the occasion of my now wearing black." "I do not doubt that she has left you the best credentials," said Mr. Wilding. "I hope I may say the very best. I thought it would save trouble, sir, if I wrote down the name and address of her representatives, and brought it with me," laying a card on the table. "You singularly remind me, Mrs. Goldstraw," said Wilding, taking the card beside him, "of a manner and tone of voice that I was once acquainted with. Not of an individual, I feel sure of that, though I cannot recall what it is I have in my mind, but of a general bearing. I ought to add, it was a kind and pleasant one." She smiled as she rejoined, "At least I am very glad of that, sir." "Yes," said the wine merchant, thoughtfully repeating his last phrase with a momentary glance at his future housekeeper, "it was a kind and pleasant one. But that is the most I can make of it. Memory is sometimes like a half-forgotten dream. I don't know how it may appear to you, Mrs. Goldstraw, but so it appears to me." Probably it appeared to Mrs. Goldstraw in a similar light, for she quietly assented to the proposition. Mr. Wilding then offered to put himself at once in communication with the gentleman named upon the card, a firm of proctors in Doctors' Commons. To this Mrs. Goldstraw thankfully assented. Doctors' Commons not being far off, Mr. Wilding suggested the feasibility of Mrs. Goldstraw's looking in again, say in 3 hours' time. Mrs. Goldstraw readily undertook to do so. In fine, the result of Mr. Wilding's inquiries being eminently satisfactory, Mrs. Goldstraw was that afternoon engaged, on her own perfectly fair terms, to come to-morrow and set up her rest as housekeeper in Cripple Corner. End of Story 20, Part 2. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 3. The housekeeper speaks. On the next day Mrs. Goldstraw arrived to enter on her domestic duties. Having settled herself in her own room, without troubling the servants, and without wasting time, the new housekeeper announced herself as waiting to be favoured with any instructions which her master might wish to give her. The wine merchant received Mrs. Goldstraw in the dining-room, in which he had seen her on the previous day, and the usual preliminary civilities having passed on either side, the two sat down to take counsel together on the affairs of the house. "About the meals, sir?" said Mrs. Goldstraw. "Have I a large or a small number to provide for?" "If I can carry out a certain old-fashioned plan of mine," replied Mr. Wilding, "you will have a large number to provide for. I am a lonely single man, Mrs. Goldstraw, and I hope to live with all the persons in my employment as if they were members of my family. Until that time comes, you will have only me, and the new partner whom I expect immediately to provide for. What my partner's habits may be, I cannot yet say, but I may describe myself as a man of regular hours, with an invariable appetite that you may depend upon to an ounce. "About breakfast, sir?" asked Mrs. Goldstraw. "Is there anything particular?" She hesitated and left the sentence unfinished. Her eyes turned slowly away from her master and looked towards the chimney-piece. If she had been a less excellent and experienced housekeeper, Mr. Wilding might have fancied that her attention was beginning to wander at the very outset of the interview. "8 o'clock is my breakfast hour," he resumed. "It is one of my virtues to be never tired of broiled bacon, and it is one of my vices to be habitually suspicious of the freshness of eggs." Mrs. Goldstraw looked back at him, still a little divided between her master's chimney-piece and her master. "I take tea," Mr. Wilding went on, "and I am perhaps rather nervous and fidgety about drinking it within a certain time after it is made. If my tea stands too long—" He hesitated on his side and left the sentence unfinished. If he had not been engaged in discussing a subject of such paramount interest to himself as his breakfast, Mrs. Goldstraw might have fancied that his attention was beginning to wander at the very outset of the interview. "If your tea stands too long, sir," said the housekeeper, politely taking up her master's lost thread. "If my tea stands too long," repeated the wine merchant mechanically, his mind getting farther and farther away from his breakfast, and his eyes fixing themselves more and more inquiringly on his housekeeper's face. "If my tea—dear, dear me, Mrs. Goldstraw, what is the manner and tone of voice that you remind me of? It strikes me even more strongly to-day than it did when I saw you yesterday. What can it be?" "What can it be?" repeated Mrs. Goldstraw. She said the words, evidently thinking while she spoke them of something else. The wine merchant, still looking at her inquiringly, observed that her eyes wandered towards the chimney-piece once more. They fixed on the portrait of his mother, which hung there, and looked at it with that slight contraction of the brow which accompanies a scarcely conscious effort of memory. Mr. Wilding remarked, "My late dear mother, when she was 25." Mrs. Goldstraw thanked him with a movement of the head for being at the pains to explain the picture, and said with a cleared brow that it was the portrait of a very beautiful lady. Mr. Wilding, falling back into his former perplexity, tried once more to recover that lost recollection associated so closely and yet so undiscoverably with his new housekeeper's voice and manner. "Excuse my asking you a question which has nothing to do with me or my breakfast," he said. "May I inquire if you have ever occupied any other situation than the situation of housekeeper?" "Oh, yes, sir. I began life as one of the nurses at the Foundling." "Why, that's it!" cried the wine merchant, pushing back his chair. "By heaven, their manner is the manner you remind me of." In an astonished look at him, Mrs. Goldstraw changed colour, checked herself, turned her eyes upon the ground, and sat still and silent. "What is the matter?" asked Mr. Wilding. "Do I understand that you were in the Foundling, sir?" "Certainly. I am not ashamed to own it." "Under the name you now bear?" "Under the name of Walter Wilding." "And the lady—" Mrs. Goldstraw stopped short with a look at the portrait, which was now unmistakably a look of alarm. "You mean my mother," interrupted Mr. Wilding. "Your mother," repeated the housekeeper a little constrainedly, "removed you from the Foundling. At what age, sir?" "At between 11 and 12 years old. It's quite a romantic adventure, Mrs. Goldstraw." He told the story of the lady having spoken to him while he sat at dinner with the other boys in the Foundling, and of all that had followed in his innocently communicative way. "My poor mother could never have discovered me," he added, "if she had not met with one of the matrons who pitied her. The matron consented to touch the boy whose name was Walter Wilding as she went around the dinner tables, and so my mother discovered me again, after having parted from me as an infant at the Foundling doors." At those words, Mrs. Goldstraw's hand, resting on the table, dropped helplessly into her lap. She sat, looking at her new master, with a face that had turned deadly pale, and with eyes that expressed an unutterable dismay. "What does this mean?" asked the wine merchant. "Stop!" he cried. "Is there something else in the past time which I ought to associate with you? I remember my mother telling me of another person at the Foundling to whose kindness she owed a debt of gratitude. When she first parted with me as an infant, one of the nurses informed her of the name that had been given to me in the institution. You were that nurse?" "God forgive me, sir. I was that nurse." "God forgive you?" "We had better get back, sir, if I may make so bold as to say so, to my duties in the house," said Mrs. Goldstraw. "Your breakfast hour is 8. Do you lunch or dine in the middle of the day?" The excessive pinkness which Mr. Bintrey had noticed in his client's face began to appear there once more. Mr. Wilding put his hand to his head and mastered some momentary confusion in that quarter before he spoke again. "Mrs. Goldstraw," he said, "you are concealing something from me." The housekeeper obstinately repeated, "Please to favour me, sir, by saying whether you lunch or dine in the middle of the day." "I don't know what I do in the middle of the day. I can't enter into my household affairs, Mrs. Goldstraw, till I know why you regret an act of kindness to my mother, which she always spoke of gratefully to the end of her life. You are not doing me a service by your silence. You are agitating me, you are alarming me, you are bringing on the singing in my head." His hand went up to his head again, and the pink in his face deepened by a shade or two. "It's hard, sir, on just entering your service," said the housekeeper, "to say what may cost me the loss of your goodwill. Please to remember, end how it may, that I only speak because you have insisted on my speaking, and because I see that I am alarming you by my silence. When I told the poor lady, whose portrait you have got there, the name by which her infant was christened in the Foundling, I allowed myself to forget my duty, and dreadful consequences, I am afraid, have followed from it. I'll tell you the truth, as plainly as I can. A few months from the time when I had informed the lady of her baby's name, there came to our institution in the country another lady, a stranger, whose object was to adopt one of our children. She brought the needful permission with her, and after looking at a great many of the children, without being able to make up her mind, she took a sudden fancy to one of the babies, a boy, under my care. Try, pray try, to compose yourself, sir. It's no use disguising it any longer. The child the stranger took away was the child of that lady whose portrait hangs there." Mr. Wilding started to his feet. "Impossible!" he cried out vehemently. "What are you talking about? What absurd story are you telling me now? There's her portrait. Haven't I told you so already? The portrait of my mother." "When that unhappy lady removed you from the Foundling in after years," said Mrs. Goldstraw gently, "she was the victim, and you were the victim, sir, of a dreadful mistake." He dropped back into his chair. "The room goes round with me," he said. "My head, my head!" The housekeeper rose in alarm and opened the windows. Before she could get to the door to call for help, a sudden burst of tears relieved the oppression which had at first almost appeared to threaten his life. He signed entreatingly to Mrs. Goldstraw not to leave him. She waited until the paroxysm of weeping had worn itself out. He raised his head as he recovered himself and looked at her with the angry, unreasoning suspicion of a weak man. "Mistake!" he said, wildly repeating her last word. "How do I know you are not mistaken yourself?" "There is no hope that I am mistaken, sir. I will tell you why when you are better fit to hear it." "Now! Now!" The tone in which he spoke warned Mrs. Goldstraw that it would be cruel kindness to let him comfort himself a moment longer with the vain hope that she might be wrong. A few words more would end it, and those few words she determined to speak. "I have told you," she said, "that the child of the lady whose portrait hangs there was adopted in its infancy and taken away by a stranger. I am as certain of what I say as that I am now sitting here, obliged to distress you, sir, sorely against my will. Please to carry your mind on, now, to about 3 months after that time. I was then at the Foundling in London, waiting to take some children to our institution in the country. There was a question that day about naming an infant, a boy, who had just been received. We generally named them out of the directory. On this occasion, one of the gentlemen who managed the hospital happened to be looking over the register. He noticed that the name of the baby who had been adopted, Walter Wilding, was scratched out, for the reason, of course, that the child had been removed for good from our care. "Here's a name to let," he said. "Give it to the new foundling who has been received today." The name was given, and the child was christened. You, sir, were that child. The wine merchant's head dropped on his breast. "I was that child," he said to himself, trying helplessly to fix the idea in his mind. "I was that child." "Not very long after you had been received into the institution, sir," pursued Mrs. Goldstraw, "I left my situation there to be married. If you will remember that, and if you can give your mind to it, you will see for yourself how the mistake happened. Between 11 and 12 years passed before the lady, whom you have believed to be your mother, returned to the Foundling to find her son, and to remove him to her own home. The lady only knew that her infant son had been called Walter Wilding. The matron who took pity on her could but point out the only Walter Wilding known in the institution. I, who might have set the matter right, was far away from the Foundling, and all that belonged to it. There was really nothing that could prevent this terrible mistake from taking place. I feel for you, I do indeed, sir. You must think, and with reason, that it was in an evil hour that I came here, innocently enough, I'm sure, to apply for your housekeeper's place. I feel as if I was to blame. I feel as if I ought to have had more self-command. If I had only been able to keep my face from showing you what that portrait and what your own words put into my mind, you need never, to your dying day, have known what you know now." Mr. Wilding looked up suddenly. The inbred honesty of the man rose in protest against the housekeeper's last words. His mind seemed to steady itself for the moment under the shocks that had fallen on it. "Do you mean to say that you would have concealed this from me if you could?" he exclaimed. "I hope I should always tell the truth, sir, if I was asked," said Mrs. Goldstraw, "and I know it is better for me that I should not have a secret of this sort weighing on my mind. But is it better for you? What use can it serve now?" "What use? Why, good Lord, if your story is true—" "Should I have told it, sir, as I am now situated, if it had not been true?" "I beg your pardon," said the wine merchant. "You must make allowance for me. This dreadful discovery is something I can't realize even yet. We loved each other so dearly. I felt so fondly that I was her son. She died, Mrs. Goldstraw, in my arms. She died blessing me as only a mother could have blessed me. And now, after all these years, to be told she was not my mother. Oh, me! Oh, me! I don't know what I am saying," he cried, as the impulse of self-control under which he had spoken a moment since flickered and died out. "It was not this dreadful grief. It was something else that I had it in my mind to speak of. Yes, yes, you surprised me, you wounded me just now. You talked as if you would have hidden this from me if you could. Don't talk in that way again. It would have been a crime to have hidden it. You mean well, I know. I don't want to distress you. You are a kind-hearted woman. But you don't remember what my position is. She left me all that I possess in the firm persuasion that I was her son. I am not her son. I have taken the place. I have innocently got the inheritance of another man. He must be found. How do I know he is not at this moment in misery, without bread to eat? He must be found. My only hope of bearing up against the shock that has fallen on me is the hope of doing something which she would have approved. You must know more, Mrs. Goldstraw, than you have told me yet. Who was the stranger who adopted the child? You must have heard the lady's name." "I never heard it, sir. I have never seen her, or heard of her since." "Did she say nothing when she took the child away? Search your memory. She must have said something." "Only one thing, sir, that I can remember. It was a miserably bad season that year, and many of the children were suffering from it. When she took the baby away, the lady said to me, laughing, 'Don't be alarmed about his health. He will be brought up in a better climate than this. I am going to take him to Switzerland.'" "To Switzerland? What part of Switzerland?" "She didn't say, sir." "Only that faint clue," said Mr. Wilding, "and a quarter of a century has passed since the child was taken away. What am I to do?" "I hope you don't take offence at my freedom, sir," said Mrs. Goldstraw, "but why should you distress yourself about what is to be done? He may not be alive now for anything you know. And if he is alive, it's not likely he can be in any distress. The lady who adopted him was a bred and born lady, it was easy to see that, and she must have satisfied them at the Foundling that she could provide for the child, or they would never have let her take him away. If I was in your place, sir, please to excuse my saying so, I should comfort myself with remembering that I had loved that poor lady whose portrait you have got there, truly loved her as my mother, and that she had truly loved me as her son. All she gave to you, she gave for the sake of that love. It never altered while she lived, and it won't alter, I'm sure, as long as you live. How can you have a better right, sir, to keep what you have got than that?" Mr. Wilding's immovable honesty saw the fallacy in his housekeeper's point of view at a glance. "You don't understand me," he said. "It's because I loved her that I feel it a duty, a sacred duty, to do justice to her son. If he is a living man, I must find him, for my own sake as well as for his. I shall break down under this dreadful trial unless I employ myself, actively, instantly employ myself, in doing what my conscience tells me ought to be done. I must speak to my lawyer. I must set my lawyer at work before I sleep to-night." He approached a tube in the wall of the room, and called down through it to the office below. "Leave me for a little, Mrs. Goldstraw," he resumed. "I shall be more composed. I shall be better able to speak to you later in the day. We shall get on well. I hope we shall get on well together, in spite of what has happened. It isn't your fault. I know it isn't your fault. There, there. Shake hands and do the best you can in the house. I can't talk about it now." The door opened as Mrs. Goldstraw advanced towards it, and Mr. Jarvis appeared. "Send for Mr. Bintrey," said the wine merchant. "Say I want to see him directly." The clerk unconsciously suspended the execution of the order by announcing, "Mr. Vendale," and showing in the new partner in the firm of Wilding and Company. "Pray excuse me for one moment, George Vendale," said Wilding. "I have a word to say to Jarvis. Send for Mr. Bintrey," he repeated. "Send at once." Mr. Jarvis laid a letter on the table before he left the room. "From our correspondence at Neuchatel, I should think, sir. The letter has got the Swiss postmark." New characters on the scene. The words "the Swiss postmark," following so soon upon the housekeeper's reference to Switzerland, wrought Mr. Wilding's agitation to such a remarkable height that his new partner could not decently make a pretence of letting it pass unnoticed. "Wilding," he asked hurriedly, and yet stopping short and glancing around as if for some visible cause of his state of mind, "what is the matter?" "My good George Vendale," returned the wine merchant, giving his hand with an appealing look, rather as if he wanted help to get over some obstacle than as if he gave it in welcome or salutation, "my good George Vendale, so much is the matter that I shall never be myself again. It is impossible that I can ever be myself again, for in fact I am not myself." The new partner, a brown-checked, handsome fellow of about his own age, with a quick, determined eye and an impulsive manner, retorted with natural astonishment, "Not yourself?" "Not what I supposed myself to be," said Wilding. "What, in the name of wonder, did you suppose yourself to be that you are not?" was the rejoinder, delivered with a cheerful frankness, inviting confidence from a more reticent man. "I may ask without impertinence, now that we are partners." "There again!" cried Wilding, leaning back in his chair with a lost look at the other. "Partners! I had no right to come into this business. It was never meant for me. My mother never meant it should be mine. I mean his mother meant it should be his, if I mean anything, or if I am anybody." "Come, come," urged his partner, after a moment's pause, and taking possession of him with that calm confidence which inspires a strong nature when it honestly desires to aid a weak one. "Whatever has gone wrong through no fault of yours, I am very sure. I was not in this counting-house with you under the old regime for 3 years to doubt you, Wilding. We were not younger men than we are together for that. Let me begin our partnership by being a serviceable partner and setting right whatever is wrong. Has that letter anything to do with it?" "Ah!" said Wilding, with his hand to his temple. "There again! My head! I was forgetting the coincidence. The Swiss postmark. At a second glance I see that the letter is unopened, so it is not very likely to have much to do with the matter," said Vendale, with comforting composure. "Is it for you or for us?" "For us," said Wilding. "Suppose I open it and read it aloud to get it out of our way." "Thank you, thank you." "The letter is only from our champagne-making friends, the house of Neuchatel. Dear Sir, we are in receipt of yours of the 28th ult., informing us that you have taken your Mr. Vendale into partnership, whereon we beg you to receive the assurance of our felicitations. Permit us to embrace the occasion of specially commending to you Monsieur Jules Obenreizer." Impossible! Wilding looked up in quick apprehension and cried, "Impossible sort of name," returned his partner slightly. "Obenreizer. Of specially commending to you Monsieur Jules Obenreizer, of Soho Square, London, North Side, henceforth fully credited as our agent, and who has already had the honour of making the acquaintance of your Mr. Vendale in his said Monsieur Obenreizer's native country, Switzerland. To be sure! Pooh, pooh, what have I been thinking of? I remember now. When travelling with his niece. With his—" Vendale had so slurred the last word that Wilding had not heard it. "When travelling with his niece. Obenreizer's niece," said Vendale, in a somewhat superfluously lucid manner. "Niece of Obenreizer. I met him in my first Swiss tour, travelled a little with them, and lost them for 2 years. Met them again, my Swiss tour before last, and have lost them ever since. Obenreizer. Niece of Obenreizer. To be sure! Possible sort of name, after all. Monsieur Obenreizer is in possession of our absolute confidence, and we do not doubt you will esteem his merits. Duly signed by the house, de Freycinet et Cie. Very well. I undertake to see Monsieur Obenreizer presently, and clear him out of the way. That clears the Swiss postmark out of the way. So now, my dear Wilding, tell me what I can clear out of your way, and I'll find a way to clear it." More than ready and grateful to be thus taken charge of, the honest wine merchant wrung his partner's hand, and, beginning his tale by pathetically declaring himself an impostor, told it. "It was on this matter, no doubt, that you were sending for Bintrey when I came in," said his partner, after reflecting. "It was." "He has experience and a shrewd head. I shall be anxious to know his opinion. It is bold and hazardous in me to give you mine before I know his, but I am not good at holding back. Plainly, then, I do not see these circumstances as you see them. I do not see your position as you see it. As to your being an impostor, my dear Wilding, that is simply absurd, because no man can be that without being a consenting party to an imposition. Clearly you never were so. As to your enrichment by the lady who believed you to be her son, and whom you were forced to believe, on her showing, to be your mother, consider whether that did not arise out of the personal relations between you. You gradually became much attached to her. She gradually became much attached to you. It was on you, personally you, as I see the case, that she conferred these worldly advantages. It was from her, personally her, that you took them." "She supposed me," objected Wilding, shaking his head, "to have a natural claim upon her, which I had not." "I must admit that," replied his partner, "to be true. But if she had made the discovery that you have made 6 months before she died, do you think it would have cancelled the years you were together, and the tenderness that each of you had conceived for the other, each on increasing knowledge of the other?" "What I think," said Wilding, simply but stoutly holding to the bare fact, "can no more change the truth than it can bring down the sky. The truth is that I stand possessed of what was meant for another man." "He may be dead," said Vendale. "He may be alive," said Wilding. "And if he is alive, have I not, innocently, I grant you, innocently, robbed him of enough? Have I not robbed him of all the happy time that I enjoyed in his stead? Have I not robbed him of the exquisite delight that filled my soul when that dear lady, stretching his hand towards the picture, told me she was my mother? Have I not robbed him of all the care she lavished on me? Have I not even robbed him of all the devotion and duty that I so proudly gave to her? Therefore it is that I ask myself, George Vendale, and I ask you, where is he? What has become of him?" "Who can tell?" "I must try to find out who can tell. I must institute inquiries. I must never desist from prosecuting inquiries. I will live upon the interest of my share, I ought to say his share, in this business, and will lay up the rest for him. When I find him, I may perhaps throw myself upon his generosity, but I will yield up all to him. I will, I swear. As I loved and honoured her," said Wilding, reverently kissing his hand towards the picture, and then covering his eyes with it, "as I loved and honoured her, and have a world of reasons to be grateful to her," and so broke down again. His partner rose from the chair he had occupied, and stood beside him with a hand softly laid upon his shoulder. "Walter, I knew you before to-day to be an upright man, with a pure conscience and a fine heart. It is very fortunate for me that I have the privilege to travel on in life so near to so trustworthy a man. I am thankful for it. Use me as your right hand, and rely upon me to the death. Don't think the worse of me if I protest to you that my uppermost feeling at present is a confused, you may call it an unreasonable one. I feel far more pity for the lady and for you, because you did not stand in your supposed relations, than I can feel for the unknown man, if he ever became a man, because he was unconsciously displaced. You have done well in sending for Mr. Bintrey. What I think will be a part of his advice, I know, is the whole of mine. Do not move a step in this serious matter precipitately. The secret must be kept among us with great strictness, for to part with it lightly would be to invite fraudulent claims, to encourage a host of knaves to let loose a flood of perjury and plotting. I have no more to say now, Walter, than to remind you that you sold me a share of your business expressly to save yourself from more work than your present health is fit for, and that I bought it expressly to do work, and mean to do it." With these words and a parting grip of his partner's shoulder that gave them the best emphasis they could have had, George Vendale betook himself presently to the counting-house, and presently afterwards to the address of Monsieur Jules Obenreizer. End of Story 20, Part 3. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 4. As he turned into Soho Square and directed his steps towards its north side, a deepened colour shot across his sun-browned face, which Wilding, if he had been a better observer, or had been less occupied with his own trouble, might have noticed when his partner read aloud a certain passage in their Swiss correspondent's letter, which he had not read so distinctly as the rest. A curious colony of mountaineers has long been enclosed within that small, flat London district of Soho. Swiss watchmakers, Swiss silver chasers, Swiss jewelers, Swiss importers of Swiss musical boxes, and Swiss toys of various kinds draw close together there. Swiss professors of music, painting, and languages, Swiss artificers in steady work, Swiss couriers and other Swiss servants chronically out of place, industrious Swiss laundresses and clear-starchers, mysteriously existing Swiss of both sexes, Swiss creditable and Swiss discreditable, Swiss to be trusted by all means, and Swiss to be trusted by no means. These diverse Swiss particles are attracted to a centre in the district of Soho. Shabby Swiss eating-houses, coffee-houses, and lodging-houses, Swiss drinks and dishes, Swiss service for Sundays, and Swiss schools for weekdays are all to be found here. Even the native-born English taverns drive a sort of broken English trade, announcing in their windows Swiss whets and drams, and sheltering in their bars Swiss skirmishes of love and animosity on most nights in the year. When the new partner in Wilding and Company rang the bell of a door bearing the blunt inscription "Obenreizer" on a brass plate, the inner door of a substantial house, whose ground story was devoted to the sale of Swiss clocks, he passed at once into domestic Switzerland. A white-tiled stove for winter time filled the fireplace of the room into which he was shown. The room's bare floor was laid together in a neat pattern of several ordinary woods. The room had a prevalent air of surface bareness and much scrubbing, and the little square of flowery carpet by the sofa, and the velvet chimney-board with its capacious clock and vases of artificial flowers, contended with that tone as if, in bringing out the whole effect, a Parisian had adapted a dairy to domestic purposes. Mimic water was dropping off a mill-wheel under the clock. The visitor had not stood before it, following it with his eyes a minute, when Monsieur Obenreizer, at his elbow, startled him by saying in very good English, very slightly clipped, "How do you do? So glad." "I beg your pardon. I didn't hear you come in." "Not at all. Sit, please." Releasing his visitor's two arms, which he had lightly pinioned at the elbows by way of embrace, Monsieur Obenreizer also sat, remarking with a smile, "You are well? So glad," and touching his elbows again. "I don't know," said Vendale, after exchange of salutations, "whether you may yet have heard of me from your house at Neuchatel." "Ah, yes." "In connection with Wilding and Company?" "Ah, surely." "Is it not odd that I should come to you in London, here as one of the firm of Wilding and Company, to pay you the firm's respects?" "Not at all. What did I always observe when we were on the mountains? We called them vast, but the world is so little. So little is the world that one cannot keep away from persons. There are so few persons in the world that they continually cross and recross. So very little in the world that one cannot get rid of a person. Not," touching his elbows again with an ingratiatory smile, "that one would desire to get rid of you." "I hope not, Monsieur Obenreizer. Please call me in your country Mister. I shall call myself so, for I love your country. If I could be English! But I am born. And you? Though descended from so fine a family, you have had the condescension to come into trade? Stop, though. Wines? Is it trade in England or profession? Not fine art?" "Mr. Obenreizer," returned Vendale, somewhat out of countenance, "I was but a silly young fellow just of age when I first had the pleasure of travelling with you, and when you and I and Mademoiselle your niece who is well?" "Thank you. Who is well?" "Shared some slight glacier danger together. If with a boy's vanity I rather vaunted my family, I hope I did so as a kind of introduction of myself. It was very weak and in very bad taste, but perhaps you know our English proverb, 'Live and learn.'" "You make too much of it," returned the Swiss. "And what the devil! After all, yours was a fine family." George Vendale's laugh betrayed a little vexation as he rejoined, Well, I was strongly attached to my parents, and when we first travelled together, Mr. Obenreizer, I was in the first flush of coming into what my father and mother left me. So I hope it may have been, after all, more youthful openness of speech and heart than boastfulness." "All openness of speech and heart, no boastfulness," cried Obenreizer. "You tax yourself too heavily. You tax yourself, my faith, as if it was your government taxing you. Besides, it commenced with me. I remember that evening in the boat upon the lake, floating among reflections of the mountains and valleys, the crags and pine woods, which were my earliest remembrance, I drew a word picture of my sordid childhood. Of our poor hut by the waterfall, which my mother showed to travellers, of the cowshed where I slept with the cow, of my idiot half-brother always sitting at the door or limping down the path to beg, of my half-sister always spinning and resting her enormous goiter on a great stone, of my being a famished, naked little wretch of 2 or 3 years, when they were men and women with hard hands to beat me, I, the only child of my father's second marriage, if it even was a marriage. What more natural than for you to compare notes with me and say, 'We are as one by age. At that same time I sat upon my mother's lap in my father's carriage, rolling through the rich English streets, all luxury surrounding me, all squalid poverty kept far from me. Such is my earliest remembrance as opposed to yours.'" Mr. Obenreizer was a black-haired young man of a dark complexion, through whose swarthy skin no red glow ever shone. When colour would have come into another cheek, a hardly discernible beat would come into his, as if the machinery for bringing up the ardent blood were there, but the machinery were dry. He was robustly made, well proportioned, and had handsome features. Many would have perceived that some surface change in him would have set them more at their ease with him, without being able to define what change. If his lips could have been made much thicker and his neck much thinner, they would have found their want supplied. But the great Obenreizer peculiarity was that a certain nameless film would come over his eyes, apparently by the action of his own will, which would impenetrably veil, not only from those tellers of tales, but from his face at large, every expression save one of attention. It by no means followed that his attention would be wholly given to the person with whom he spoke, or even wholly bestowed on present sounds and objects. Rather, it was a comprehensive watchfulness of everything he had in his own mind, and everything that he knew to be, or suspected to be, in the minds of other men. At this stage of the conversation, Mr. Obenreizer's film came over him. "The object of my present visit," said Vendale, "is, I need hardly say, to assure you of the friendliness of Wilding and Company, and of the goodness of your credit with us, and of our desire to be of service to you. We hope shortly to offer you our hospitality. Things are not quite in train with us yet, for my partner, Mr. Wilding, is reorganizing the domestic part of our establishment, and is interrupted by some private affairs. You don't know Mr. Wilding, I believe?" Mr. Obenreizer did not. "You must come together soon. He will be glad to have made your acquaintance, and I think I may predict that you will be glad to have made his. You have not been long established in London, I suppose, Mr. Obenreizer?" "It is only now that I have undertaken this agency." "Mademoiselle, your niece, is not married?" "Not married." George Vendale glanced about him, as if for any tokens of her. "She has been in London?" "She is in London." "When and where might I have the honour of recalling myself to her remembrance?" Mr. Obenreizer, discarding his film and touching his visitor's elbows as before, said lightly, "Come upstairs." Fluttering enough by the suddenness with which the interview he had sought was coming upon him after all, George Vendale followed upstairs. In a room over the chamber he had just quitted, a room also Swiss appointed, a young lady sat near one of the 3 windows, working at an embroidery frame, and an older lady sat with her face turned close to another white-tiled stove, though it was summer and the stove was not lighted, cleaning gloves. The young lady wore an unusual quantity of fair bright hair, very prettily braided about a rather rounder white forehead than the average English type, and so her face might have been a shade, or say a light, rounder than the average English face, and her figure slightly rounder than the figure of the average English girl at 19. A remarkable indication of freedom and grace of limb in her quiet attitude, and a wonderful purity and freshness of colour in her dimpled face and bright grey eyes, seemed fraught with mountain air. Switzerland, too, though the general fashion of her dress was English, peeped out of the fanciful bodice she wore, and lurked in the curious clocked red stocking, and in its little silver buckled shoe. As to the elder lady, sitting with her feet apart upon the lower brass ledge of the stove, supporting a lapful of gloves while she cleaned one outstretched on her left hand, she was a true Swiss impersonation of another kind. From the breadth of her cushion-like back and the ponderosity of her respectable legs, if the word be admissible, to the black velvet band tied tightly round her throat for the repression of a rising tendency to goiter, or, higher still, to her great copper-coloured gold ear-rings, or, higher still, to her headdress of black gauze stretched on wire. "Miss Marguerite," said Obenreizer to the young lady, "do you recollect this gentleman?" "I think," she answered, rising from her seat, surprised and a little confused, "it is Mr. Vendale." "I think it is," said Obenreizer dryly. "Permit me, Mr. Vendale. Madame Dor." The elder lady by the stove, with the glove stretched on her left hand, like a glover's sign, half got up, half looked over her broad shoulder, and wholly plumped down again and rubbed away. "Madame Dor," said Obenreizer, smiling, "is so kind as to keep me free from stain or tear. Madame Dor humours my weakness for being always neat, and devotes her time to removing every one of my specks and spots." Madame Dor, with the stretched glove in the air and her eyes closely scrutinizing its palm, discovered a tough spot in Mr. Obenreizer at that instant, and rubbed hard at him. George Vendale took his seat by the embroidery frame, having first taken the fair right hand that his entrance had checked, and glanced at the golden cross that dipped into the bodice, with something of the devotion of a pilgrim who had reached his shrine at last. Obenreizer stood in the middle of the room with his thumbs in his waistcoat pockets, and became filmy. "He was saying downstairs, Miss Obenreizer," observed Vendale, "that the world is so small, a place that people cannot escape one another. I have found it much too large for me since I saw you last." "Have you travelled so far, then?" she inquired. "Not so far, for I have only gone back to Switzerland each year, but I could have wished, and indeed I have wished very often, that the little world did not afford such opportunities for long escapes as it does. If it had been less, I might have found my fellow travellers sooner, you know." The pretty Marguerite coloured, and very slightly glanced in the direction of Madame Dor. "You find us at length, Mr. Vendale. Perhaps you may lose us again." "Oh, I trust not. The curious coincidence that has enabled me to find you encourages me to hope not." "What is that coincidence, sir, if you please?" A dainty little native touch in this turn of speech, and in its tone, made it perfectly captivating, thought George Vendale, when again he noticed an instantaneous glance towards Madame Dor. A caution seemed to be conveyed in it, rapid flash though it was, so he quietly took heed of Madame Dor from that time forth. "It is that I happen to have become a partner in a house of business in London, to which Mr. Obenreizer happens this very day to be expressly recommended, and that, too, by another house of business in Switzerland, in which, as it turns out, we both have a commercial interest. He has not told you?" "Oh!" cried Obenreizer, striking in, filmless. "No, I had not told Miss Marguerite. The world is so small and so monotonous that a surprise is worth having in such a little jog-trot place. It is as he tells you, Miss Marguerite. He, of so fine a family and so proudly bred, has condescended to trade. To trade, like us poor peasants who have risen from ditches." A cloud crept over the fair brow, and she cast down her eyes. "Why, it is good for trade," pursued Obenreizer enthusiastically. "It ennobles trade. It is the misfortune of trade. It is its vulgarity that any low people, for example we poor peasants, may make to it and climb by it. See you, my dear Vendale," he spoke with great energy, "the father of Miss Marguerite, my eldest half-brother, more than 2 times your age or mine, if living now, wandered without shoes, almost without rags, from that wretched pass, wandered, got to be fed with the mules and dogs at an inn in the main valley far away, got to be boy there, got to be ostler, got to be waiter, got to be cook, got to be landlord. As landlord he took me. Could he take the idiot beggar his brother, or the spinning monstrosity his sister, to put as pupil to the famous watchmaker, his neighbor and friend? His wife dies when Miss Marguerite is born. What is his will, and what are his words to me when he dies, she being between girl and woman? All for Marguerite, except so much by the year for you. You are young, but I make her your ward, for you were of the obscurest and the poorest peasantry, and so was I, and so was her mother. We were abject peasants all, and you will remember it. The thing is equally true of most of my countrymen now in trade in this your London quarter of Soho. Peasants once, low-born, drudging Swiss peasants. Then how good and great for trade! Here, from having been warm, he became playfully jubilant, and touched the young wine merchant's elbows again with his light embrace. To be exalted by gentlemen! "I do not think so," said Marguerite, with a flushed cheek and a look away from the visitor that was almost defiant. "I think it is as much exalted by us peasants." "Fie, fie, Miss Marguerite," said Obenreizer. "You speak in proud England." "I speak in proud earnest," she answered, quietly resuming her work, "and I am not English, but a Swiss peasant's daughter." There was a dismissal of the subject in her words, which Vendale could not contend against. He only said in an earnest manner, "I most heartily agree with you, Miss Obenreizer, and I have already said so, as Mr. Obenreizer will bear witness, which he by no means did, in this house." Now Vendale's eyes were quick eyes, and, sharply watching Madame Dor by times, noted something in the broad back view of that lady. There was considerable pantomimic expression in her glove-cleaning. It had been very softly done when he spoke with Marguerite, or it had altogether stopped, like the action of a listener. When Obenreizer's peasant speech came to an end, she rubbed most vigorously, as if applauding it. And once or twice, as the glove, which she always held before her a little above her face, turned in the air, or as this finger went down or that went up, he even fancied that it made some telegraphic communication to Obenreizer, whose back was certainly never turned upon it, though he did not seem at all to heed it. Vendale observed, too, that in Marguerite's dismissal of the subject twice forced upon him to his misrepresentation, there was an indignant treatment of her guardian, which she tried to check, as though she would have flamed out against him but for the influence of fear. He also observed, though this was not much, that he never advanced within the distance of her at which he first placed himself, as though there were limits fixed between them. Neither had he ever spoken of her without the prefix Miss, though whenever he uttered it, it was with the faintest trace of an air of mockery. And now it occurred to Vendale for the first time that something curious in the man, which he had never before been able to define, was definable as a certain subtle essence of mockery that eluded touch or analysis. He felt convinced that Marguerite was in some sort a prisoner as to her free will, though she held her own against those two combined, by the force of her character, which was nevertheless inadequate to her release. To feel convinced of this was not to feel less disposed to love her than he had always been. In a word, he was desperately in love with her, and thoroughly determined to pursue the opportunity which had opened at last. For the present he merely touched upon the pleasure that Wilding and Company would soon have in entreating Miss Obenreizer to honour their establishment with her presence, a curious old place, though a bachelor house withal, and so did not protract his visit beyond such a visit's ordinary length. Going downstairs, conducted by his host, he found the Obenreizer counting house at the back of the entrance hall, and several shabby men in outlandish garments hanging about, whom Obenreizer put aside that he might pass, with a few words in patois. Countrymen, he explained, as he attended Vendale to the door, poor compatriots, grateful and attached like dogs. Good-bye. To meet again. So glad. 2 more light touches on his elbows dismissed him into the street. Sweet Marguerite at her frame, and Madame Dor's broad back at her telegraph, floated before him to Cripple Corner. On his arrival there, Wilding was closeted with Bintrey. The cellar doors happening to be open, Vendale lighted a candle in a cleft stick, and went down for a salarious stroll. Graceful Marguerite floated before him faithfully, but Madame Dor's broad back remained outside. The vaults were very spacious and very old. There had been a stone crypt down there, when bygones were not bygones. Some said part of a monkish refectory, some said of a chapel, some said of a pagan temple. It was all one now. Let who would make what he liked of a crumbled pillar and a broken arch or so. Old Time had made what he liked of it, and was quite indifferent to contradiction. The close air, the musty smell, and the thunderous rumbling in the streets above, as being out of the routine of ordinary life, went well enough with the picture of pretty Marguerite holding her own against those two. So Vendale went on until at a turning in the vaults he saw a light like the light he carried. "Oh, you are here, are you, Joey?" "Oughtn't it rather to go, 'Oh, you're here, are you, Master George?' For it's my business to be here. But it ain't yourn." "Don't grumble, Joey." "Oh, I don't grumble," returned the cellarman. "If anything grumbles, it's what I've took in through the pores. It ain't me. Have a care as something in you don't begin a grumbling, Master George. Stop here long enough for the wapers to work, and they'll be at it." His present occupation consisted of poking his head into the bins, making measurements and mental calculations, and entering them in a rhinoceros hide-looking note-book, like a piece of himself. "They'll be at it," he resumed, laying the wooden rod that he measured with across 2 casks, entered his last calculation, and straightened his back. "Trust 'em. And so you've regularly come into the business, Master George?" "Regularly. I hope you don't object, Joey?" "I don't, bless you. But Wapers objects that you're too young." "You're both on you too young." "We shall get over that objection day by day, Joey." "Ay, Master George, but I shall day by day get over the objection that I'm too old, and so I shan't be capable of seeing much improvement in you." The retort so tickled Joey Ladle that he grunted forth a laugh and delivered it again, grunting forth another laugh after the second edition of "improvement in you." "But what's no laughing matter, Master George," he resumed, straightening his back once more, "is that young Master Wilding has gone and changed the luck. Mark my words, he has changed the luck, and he'll find it out. I ain't been down here all my life for nothing. I know by what I notices down here when it's a-going to rain, when it's a-going to hold up, when it's a-going to blow, when it's a-going to be calm. I know by what I notices down here when the luck's changed quite as well." "Has this growth on the roof anything to do with your divination?" asked Vendale, holding his light towards a gloomy, ragged growth of dark fungus pendant from the arches with a very disagreeable and repellent effect. "We are famous for this growth in this vault, aren't we?" "We are, Master George," replied Joey Ladle, moving a step or 2 away, "and if you'll be advised by me, you'll let it alone." Taking up the rod just now laid across the 2 casks, and faintly moving the languid fungus with it, Vendale asked, "Ay, indeed, why so?" Why, not so much because it rises from the casks of wine, and may leave you to judge what sort of stuff a cellarman takes into himself when he walks in the same all the days of his life, nor yet so much because at a stage of its growth it's maggots, and you'll fetch 'em down upon you, returned Joey Ladle, still keeping away, as for another reason, Master George. What other reason? I wouldn't keep on touching it if I was you, sir. I'll tell you if you'll come out of the place. First, take a look at its colour, Master George. I am doing so. Done, sir. Now come out of the place. He moved away with his light, and Vendale followed with his. When Vendale came up with him, and they were going back together, Vendale, eyeing him as they walked through the arches, said, "Well, Joey, the colour. Is it like clotted blood, Master George?" "Like enough, perhaps." "More than enough, I think," muttered Joey Ladle, shaking his head solemnly. "Well, say it is like. Say it is exactly like. What then?" "Master George, they do say—" "Who?" "How should I know who?" rejoined the cellarman, apparently much exasperated by the unreasonable nature of the question. "Them says pretty well everything, you know. How should I know who they are if you don't?" "True. Go on." "They do say that the man that gets by any accident a piece of that dark growth right upon his breast will, for sure and certain, die by murder." As Vendale laughingly stopped to meet the cellarman's eyes, which he had fastened on his light while dreamily saying those words, he suddenly became conscious of being struck upon his own breast by a heavy hand. Instantly following with his eyes the action of the hand that struck him, which was his companion's, he saw that it had beaten off his breast a web or clot of the fungus, even then floating to the ground. For a moment he turned upon the cellarman almost as scared a look as the cellarman turned upon him. But in another moment they had reached the daylight at the foot of the cellar steps, and before he cheerfully sprang up them, he blew out his candle and the superstition together. End of Story 20, Part 4. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 5. Exit Wilding. On the morning of the next day, Wilding went out alone, after leaving a message with his clerk. "If Mr. Vendale should ask for me," he said, "or if Mr. Bintrey should call, tell them I am gone to the Foundling." All that his partner had said to him, all that his lawyer, following on the same side, could urge, had left him persisting unshaken in his own point of view. To find the lost man, whose place he had usurped, was now the paramount interest of his life, and to inquire at the Foundling was plainly to take the first step in the direction of discovery. To the Foundling, accordingly, the wine merchant now went. The once familiar aspect of the building was altered to him, as the look of the portrait over the chimney-piece was altered to him. His one dearest association with the place, which had sheltered his childhood, had been broken away from it for ever. A strange reluctance possessed him when he stated his business at the door. His heart ached as he sat alone in the waiting-room while the treasurer of the institution was being sent for to see him. When the interview began, it was only by a painful effort that he could compose himself sufficiently to mention the nature of his errand. The treasurer listened with a face which promised all needful attention, and promised nothing more. "We are obliged to be cautious," he said, when it came to his turn to speak, "about all inquiries which are made by strangers." "You can hardly consider me a stranger," answered Wilding simply. "I was one of your poor lost children here in the bygone time." The treasurer politely rejoined that this circumstance inspired him with a special interest in his visitor, but he pressed nevertheless for that visitor's motive in making his inquiry. Without further preface, Wilding told him his motive, suppressing nothing. The treasurer rose and led the way into the room in which the registers of the institution were kept. All the information which our books can give us is heartily at your service," he said. "After the time that has elapsed, I am afraid it is the only information we have to offer you." The books were consulted, and the entry was found expressed as followed: 3rd March, 1836. Adopted and removed from the Foundling Hospital a male infant named Walter Wilding. Name and condition of the person adopting the child, Mrs. Jane Ann Miller, widow. Address, Lime Tree Lodge, Groombridge Wells. References, the Rev. John Harker, Groombridge Wells, and Messrs. Giles, Jeremy and Giles, bankers, Lombard Street. "Is that all?" asked the wine merchant. "Had you no after communication with Mrs. Miller?" "None, or some reference to it must have appeared in this book." "May I take a copy of the entry?" "Certainly. You are a little agitated. Let me make a copy for you." "My only chance, I suppose," said Wilding, looking sadly at the copy, "is to inquire at Mrs. Miller's residence, and to try if her references can help me." "That is the only chance I see at present," answered the treasurer. "I heartily wish I could have been of some further assistance to you." With these farewell words to comfort him, Wilding set forth on the journey of investigation which began from the Foundling doors. The first stage to make for was plainly the house of business of the bankers in Lombard Street. Two of the partners in the firm were inaccessible to chance visitors when he asked for them. The third, after raising certain inevitable difficulties, consented to let a clerk examine the ledger marked with the initial letter M. The account of Mrs. Miller, widow, of Groombridge Wells, was found. 2 long lines in faded ink were drawn across it, and at the bottom of the page there appeared this note: "Account closed, September 30th, 1837." So the first stage of the journey was reached, and so it ended in No Thoroughfare. After sending a note to Cripple Corner to inform his partner that his absence might be prolonged for some hours, Wilding took his place in the train and started for the second stage on the journey, Mrs. Miller's residence at Groombridge Wells. Mothers and children travelled with him. Mothers and children met each other at the station. Mothers and children were in the shops when he entered them to inquire for Lime Tree Lodge. Everywhere the nearest and dearest of human relations showed itself happily in the happy light of day. Everywhere he was reminded of the treasured delusion from which he had been awakened so cruelly, of the lost memory which had passed from him like a reflection from a glass. Inquiring here, inquiring there, he could hear of no such place as Lime Tree Lodge. Passing a house agent's office, he went in wearily, and put the question for the last time. The house agent pointed across the street to a dreary mansion of many windows, which might have been a manufactory, but which was an hotel. "That's where Lime Tree Lodge stood, sir," said the man, "10 years ago." The second stage reached, and No Thoroughfare again. But one chance was left. The clerical reference, Mr. Harker, still remained to be found. Customers coming in at the moment to occupy the house agent's attention, Wilding went down the street, and entering a bookseller's shop, asked if he could be informed of the Rev. John Harker's present address. The bookseller looked unaffectedly shocked and astonished, and made no answer. Wilding repeated his question. The bookseller took up from his counter a prim little volume in a binding of sober grey. He handed it to his visitor, open at a title page. Wilding read, "The Martyrdom of the Rev. John Harker in New Zealand, related by a former member of his flock." Wilding put the book down on the counter. "I beg your pardon," he said, thinking a little perhaps of his own present martyrdom while he spoke. The silent bookseller acknowledged the apology by a bow. Wilding went out. Third and last stage, and No Thoroughfare for the third and last time. There was nothing more to be done. There was absolutely no choice but to go back to London, defeated at all points. From time to time on the return journey, the wine merchant looked at his copy of the entry in the Foundling Register. There is one among the many forms of despair, perhaps the most pitiable of all, which persists in disguising itself as hope. Wilding checked himself in the act of throwing the useless morsel of paper out of the carriage window. It may lead to something yet, he thought. While I live, I won't part with it. When I die, my executors shall find it sealed up with my will. Now, the mention of his will set the good wine merchant on a new track of thought, without diverting his mind from its engrossing subject. He must make his will immediately. The application of the phrase "no thoroughfare" to the case had originated with Mr. Bintrey. In their first long conference following the discovery, that sagacious personage had 100 times repeated, with an obstructive shake of the head, "No thoroughfare, sir, no thoroughfare. My belief is that there is no way out of this at this time of day, and my advice is, make yourself comfortable where you are." In the course of the protracted consultation, a magnum of the 45-year-old port wine had been produced for the wetting of Mr. Bintrey's legal whistle, but the more clearly he saw his way through the wine, the more emphatically he did not see his way through the case, repeating as often as he set his glass down empty, "Mr. Wilding, no thoroughfare. Rest and be thankful." It is certain that the honest wine merchant's anxiety to make a will originated in profound conscientiousness, though it is possible, and quite consistent with his rectitude, that he may unconsciously have derived some feeling of relief from the prospect of delegating his own difficulty to 2 other men who were to come after him. Be that as it may, he pursued his new track of thought with great ardour, and lost no time in begging George Vendale and Mr. Bintrey to meet him in Cripple Corner and share his confidence. Being all 3 assembled with closed doors, said Mr. Bintrey, addressing the new partner on the occasion, "I wish to observe before our friend and my client entrusts us with his further views, that I have endorsed what I understand from him to have been your advice, Mr. Vendale, and what would be the advice of every sensible man. I have told him that he positively must keep his secret. I have spoken with Mrs. Goldstraw, both in his presence and in his absence, and if anybody is to be trusted, which is a very large if, I think she is to be trusted to that extent. I have pointed out to our friend and my client that to set on foot random inquiries would not only be to raise the devil in the likeness of all the swindlers in the kingdom, but would also be to waste the estate. Now, you see, Mr. Vendale, our friend and my client does not desire to waste the estate, but on the contrary wishes to husband it for what he considers, but I can't say I do, the rightful owner, if such a rightful owner should ever be found. I am very much mistaken if he ever will be, but never mind that. Mr. Wilding and I are at least agreed that the estate is not to be wasted. Now, I have yielded to Mr. Wilding's desire to keep an advertisement at intervals flowing through the newspapers, cautiously inviting any persons who may know anything about that adopted infant taken from the Foundling Hospital to come to my office, and I have pledged myself that such advertisement shall regularly appear. I have gathered from our friend and my client that I meet you here to-day to take his instruction, not to give him advice. I am prepared to receive his instruction and to respect his wishes, but you will please observe that this does not imply my approval of either as a matter of professional opinion." Thus Mr. Bintrey, talking quite as much at Wilding as to Vendale, and yet, in spite of his care for his client, he was so amused by his client's quixotic conduct as to eye him from time to time with twinkling eyes, in the light of a highly comical curiosity. "Nothing," observed Wilding, "can be clearer. I only wish my head were as clear as yours, Mr. Bintrey." "If you feel that singing in it coming on," hinted the lawyer, with an alarmed glance, "put it off. I mean the interview." "Not at all, I thank you," said Wilding. "What was I going to—" "Oh, don't excite yourself, Mr. Wilding," urged the lawyer. "No, I wasn't going to," said the wine merchant, Mr. Bintrey and George Vendale, would you have any hesitation or objection to become my joint trustees and executors, or can you at once consent?" "I consent," replied George Vendale readily. "And I consent," said Bintrey, not so readily. "Thank you both. Mr. Bintrey, my instructions for my last will and testament are short and plain. Perhaps you will now have the goodness to take them down. I leave the whole of my real and personal estate, without any exception or reservation whatsoever, to you two, my joint trustees and executors, in trust to pay over the whole to the true Walter Wilding, if he shall be found and identified within 2 years after the day of my death. Failing that, in trust to you two to pay over the whole as a benefaction and legacy to the Foundling Hospital." "Those are all your instructions, are they, Mr. Wilding?" demanded Bintrey, after a blank silence, during which nobody had looked at anybody. "The whole. And as to those instructions, you have absolutely made up your mind, Mr. Wilding?" "Absolutely, decidedly, finally." "It only remains," said the lawyer, with one shrug of his shoulders, "to get them into technical and binding form, and to execute and attest. Now, does that press? Is there any hurry about it? You are not going to die yet, sir?" "Mr. Bintrey," answered Wilding gravely, "when I am going to die is within other knowledge than yours or mine. I shall be glad to have this matter off my mind, if you please." "We are lawyer and client again," rejoined Bintrey, who for the nonce had become almost sympathetic. "If this day week, here, at the same hour, will suit Mr. Vendale and yourself, I will enter in my diary that I attend you accordingly." The appointment was made, and in due sequence kept. The will was formally signed, sealed, delivered, and witnessed, and was carried off by Mr. Bintrey for safe storage among the papers of his clients, ranged in their respective iron boxes, with their respective owners' names outside, on iron tiers in his consulting room, as if that legal sanctuary were a condensed family vault of clients. With more heart than he had lately had for former subjects of interest, Wilding then set about completing his patriarchal establishment, being much assisted, not only by Mrs. Goldstraw, but by Vendale too, who perhaps had in his mind the giving of an Obenreizer dinner as soon as possible. Anyhow, the establishment being reported in sound working order, the Obenreizers, guardian and ward, were asked to dinner, and Madame Dor was included in the invitation. If Vendale had been over head and ears in love before, a phrase not to be taken as implying the faintest doubt about it, this dinner plunged him down in love 10,000 fathoms deep. Yet for the life of him he could not get one word alone with charming Marguerite. So surely as a blessed moment seemed to come, Obenreizer, in his filmy state, would stand at Vendale's elbow, or the broad back of Madame Dor would appear before his eyes. That speechless matron was never seen in a front view from the moment of her arrival to that of her departure, except at dinner. And from the instant of her retirement to the drawing-room, after a hearty participation in that meal, she turned her face to the wall again. Yet through 4 or 5 delightful, though distracting hours, Marguerite was to be seen, Marguerite was to be heard, Marguerite was to be occasionally touched. When they made the round of the old dark cellars, Vendale led her by the hand. When she sang to him in the lighted room at night, Vendale, standing by her, held her relinquished gloves, and would have bartered against them every drop of the 45-year-old, though it had been 45 times 45 years old, and its net price 45 times 45 pounds per dozen. And still, when she was gone, and a great gap of an extinguisher was clapped on Cripple Corner, he tormented himself by wondering, did she think that he admired her? Did she think that he adored her? Did she suspect that she had won him heart and soul? Did she care to think at all about it? And so, did she and didn't she, up and down the gamut, and above the line and below the line, dear, dear. Poor restless heart of humanity, to think that the men who were mummies thousands of years ago did the same and ever found the secret how to be quiet after it. "What do you think, George," Wilding asked him next day, "of Mr. Obenreizer? I won't ask you what you think of Miss Obenreizer." "I don't know," said Vendale, "and I never did know what to think of him." "He is well informed and clever," said Wilding. "Certainly clever." "A good musician." He had played very well and sung very well overnight. "Unquestionably a good musician." "And talks well." "Yes," said George Vendale, ruminating, "and talks well. Do you know, Wilding, it oddly occurs to me, as I think about him, that he doesn't keep silence well." "How do you mean? He is not obtrusively talkative." "No, I don't mean that. But when he is silent, you can hardly help vaguely, though perhaps most unjustly, mistrusting him. Take people whom you know and like. Take any one you know and like." "Soon done, my good fellow," said Wilding. "I take you." "I didn't bargain for that, or foresee it," returned Vendale, laughing. "However, take me. Reflect for a moment. Is your approving knowledge of my interesting face mainly founded, however various the momentary expressions it may include, on my face when I am silent?" "I think it is," said Wilding. "I think so too. Now, you see, when Obenreizer speaks, in other words, when he is allowed to explain himself away, he comes out right enough, but when he has not the opportunity of explaining himself away, he comes out rather wrong. Therefore it is that I say he does not keep silence well. And passing hastily in review such faces as I know and don't trust, I am inclined to think, now I give my mind to it, that none of them keep silence well." This proposition in physiognomy being new to Wilding, he was at first slow to admit it, until asking himself the question whether Mrs. Goldstraw kept silence well, and remembering that her face in repose decidedly invited trustfulness, he was as glad as men usually are to believe what they desire to believe. But as he was very slow to regain his spirits or his health, his partner, as another means of setting him up, and perhaps also with contingent Obenreizer views, reminded him of those musical schemes of his in connection with his family, and how a singing class was to be formed in the house, and a choir in a neighbouring church. The class was established speedily, and 2 or 3 of the people having already some musical knowledge, and singing tolerably, the choir soon followed. The latter was led, and chiefly taught, by Wilding himself, who had hopes of converting his dependents into so many foundlings, in respect of their capacity to sing sacred choruses. Now, the Obenreizers being skilled musicians, it was easily brought to pass that they should be asked to join these musical unions. Guardian and ward consenting, or guardian consenting for both, it was necessarily brought to pass that Vendale's life became a life of absolute thraldom and enchantment. For in the mouldy Christopher Wren church on Sundays, with its dearly beloved brethren assembled and met together, 25 strong, was not that her voice that shot like light into the darkest places, thrilling the walls and pillars as though they were pieces of his heart? What time, too, Madame Dor, in a corner of the high pew, turning her back upon everybody and everything, could not fail to be ritualistically right at some moment of the service, like the man whom the doctors recommended to get drunk once a month, and who, that he might not overlook it, got drunk every day. But even those seraphic Sundays were surpassed by the Wednesday concerts established for the patriarchal family. At those concerts she would sit down to the piano and sing them, in her own tongue, songs of her own land, songs calling from the mountain tops to Vendale, "Rise above the grovelling level country, come far away from the crowd, pursue me as I mount higher, 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 melting into the azure distance, rise to my supremest height of all, and love me there." Then would the pretty bodice, the clocked stocking, and the silver-buckled shoe be, like the broad forehead and the bright eyes, fraught with the spring of a very chamois, until the strain was over. Not even over Vendale himself did these songs of hers cast a more potent spell than over Joey Ladle in his different way, steadily refusing to muddle the harmony by taking any share in it, and evincing the supremest contempt for scales and such like rudiments of music, which, indeed, seldom captivate mere listeners. Joey did at first give up the whole business for a bad job, and the whole of the performers for a set of howling dervishes. But descrying traces of unmuddled harmony in a part song one day, he gave his two under-cellarmen faint hopes of getting on towards something in course of time. An anthem of Handel's led to further encouragement from him, though he objected that that great musician must have been down in some of them foreign cellars pretty much, for to go and say the same thing so many times over, which, took it in how you might, he considered a certain sign of your having took it in somehow. On a third occasion, the public appearance of Mr. Jarvis with a flute, and of an odd man with a violin, and the performance of a duet by the two, did so astonish him that, solely of his own impulse and motion, he became inspired with the words "encore," repeatedly pronouncing them as if calling in a familiar manner for some lady who had distinguished herself in the orchestra. But this was his final testimony to the merits of his mates, for the instrumental duet being performed at the first Wednesday concert, and being presently followed by the voice of Marguerite Obenreizer, he sat with his mouth wide open, entranced, until she had finished, when, rising in his place with much solemnity, and prefacing what he was about to say with a bow that specially included Mr. Wilding in it, he delivered himself of the gratifying sentiment, "Arter that you may all on ye get to bed," and ever afterwards declined to render homage in any other words to the musical powers of the family. Thus began a separate personal acquaintance between Marguerite Obenreizer and Joey Ladle. She laughed so heartily at his compliment, and yet was so abashed by it, that Joey made bold to say to her, after the concert was over, he hoped he wasn't so muddled in his head as to have took a liberty. She made him a gracious reply, and Joey ducked in return. "You'll change the luck time about, miss," said Joey, ducking again. "It's such as you in the place that can bring round the luck of the place." "Can I? Round the luck?" she answered in her pretty English, and with a pretty wonder. "I fear I do not understand. I am so stupid." "Young Master Wilding, miss," Joey explained confidentially, though not much to her enlightenment, "changed the luck afore he took in young Master George. So I say, and so they'll find. Lord, only come into the place and sing o'er the luck a few times, miss, and it won't be able to help itself." With this, and with a whole brood of ducks, Joey backed out of the presence. But Joey, being a privileged person, and even an involuntary conquest being pleasant to youth and beauty, Marguerite merrily looked out for him next time. "Where is my Mr. Joey, please?" she asked Vendale. So Joey was produced and shaken hands with, and that became an institution. Another institution arose in this wise. Joey was a little hard of hearing. He himself said it was "wapers," and perhaps it might have been. But whatever the cause of the effect, there the effect was upon him. On this first occasion he had been seen to sidle along the wall with his left hand to his left ear until he had sidled himself into a seat pretty near the singer, in which place and position he had remained until addressing to his friends, the amateurs, the compliment before mentioned. It was observed on the following Wednesday that Joey's action as a pecking machine was impaired at dinner, and it was rumoured about the table that this was explainable by his high-strung expectations of Miss Obenreizer's singing, and his fears of not getting a place where he could hear every note and syllable. The rumour reached Wilding's ears. He, in his good nature, called Joey to the front at night before Marguerite began. Thus the institution came into being that on succeeding nights Marguerite, running her hands over the keys before singing, always said to Vendale, "Where is my Mr. Joey, please?" and that Vendale always brought him forth and stationed him near by. That he should then, when all eyes were upon him, express in his face the utmost contempt for the exertions of his friends, and confidence in Marguerite alone, whom he would stand contemplating, not unlike the rhinoceros out of the spelling book, tamed and on his hind legs, was a part of the institution. Also, that when he remained after the singing in his most ecstatic state, some bold spirit from the back would say, "What do you think of it, Joey?" and he should be goaded to reply, as having that instant conceived the retort, "Arter that, ye may all on ye get to bed." These were other parts of the institution. But the simple pleasure and small jests of Cripple Corner were not destined to have a long life. Underlying them from the first was a serious matter which every member of the patriarchal family knew of, but which, by tacit agreement, all forbore to speak of. Mr. Wilding's health was in a bad way. He might have overcome the shock he had sustained in the one great affection of his life, or he might have overcome his consciousness of being in the enjoyment of another man's property, but the two together were too much for him. A man haunted by twin ghosts, he became deeply depressed. The inseparable spectres sat at the board with him, ate from his platter, drank from his cup, and stood by his bedside at night. When he recalled his supposed mother's love, he felt as though he had stolen it. When he rallied a little under the respect and attachment of his dependents, he felt as though he were even fraudulent in making them happy, for that should have been the unknown man's duty and gratification. Gradually, under the pressure of his brooding mind, his body stooped, his step lost its elasticity, his eyes were seldom lifted from the ground. He knew he could not help the deplorable mistake that had been made, but he knew he could not mend it, for the days and weeks went by, and no one claimed his name or his possessions. And now there began to creep over him a cloudy consciousness of often recurring confusion in his head. He would unaccountably lose sometimes whole hours, sometimes a whole day and night. Once his remembrance stopped as he sat at the head of the dinner-table, and was blank until daybreak. Another time it stopped as he was beating time to their singing, and went on again when he and his partner were walking in the courtyard by the light of the moon, half the night later. He asked Vendale, always full of consideration, work, and help, how this was. Vendale only replied, "You have not been quite well, that's all." He looked for explanation into the faces of his people, but they would put it off with, "Glad to see you looking so much better, sir," or "Hope you're doing nicely now, sir," in which was no information at all. At length, when the partnership was but 5 months old, Walter Wilding took to his bed, and his housekeeper became his nurse. "Lying there, perhaps you will not mind my calling you Sally, Mrs. Goldshaw," said the poor wine merchant. "It sounds more natural to me, sir, than any other name, and I like it better." "Thank you, Sally. I think, Sally, I must of late have been subject to fits. Is that so, Sally? Don't mind telling me now." "It has happened, sir." "Oh, that is the explanation," he quietly remarked. "Mr. Obenreizer, Sally, talks of the world being so small that it is not strange how often the same people come together, and come together at various places and in various stages of life. But it does seem strange, Sally, that I should, as I may say, come round to the foundling to die." He extended his hand to her, and she gently took it. "You are not going to die, dear Mr. Wilding." So Mr. Bintrey said, but I think he is wrong. The old child feeling is coming back upon me, Sally. The old hush and rest as I used to fall asleep. After an interval, he said in a placid voice, "Please kiss me, nurse," and it was evident, believed himself to be lying in the old dormitory. As she had been used to bend over the fatherless and motherless children, Sally bent over the fatherless and motherless man, and put her lips to his forehead, murmuring, "God bless you." "God bless you," he replied in the same tone. After another interval he opened his eyes in his own character and said, "Don't move me, Sally, because of what I am going to say. I lie quite easily. I think my time is come. I don't know how it may appear to you, Sally, but—" Insensibility fell upon him for a few minutes. He emerged from it once more. "I don't know how it may appear to you, Sally, but so it appears to me." When he thus conscientiously finished his favourite sentence, his time came, and he died. End of Story 20, Part 5. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 6. Act 2. Vendale Makes Love. The summer and the autumn had passed. Christmas and the New Year were at hand. As executors honestly bent on performing their duty towards the dead, Vendale and Bintrey had held more than one anxious consultation on the subject of Wilding's will. The lawyer had declared from the first that it was simply impossible to take any useful action in the matter at all. The only obvious inquiries to make, in relation to the lost man, had been made already by Wilding himself, with this result, that time and death together had not left a trace of him discoverable. To advertise for the claimant to the property, it would be necessary to mention particulars, a course of proceeding which would invite half the impostors in England to present themselves in the character of the true Walter Wilding. If we find a chance of tracing the lost man, we will take it. If we don't, let us meet for another consultation on the first anniversary of Wilding's death. So Bintrey advised. And so, with the most earnest desire to fulfil his dead friend's wishes, Vendale was fain to let the matter rest for the present. Turning from his interest in the past to his interest in the future, Vendale still found himself confronting a doubtful prospect. Months on months had passed since his first visit to Soho Square, and through all that time the one language in which he had told Marguerite that he loved her was the language of the eyes, assisted, at convenient opportunities, by the language of the hand. What was the obstacle in his way? The one immovable obstacle which had been in his way from the first. No matter how fairly the opportunities looked, Vendale's efforts to speak with Marguerite alone ended invariably in one and the same result. Under the most accidental circumstances, in the most innocent manner possible, Obenreizer was always in the way. With the last days of the old year came an unexpected chance of spending an evening with Marguerite, which Vendale resolved should be a chance of speaking privately to her as well. A cordial note from Obenreizer invited him on New Year's Day to a little family dinner in Soho Square. "We shall be only 4, the note said. We shall be only 2, Vendale determined, before the evening is out." New Year's Day among the English is associated with the giving and receiving of dinners, and with nothing more. New Year's Day among the foreigners is the grand opportunity of the year for the giving and receiving of presents. It is occasionally possible to acclimatize a foreign custom. In this instance, Vendale felt no hesitation about making the attempt. His one difficulty was to decide what his New Year's gift to Marguerite should be. The defensive pride of the peasant daughter, morbidly sensitive to the inequality between her social position and his, would be secretly roused against him if he ventured on a rich offering. A gift which a poor man's purse might purchase was the one gift that could be trusted to find its way to her heart for the giver's sake. Stoutly resisting temptation in the form of diamonds and rubies, Vendale bought a brooch of the filigree work of Genoa, the simplest and most unpretending ornament that he could find in the jeweller's shop. He slipped his gift into Marguerite's hand as she held it out to welcome him on the day of the dinner. "This is your first New Year's Day in England," he said. "Will you let me help to make it like a New Year's Day at home?" She thanked him, a little constrainedly, as she looked at the jeweller's box, uncertain what it might contain. Opening the box and discovering the studiously simple form under which Vendale's little keepsake offered itself to her, she penetrated his motive on the spot. Her face turned on him brightly with a look which said, "I own you have pleased and flattered me." Never had she been so charming in Vendale's eyes as she was at that moment. Her winter dress, a petticoat of dark silk with a bodice of black velvet rising to her neck and enclosing it softly in a little circle of swansdown, heightened by all the force of contrast the dazzling fairness of her hair and her complexion. It was only when she turned aside from him to the glass, and taking out the brooch that she wore, put his New Year's gift in its place, that Vendale's attention wandered far enough away from her to discover the presence of other persons in the room. He now became conscious that the hands of Obenreizer were affectionately in possession of his elbows. He now heard the voice of Obenreizer thanking him for his attention to Marguerite, with the faintest possible ring of mockery in its tone. "Such a simple present, dear sir, and showing such nice tact." He now discovered, for the first time, that there was one other guest, and but one, besides himself, whom Obenreizer presented as a compatriot and friend. The friend's face was mouldy, and the friend's figure was fat. His age was suggestive of the autumnal period of human life. In the course of the evening he developed two extraordinary capacities. One was a capacity for silence, the other was a capacity for emptying bottles. Madame Dor was not in the room. Neither was there any visible place reserved for her when they sat down to table. Obenreizer explained that it was the good Dor's simple habit to dine always in the middle of the day. She would make her excuses later in the evening. Vendale wondered whether the good Dor had, on this occasion, varied her domestic employment from cleaning Obenreizer's gloves to cooking Obenreizer's dinner. This at least was certain: the dishes served were, one and all, as achievements in cookery, high above the reach of the rude elementary art of England. The dinner was unobtrusively perfect. As for the wine, the eyes of the speechless friend rolled over it as in solemn ecstasy. Sometimes he said "Good" when a bottle came in full, and sometimes he said "Ah" when a bottle went out empty, and there his contributions to the gaiety of the evening ended. Silence is occasionally infectious. Oppressed by private anxieties of their own, Marguerite and Vendale appeared to feel the influence of the speechless friend. The whole responsibility of keeping the talk going rested on Obenreizer's shoulders, and manfully did Obenreizer sustain it. He opened his heart in the character of an enlightened foreigner, and sang the praises of England. When other topics ran dry, he returned to this inexhaustible source, and always set the stream running again as copiously as ever. Obenreizer would have given an arm, an eye, or a leg to have been born an Englishman. Out of England there was no such institution as a home, no such thing as a fireside, no such object as a beautiful woman. His dear Miss Marguerite would excuse him if he accounted for her attractions on the theory that English blood must have mixed at some former time with her obscure and unknown ancestry. Survey this English nation, and behold a tall, clean, plump, and solid people. Look at their cities, what magnificence in their public buildings, what admirable order and propriety in their streets. Admire their laws, combining the eternal principle of justice with the other eternal principle of pounds, shillings, and pence, and applying the product to all civil injuries, from an injury to a man's honour to an injury to a man's nose. You have ruined my daughter, pounds, shillings, and pence. You have knocked me down with a blow in my face, pounds, shillings, and pence. Where was the material prosperity of such a country as that to stop? Obenreizer, projecting himself into the future, failed to see the end of it. Obenreizer's enthusiasm entreated permission to exhale itself, English fashion, in a toast. Here is our modest little dinner over, here is our frugal dessert on the table, and here is the admirer of England conforming to national customs and making a speech. A toast to your white cliffs of Albion, Mr. Vendale, to your national virtues, your charming climate, and your fascinating women, to your hearths, to your homes, to your habeas corpus, and to all your other institutions. In one word, to England. Heap, heap, hooray! Obenreizer's voice had barely chanted the last note of the English cheer, the speechless friend had barely drained the last drop out of his glass, when the festive proceedings were interrupted by a modest tap at the door. A woman servant came in and approached her master with a little note in her hand. Obenreizer opened the note with a frown, and after reading it with an expression of genuine annoyance, passed it on to his compatriot and friend. Vendale's spirits rose as he watched these proceedings. Had he found an ally in the annoying little note? Was the long-looked-for chance actually coming at last? "I am afraid there is no help for it," said Obenreizer, addressing his fellow countryman. "I am afraid we must go." The speechless friend handed back the letter, shrugged his heavy shoulders, and poured himself out a last glass of wine. His fat fingers lingered fondly round the neck of the bottle. They pressed it with a little amatory squeeze at parting. His globular eyes looked dimly, as through an intervening haze, at Vendale and Marguerite. His heavy articulation laboured and brought forth a whole sentence at a birth. "I think," he said, "I should have liked a little more wine." His breath failed him after that effort. He gasped and walked to the door. Obenreizer addressed himself to Vendale with an appearance of the deepest distress. "I am so shocked, so confused, so distressed," he began. "A misfortune has happened to one of my compatriots. He is alone. He is ignorant of your language. I and my good friend here have no choice but to go and help him. What can I say in my excuse? How can I describe my affliction at depriving myself in this way of the honour of your company?" He paused, evidently expecting to see Vendale take up his hat and retire. Discerning his opportunity at last, Vendale determined to do nothing of the kind. He met Obenreizer dexterously with Obenreizer's own weapons. "Pray don't distress yourself," he said. "I'll wait here with the greatest pleasure till you come back." Marguerite blushed deeply, and turned away to her embroidery frame in a corner by the window. The film showed itself in Obenreizer's eyes, and the smile came something sourly to Obenreizer's lips. To have told Vendale that there was no reasonable prospect of his coming back in good time would have been to risk offending a man whose favourable opinion was of solid commercial importance to him. Accepting his defeat with the best possible grace, he declared himself to be equally honoured and delighted by Vendale's proposal. So frank, so friendly, so English. He bustled about, apparently looking for something he wanted, disappeared for a moment through the folding doors communicating with the next room, came back with his hat and coat, and, protesting that he would return at the earliest possible moment, embraced Vendale's elbows, and vanished from the scene in company with the speechless friend. Vendale turned to the corner by the window in which Marguerite had placed herself with her work. There, as if she had dropped from the ceiling or come up through the floor, there, in the old attitude, with her face to the stove, sat an obstacle that had not been foreseen, in the person of Madame Dor. She half got up, half looked over her broad shoulder at Vendale, and plumped down again. Was she at work? Yes. Cleaning Obenreizer's gloves as before? No. Darning Obenreizer's stockings. The case was now desperate. Two serious considerations presented themselves to Vendale. Was it possible to put Madame Dor into the stove? The stove wouldn't hold her. Was it possible to treat Madame Dor, not as a living woman, but as an article of furniture? Could the mind be brought to contemplate this respectable matron purely in the light of a chest of drawers, with a black gauze headdress accidentally left on the top of it? Yes, the mind could be brought to do that. With a comparatively trifling effort, Vendale's mind did it. As he took his place on the old-fashioned window-seat close by Marguerite and her embroidery, a slight movement appeared in the chest of drawers, but no remark issued from it. Let it be remembered that solid furniture is not easy to move, and that it has this advantage in consequence: there is no fear of upsetting it. Unusually silent and unusually constrained, with the bright colour fast fading from her face, with a feverish energy possessing her fingers, the pretty Marguerite bent over her embroidery and worked as if her life depended on it. Hardly less agitated himself, Vendale felt the importance of leading her very gently to the avowal which he was eager to make, to the other sweeter avowal still which he was longing to hear. A woman's love is never to be taken by storm. It yields insensibly to a system of gradual approach. It ventures by the roundabout way and listens to the low voice. Vendale led her memory back to their past meetings when they were travelling together in Switzerland. They revived the impressions, they recalled the events of the happy bygone time. Little by little Marguerite's constraint vanished. She smiled, she was interested, she looked at Vendale, she grew idle with her needle, she made false stitches in her work. Their voices sank lower and lower, their faces bent nearer and nearer to each other as they spoke. And Madame Dor? Madame Dor behaved like an angel. She never looked round. She never said a word. She went on with Obenreizer's stockings. Pulling each stocking up tight over her left arm and holding that arm aloft from time to time to catch the light on her work, there were moments, delicate and indescribable moments, when Madame Dor appeared to be sitting upside down and contemplating one of her own respectable legs elevated in the air. As the minutes wore on, these elevations followed each other at longer and longer intervals. Now and again the black gauze headdress nodded, dropped forward, recovered itself. A little heap of stockings slid softly from Madame Dor's lap and remained, unnoticed, on the floor. A prodigious ball of worsted followed the stockings and rolled lazily under the table. The black gauze headdress nodded, drooped forward, recovered itself, nodded again, dropped forward again, and recovered itself no more. A composite sound, partly as of the purring of an immense cat, partly as the planing of a soft board, rose over the hushed voices of the lovers and hummed at regular intervals through the room. Nature and Madame Dor had combined together in Vendale's interests. The best of women was asleep. Marguerite rose to stop, not the snoring, let us say the audible repose of Madame Dor. Vendale laid his hand on her arm and pressed her back gently into her chair. "Don't disturb her," he whispered. "I have been waiting to tell you a secret. Let me tell it now." Marguerite resumed her seat. She tried to resume her needle. It was useless. Her eyes failed her. Her hand failed her. She could find nothing. "We have been talking," said Vendale, "of the happy time when we first met and first travelled together. I have a confession to make. I have been concealing something. When we spoke of my first visit to Switzerland, I told you of all the impressions I had brought back with me to England, except one. Can you guess what that one is?" Her eyes looked steadfastly at the embroidery, and her face turned a little away from him. Signs of disturbance began to appear in her neat velvet bodice, round the region of the brooch. She made no reply. Vendale pressed the question without mercy. "Can you guess what the one Swiss impression is which I have not told you yet?" Her face turned back towards him, and a faint smile trembled on her lips. "An impression of the mountains, perhaps?" she said slyly. "No, a much more precious impression than that." "Of the lakes?" No, the lakes have not grown dearer and dearer in remembrance to me every day. The lakes are not associated with my happiness in the present and my hopes in the future. Marguerite, all that makes life worth living hangs for me on a word from your lips. Marguerite, I love you." Her head drooped as he took her hand. He drew her to him and looked at her. The tears escaped from her downcast eyes and fell slowly over her cheeks. "Oh, Mr. Vendale," she said sadly, "it would have been kinder to have kept your secret. Have you forgotten the distance between us? It can never, never be." "There can be but one distance between us, Marguerite, a distance of your making. My love, my darling, there is no higher rank in goodness, there is no higher rank in beauty than yours. Come, whisper the one little word which tells me you will be my wife." She sighed bitterly. "Think of your family," she murmured, "and think of mine." Vendale drew her a little nearer to him. "If you dwell on such an obstacle as that," he said, "I shall think but one thought. I shall think I have offended you." She started and looked up. "Oh, no!" she exclaimed innocently. The instant the words passed her lips, she saw the construction that might be placed on them. Her confession had escaped her in spite of herself. A lovely flush of colour overspread her face. She made a momentary effort to disengage herself from her lover's embrace. She looked up at him entreatingly. She tried to speak. The words died on her lips in a kiss that Vendale pressed on them. "Let me go, Mr. Vendale," she said faintly. "Call me George." She laid her head on his bosom. All her heart went out to him at last. "George," she whispered. "Say you love me." Her arms twined themselves gently round his neck. Her lips, timidly touching his cheek, murmured the delicious words, "I love you." In the moment of silence that followed, the sound of the opening and closing of the house door came clear to them through the wintry stillness of the street. Marguerite started to her feet. "Let me go," she said. "He has come back." She hurried from the room and touched Madame Dor's shoulder in passing. Madame Dor woke up with a loud snort, looked first over one shoulder and then over the other, peered down into her lap, and discovered neither stockings, worsted, nor darning needle in it. At the same moment footsteps became audible ascending the stairs. "Mon Dieu!" said Madame Dor, addressing herself to the stove and trembling violently. Vendale picked up the stockings and the ball and huddled them all back in a heap over her shoulder. "Mon Dieu!" said Madame Dor for the second time, as the avalanche of worsted poured into her capacious lap. The door opened, and Obenreizer came in. His first glance round the room showed him that Marguerite was absent. "What!" he exclaimed. "My niece is away? My niece is not here to entertain you in my absence? This is unpardonable. I shall bring her back instantly." Vendale stopped him. "I beg you will not disturb Miss Obenreizer," he said. "You have returned, I see, without your friend." "My friend remains and consoles our afflicted compatriot. A heartrending scene, Mr. Vendale. The household gods at the pawnbroker's, the family immersed in tears. We all embraced in silence. My admirable friend alone possessed his composure. He sent out on the spot for a bottle of wine." "Can I say a word to you in private, Mr. Obenreizer?" "Assuredly." He turned to Madame Dor. "My good creature, you are sinking for want of repose. Mr. Vendale will excuse you." Madame Dor rose and set forth sideways on her journey from the stove to bed. She dropped a stocking. Vendale picked it up for her and opened one of the folding doors. She advanced a step and dropped 3 more stockings. Vendale, stooping to recover them as before, Obenreizer interfered with profuse apologies and with a warning look at Madame Dor. Madame Dor acknowledged the look by dropping the whole of the stockings in a heap and then shuffling away panic-stricken from the scene of disaster. Obenreizer swept up the complete collection fiercely in both hands. "Go!" he cried, giving his prodigious handful a preparatory swing in the air. Madame Dor said, "Mon Dieu!" and vanished into the next room, pursued by a shower of stockings. "What must you think, Mr. Vendale," said Obenreizer, closing the door, "of this deplorable intrusion of domestic details? For myself, I blush at it. We are beginning the new year as badly as possible. Everything has gone wrong to-night. Be seated, pray, and say, what may I offer you? Shall we pay our best respects to another of your noble English institutions? It is my study to be what you call jolly. I propose a grog." Vendale declined the grog, with all needful respect for that noble institution. "I wish to speak to you on a subject in which I am deeply interested," he said. "You must have observed, Mr. Obenreizer, that I have, from the first, felt no ordinary admiration for your charming niece." "You are very good. In my niece's name I thank you." "Perhaps you may have noticed latterly that my admiration for Miss Obenreizer has grown into a tenderer and deeper feeling. Shall we say friendship, Mr. Vendale?" "Say love, and we shall be nearer to the truth." Obenreizer started out of his chair. The faintly discernible heat, which was his nearest approach to a change of colour, showed itself suddenly in his cheeks. "You are Miss Obenreizer's guardian," pursued Vendale. "I ask you to confer upon me the greatest of all favours. I ask you to give me her hand in marriage." Obenreizer dropped back into his chair. "Mr. Vendale," he said, "you petrify me." "I will wait," rejoined Vendale, "until you have recovered yourself." "One word before I recover myself. You have said nothing about this to my niece?" "I have opened my whole heart to your niece, and I have reason to hope—" "What!" interposed Obenreizer. "You have made a proposal to my niece without first asking for my authority to pay your addresses to her?" He struck his hand on the table and lost his hold over himself for the first time in Vendale's experience of him. "Sir," he exclaimed indignantly, "what sort of conduct is this? As a man of honour, speaking to a man of honour, how can you justify it?" "I can only justify it as one of our English institutions," said Vendale quietly. "You admire our English institutions? I can't honestly tell you, Mr. Obenreizer, that I regret what I have done. I can only assure you that I have not acted in the matter with any intentional disrespect towards yourself. This said, may I ask you to tell me plainly what objection you see to favouring my suit?" "I see this immense objection," answered Obenreizer, "that my niece and you are not in a social equality together. My niece is the daughter of a poor peasant, and you are the son of a gentleman. You do us an honour," he added, lowering himself again gradually to his customary polite level, "which deserves and has our most grateful acknowledgments, but the inequality is too glaring, the sacrifice is too great. You English are a proud people, Mr. Vendale. I have observed enough of this country to see that such a marriage as you propose would be a scandal here. Not a hand would be held out to your peasant wife, and all your best friends would desert you." "One moment," said Vendale, interposing on his side. "I may claim, without any great arrogance, to know more of my country people in general, and of my own friends in particular, than you do. In the estimation of everybody whose opinion is worth having, my wife herself would be the one sufficient justification of my marriage. If I did not feel certain— observe, I say certain— that I am offering her a position which she can accept without so much as the shadow of a humiliation, I would never, cost me what it might, have asked her to be my wife. Is there any other obstacle that you see? Have you any personal objection to me?" Obenreizer spread out both his hands in a courteous protest. "Personal objection?" he exclaimed. "Dear sir, the bare question is painful to me." "We are both men of business," pursued Vendale, "and you naturally expect me to satisfy you that I have the means of supporting a wife. I can explain my pecuniary position in 2 words. I inherit from my parents a fortune of £20,000. In half of that sum I have only a life interest, to which, if I die, leaving a widow, my widow succeeds. If I die leaving children, the money itself is divided among them, as they come of age. The other half of my fortune is at my own disposal, and is invested in the wine business. I see my way to greatly improving that business. As it stands at present, I cannot state my return from my capital embarked at more than £1,200 a year. Add the yearly value of my life interest, and the total approaches a present annual income of £1,500. I have the fairest prospect of soon making it more. In the meantime, do you object to me on pecuniary grounds?" Driven back to his last entrenchment, Obenreizer rose and took a turn backwards and forwards in the room. For the moment he was plainly at a loss what to say or do next. "Before I answer that last question," he said, after a little close consideration with himself, "I beg leave to revert for a moment to Miss Marguerite. You said something just now which seemed to imply that she returns the sentiment with which you are pleased to regard her." "I have the inestimable happiness," said Vendale, "of knowing that she loves me." Obenreizer stood silent for a moment, with a film over his eyes, and the faintly perceptible beat becoming visible again in his cheeks. "If you will excuse me for a few minutes," he said, with ceremonious politeness, "I should like to have the opportunity of speaking to my niece." With those words he bowed and quitted the room. Left by himself, Vendale's thoughts, as a necessary result of the interview thus far, turned instinctively to the consideration of Obenreizer's motives. He had put obstacles in the way of the courtship; he was now putting obstacles in the way of the marriage, a marriage offering advantages which even his ingenuity could not dispute. On the face of it, his conduct was incomprehensible. What did it mean? End of Story 20, Part 6. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 7. Seeking under the surface for the answer to that question, and remembering that Obenreizer was a man of about his own age, also that Marguerite was, strictly speaking, his half-niece only, Vendale asked himself with a lover's ready jealousy whether he had a rival to fear, as well as a guardian to conciliate. The thought just crossed his mind, and no more. The sense of Marguerite's kiss still lingering on his cheek reminded him gently that even the jealousy of a moment was now a treason to her. On reflection, it seemed most likely that a personal motive of another kind might suggest the true explanation of Obenreizer's conduct. Marguerite's grace and beauty were precious ornaments in that little household. They gave it a special social attraction and a special social importance. They armed Obenreizer with a certain influence in reserve, which he could always depend upon to make his house attractive, and which he might always bring more or less to bear on the forwarding of his own private ends. Was he the sort of man to resign such advantages as were here implied, without obtaining the fullest possible compensation for the loss? A connection by marriage with Vendale offered him solid advantages, beyond all doubt. But there were hundreds of men in London with far greater power and far wider influence than Vendale possessed. Was it possible that this man's ambition secretly looked higher than the highest prospects that could be offered to him by the alliance now proposed for his niece? As the question passed through Vendale's mind, the man himself reappeared, to answer it or not to answer it, as the event might prove. A marked change was visible in Obenreizer when he resumed his place. His manner was less assured, and there were plain traces about his mouth of recent agitation, which had not been successfully composed. Had he said something, referring either to Vendale or to himself, which had raised Marguerite's spirit, and which had placed him, for the first time, face to face with a resolute assertion of his niece's will? It might or might not be. This only was certain: he looked like a man who had met with a repulse. "I have spoken to my niece," he began. "I find, Mr. Vendale, that even your influence has not entirely blinded her to the social objections to your proposal." "May I ask," returned Vendale, "if that is the only result of your interview with Miss Obenreizer?" A momentary flash leapt out through the Obenreizer film. "You are master of the situation," he answered in a tone of sardonic submission. "If you insist on my admitting it, I do admit it in those words. My niece's will and mine used to be one, Mr. Vendale. You have come between us, and her will is now yours. In my country we know when we are beaten, and we submit with our best grace. I submit with my best grace on certain conditions. Let us revert to the statement of your pecuniary position. I have an objection to you, my dear sir, a most amazing, a most audacious objection from a man in my position to a man in yours. What is it? You have honoured me by making a proposal for my niece's hand. For the present, with best thanks and respects, I beg to decline it." "Why?" "Because you are not rich enough." The objection, as the speaker had foreseen, took Vendale completely by surprise. For the moment he was speechless. "Your income is 1,500 a year," pursued Obenreizer. "In my miserable country I should fall on my knees before your income and say, 'What a princely fortune!' In wealthy England I sit as I am and say, 'A modest independence, dear sir, nothing more. Enough, perhaps, for a wife in your own rank of life who has no social prejudices to conquer. Not more than half enough for a wife who is a meanly born foreigner, and who has all your social prejudices against her. Sir, if my niece is ever to marry you, she will have what you call uphill work of it in taking her place at starting. Yes, yes. This is not your view, but it remains, immovably remains, my view for all that. For my niece's sake I claim that this uphill work shall be made as smooth as possible. Whatever material advantages she can have to help her ought, in common justice, to be hers. Now tell me, Mr. Vendale, on your 1,500 a year, can your wife have a house in a fashionable quarter, a footman to open her door, a butler to wait at her table, and a carriage and horses to drive about in? I see the answer in your face. Your face says no. Very good. Tell me one more thing, and I have done. Take the mass of your educated, accomplished, and lovely countrywomen. Is it or is it not the fact that a lady who has a house in a fashionable quarter, a footman to open her door, a butler to wait at her table, and a carriage and horses to drive about in, is a lady who has gained 4 steps in female estimation at starting? Yes or no? Come to the point, said Vendale. You view this question as a question of terms. What are your terms? The lowest terms, dear sir, on which you can provide your wife with those 4 steps at starting. Double your present income. The most rigid economy cannot do it in England on less. You said just now that you expected greatly to increase the value of your business. To work and increase it. I am a good devil after all. On the day when you satisfy me by plain proofs that your income has risen to 3,000 a year, ask me for my niece's hand, and it is yours. May I inquire if you have mentioned this arrangement to Miss Obenreizer? Certainly. She has a last little morsel of regard still left for me, Mr. Vendale, which is not yours yet, and she accepts my terms. In other words, she submits to be guided by her guardian's regard for her welfare, and by her guardian's superior knowledge of the world. He threw himself back in his chair, in firm reliance on his position, and in full possession of his excellent temper. Any open assertion of his own interest in the situation in which Vendale was now placed seemed to be, for the present at least, hopeless. He found himself literally left with no ground to stand on. Whether Obenreizer's objections were the genuine product of Obenreizer's own view of the case, or whether he was simply delaying the marriage in the hope of ultimately breaking it off altogether, in either of these events, any present resistance on Vendale's part would be equally useless. There was no help for it but to yield, making the best terms that he could on his own side. "I protest against the conditions you impose on me," he began. "Naturally," said Obenreizer. "I dare say I should protest myself in your place." "Say, however," pursued Vendale, "that I accept your terms. In that case I must be permitted to make two stipulations on my part. In the first place, I shall expect to be allowed to see your niece." "Aha! To see my niece? And to make her in as great a hurry to be married as you are yourself? Suppose I say no? You would see her perhaps without my permission?" "Decidedly." "How delightfully frank! How exquisitely English! You shall see her, Mr. Vendale, on certain days, which we will appoint together. What next?" "Your objection to my income," proceeded Vendale, "has taken me completely by surprise. I wish to be assured against any repetition of that surprise. Your present views of my qualification for marriage require me to have an income of £3,000 a year. Can I be certain in the future, as your experience of England enlarges, that your estimate will rise no higher?" "In plain English," said Obenreizer, "you doubt my word?" "Do you purpose to take my word for it when I inform you that I have doubled my income?" said Vendale. "If my memory does not deceive me, you stipulated, a minute since, for plain proofs." "Well played, Mr. Vendale. You combine the foreign quickness with the English solidity. Accept my best congratulations. Accept also my written guarantee." He rose, seated himself at a writing desk at a side table, wrote a few lines, and presented them to Vendale with a low bow. The engagement was perfectly explicit, and was signed and dated with scrupulous care. "Are you satisfied with your guarantee?" "I am satisfied." "Charmed to hear it, I am sure. We have had our little skirmish. We have really been wonderfully clever on both sides. For the present our affairs are settled. I bear no malice. You bear no malice. Come, Mr. Vendale, a good English shake hands." Vendale gave his hand, a little bewildered by Obenreizer's sudden transitions from one humour to another. "When may I expect to see Miss Obenreizer again?" he asked as he rose to go. "Honour me with a visit to-morrow," said Obenreizer, "and we will settle it then." "Do have a grog before you go?" "No. Well, well. We will reserve the grog till you have your £3,000 a year, and are ready to be married. Aha! When will that be?" "I made an estimate, some months since, of the capacities of my business," said Vendale. "If that estimate is correct, I shall double my present income—" "And be married," added Obenreizer. "And be married," repeated Vendale, "within a year from this time. Good night." Vendale makes mischief. When Vendale entered his office the next morning, the dull commercial routine at Cripple Corner met him with a new face. Marguerite had an interest in it now. The whole machinery which Wilding's death had set in motion to realize the value of the business, the balancing of ledgers, the estimating of debts, the taking of stocks, and the rest of it, was now transformed into machinery which indicated the chances for and against a speedy marriage. After looking over results, as presented by his accountant, and checking additions and subtractions, as rendered by the clerks, Vendale turned his attention to the stock-taking department next, and sent a message to the cellars, desiring to see the report. The cellarman's appearance, the moment he put his head in at the door of his master's private room, suggested that something very extraordinary must have happened that morning. There was an approach to alacrity in Joey Ladle's movements. There was something which actually simulated cheerfulness in Joey Ladle's face. "What's the matter?" asked Vendale. "Anything wrong?" "I should wish to mention one thing," answered Joey. "Young Mr. Vendale, I have never set myself up for a profit." "Whoever said you did?" No prophet, as far as I've heard tell of that profession," proceeded Joey, "ever lived principally underground. No prophet, whatever else he might take in at the pores, ever took in wine from morning to night for a number of years together. When I said to young Master Wilding, respecting his changing the name of the firm, that one of these days he might find he'd changed the luck of the firm, did I put myself forward as a prophet? No, I didn't. Has what I said to him come true? Yes, it has. In the time of Pebbleson Nephew, young Mr. Vendale, no such thing was ever known as a mistake made in a consignment delivered at these doors. There's a mistake been made now. Please to remark that it happened before Miss Margaret came here. For what reason, it don't go against what I've said respecting Miss Margaret singing round the luck. Read that, sir," concluded Joey, pointing attention to a special passage in the report, with a forefinger which appeared to be in process of taking in through the pores nothing more remarkable than dirt. "It's foreign to my nature to crow over the house I serve, but I feel it a kind of a solemn duty to ask you to read that." Vendale read as follows: "Note respecting the Swiss champagne. An irregularity has been discovered in the last consignment received from the firm of De Fresner and Company." Vendale stopped and referred to a memorandum book by his side. "That was in Mr. Wilding's time," he said. "The vintage was a particularly good one, and he took the whole of it. The Swiss champagne has done very well, hasn't it?" "I don't say it's done badly," answered the cellarman. "It may have got sick in our customers' bins, or it may have bust in our customers' hands, but I don't say it's done badly with us." Vendale resumed the reading of the note. "We find the number of the cases to be quite correct by the books, but 6 of them, which present a slight difference from the rest in the brand, have been opened and have been found to contain a red wine instead of champagne. The similarity in the brands, we suppose, caused a mistake to be made in sending the consignment from Neuchatel. The error has not been found to extend beyond 6 cases." "Is that all?" exclaimed Vendale, tossing the note away from him. Joey Ladle's eye followed the flying morsel of paper drearily. "I'm glad to see you take it easy, sir," he said. "Whatever happens, it will be always a comfort to you to remember that you took it easy at first. Sometimes one mistake leads to another. A man drops a bit of orange peel on the pavement by mistake, and another man treads on it by mistake, and there's a job at the hospital, and a party crippled for life. I'm glad you take it easy, sir. In Pebbleson Nephew's time we shouldn't have taken it easy till we had seen the end of it. Without desiring to crow over the house, young Mr. Vendale, I wish you well through it. No offence, sir," said the cellarman, opening the door to go out, and looking in again ominously before he shut it. "I'm muddled and melancholy, I grant you, but I'm an old servant of Pebbleson Nephew, and I wish you well through them 6 cases of red wine." Left by himself, Vendale laughed and took up his pen. "I may as well send a line to De Fresner and Company," he thought, "before I forget it." He wrote at once in these terms: "Dear Sirs, we are taking stock, and a trifling mistake has been discovered in the last consignment of champagne sent by your house to ours. 6 of the cases contain red wine, which we hereby return to you. The matter can easily be set right, either by your sending us 6 cases of the champagne, if they can be produced, or, if not, by your crediting us with the value of 6 cases on the amount last paid, £500, by our firm to yours. Your faithful servants, Wilding and Company." This letter dispatched to the post, the subject dropped at once out of Vendale's mind. He had other and far more interesting matters to think of. Later in the day he paid the visit to Obenreizer which had been agreed on between them. Certain evenings in the week were set apart which he was privileged to spend with Marguerite, always, however, in the presence of a third person. On this stipulation Obenreizer politely but positively insisted. The one concession he made was to give Vendale his choice of who the third person should be. Confiding in past experience, his choice fell unhesitatingly upon the excellent woman who mended Obenreizer's stockings. On hearing of the responsibility entrusted to her, Madame Dor's intellectual nature burst suddenly into a new stage of development. She waited till Obenreizer's eye was off her, and then she looked at Vendale and dimly winked. The time passed. The happy evenings with Marguerite came and went. It was the 10th morning since Vendale had written to the Swiss firm, when the answer appeared on his desk with the other letters of the day. Dear Sirs, we beg to offer our excuses for the little mistake which has happened. At the same time, we regret to add that the statement of our error with which you have favored us has led to a very unexpected discovery. The affair is a most serious one for you and for us. The particulars are as follows. Having no more champagne of the vintage last sent to you, we made arrangements to credit your firm with the value of the 6 cases, as suggested by yourself. On taking this step, certain forms observed in our mode of doing business necessitated a reference to our banker's book as well as to our ledger. The result is a moral certainty that no such remittance as you mention can have reached our house, and a literal certainty that no such remittance has been paid to our account at the bank. It is needless at this stage of the proceedings to trouble you with details. The money has unquestionably been stolen in the course of its transit from you to us. Certain peculiarities which we observe relating to the manner in which the fraud has been perpetrated lead us to conclude that the thief may have calculated on being able to pay the missing sum to our bankers before an inevitable discovery followed the annual striking of our balance. This would not have happened, in the usual course, for another 3 months. During that period, but for your letter, we might have remained perfectly unconscious of the robbery that has been committed. We mention this last circumstance, as it may help you to show that we have to do in this case with no ordinary thief. Thus far we have not even a suspicion of who that thief is, but we believe you will assist us in making some advance towards discovery by examining the receipt, forged of course, which has no doubt purported to come to you from our house. Be pleased to look and see whether it is a receipt entirely in manuscript, or whether it is a numbered and printed form which merely requires the filling in of the amount. The settlement of this apparently trivial question is, we assure you, a matter of vital importance. Anxiously awaiting your reply, we remain, with high esteem and consideration, Defresnier and C. Vendale had the letter on his desk, and waited a moment to steady his mind under the shock that had fallen on it. At the time of all others when it was most important to him to increase the value of his business, that business was threatened with a loss of £500. He thought of Marguerite as he took the key from his pocket and opened the iron chamber in the wall in which the books and papers of the firm were kept. He was still in the chamber, searching for the forged receipt, when he was startled by a voice speaking close behind him. "1,000 pardons," said the voice. "I am afraid I disturb you." He turned and found himself face to face with Marguerite's guardian. "I have called," pursued Obenreizer, "to know if I can be of any use. Business of my own takes me away for some days to Manchester and Liverpool. Can I combine any business of yours with it? I am entirely at your disposal in the character of commercial traveller for the firm of Wilding and Company." "Excuse me for one moment," said Vendale. "I will speak to you directly." He turned round again and continued his search among the papers. "You come at a time when friendly offers are more than usually precious to me," he resumed. "I have had very bad news this morning from Neuchâtel." "Bad news!" exclaimed Obenreizer. "From Defresnier and Company?" "Yes. A remittance we sent to them has been stolen. I am threatened with a loss of £500. What's that?" Turning sharply and looking into the room for the second time, Vendale discovered his envelope case overthrown on the floor, and Obenreizer on his knees picking up the contents. "Oh, my awkwardness," said Obenreizer. "This dreadful news of yours startled me. I stepped back—" He became too deeply interested in collecting the scattered envelopes to finish the sentence. "Don't trouble yourself," said Vendale. "The clerk will pick things up." "This dreadful news," repeated Obenreizer, persisting in collecting the envelopes. "This dreadful news." "If you will read the letter," said Vendale, "you will find I have exaggerated nothing. There it is, open on my desk." He resumed his search, and in a moment more discovered the forged receipt. It was on the numbered and printed form described by the Swiss firm. Vendale made a memorandum of the number and the date. Having replaced the receipt and locked up the iron chamber, he had leisure to notice Obenreizer reading the letter in the recess of a window at the far end of the room. "Come to the fire," said Vendale. "You look perished with the cold out there. I will ring for some more coals." Obenreizer rose and came slowly back to the desk. "Marguerite will be as sorry to hear of this as I am," he said kindly. "What do you mean to do?" "I am in the hands of Defresnier and Company," answered Vendale. "In my total ignorance of the circumstances, I can only do what they recommend. The receipt which I have just found turns out to be the numbered and printed form. They seem to attach some special importance to its discovery. You have had experience, when you were in the Swiss house, of their way of doing business. Can you guess what object they have in view?" Obenreizer offered a suggestion. "Suppose I examine the receipt," he said. "Are you ill?" asked Vendale, startled by the change in his face, which now showed itself plainly for the first time. "Pray go to the fire. You seem to be shivering. I hope you are not going to be ill." "Not I," said Obenreizer. "Perhaps I have caught cold. Your English climate might have spared an admirer of your English institutions. Let me look at the receipt." Vendale opened the iron chamber. Obenreizer took a chair and drew it closer to the fire. He held both hands over the flames. "Let me look at the receipt," he repeated eagerly, as Vendale reappeared with the paper in his hand. At the same moment a porter entered the room with a fresh supply of coals. Vendale told him to make a good fire. The man obeyed the order with a disastrous alacrity. As he stepped forward and raised the scuttle, his foot caught in a fold of the rug, and he discharged his entire cargo of coal into the grate. The result was an instant smothering of the flame and the production of a stream of yellow smoke, without a visible morsel of fire to account for it. "Imbecile!" whispered Obenreizer to himself, with a look at the man which the man remembered for many a long day afterwards. "Will you come into the clerk's room?" asked Vendale. "They have a stove there." No matter." Vendale handed him the receipt. Obenreizer's interest in examining it appeared to have been quenched as suddenly and as effectually as the fire itself. He just glanced over the document and said, "No, I don't understand it. I am sorry to be of no use." "I will write to Neuchâtel by tonight's post," said Vendale, putting away the receipt for the second time. "We must wait and see what comes of it." "By tonight's post," repeated Obenreizer. "Let me see. You will get the answer in 8 or 9 days' time. I shall be back before that. If I can be of any service as commercial traveller, perhaps you will let me know between this and then. You will send me written instructions? My best thanks. I will be most anxious for your answer from Neuchâtel. Who knows, it may be a mistake, my dear friend, after all. Courage, courage, courage!" He had entered the room with no appearance of being pressed for time. He now snatched up his hat and took his leave with the air of a man who had not another moment to lose. Left by himself, Vendale took a turn thoughtfully in the room. His previous impression of Obenreizer was shaken by what he had heard and seen at the interview which had just taken place. He was disposed for the first time to doubt whether, in this case, he had not been a little hasty and hard in his judgment on another man. Obenreizer's surprise and regret on hearing the news from Neuchâtel bore the plainest marks of being honestly felt, not politely assumed for the occasion. With troubles of his own to encounter, suffering to all appearances from the first insidious attack of a serious illness, he had looked and spoken like a man who really deplored the disaster that had fallen on his friend. Hitherto, Vendale had tried vainly to alter his first opinion of Marguerite's guardian for Marguerite's sake. All the generous instincts in his nature now combined together and shook the evidence which had seemed unanswerable up to this time. Who knows, he thought, I may have read that man's face wrongly, after all. The time passed. The happy evenings with Marguerite came and went. It was again the 10th morning since Vendale had written to the Swiss firm, and again the answer appeared on his desk with the other letters of the day. Dear Sir, my senior partner, Monsieur de Fresnay, has been called away by urgent business to Milan. In his absence, and with his full concurrence and authority, I now write to you again on the subject of the missing £500. Your discovery that the forged receipt is executed upon one of our numbered and printed forms has caused inexpressible surprise and distress to my partner and to myself. At the time when your remittance was stolen, but 3 keys were in existence opening the strong box in which our receipt forms are invariably kept. My partner had 1 key, I had the other. The third was in the possession of a gentleman who, at that period, occupied a position of trust in our house. We should as soon have thought of suspecting one of ourselves as of suspecting this person. Suspicion now points at him, nevertheless. I cannot prevail on myself to inform you who the person is, so long as there is the shadow of a chance that he may come innocently out of the inquiry which must now be instituted. Forgive my silence. The motive of it is good. The form our investigation must now take is simple enough. The handwriting on your receipt must be compared, by competent persons whom we have at our disposal, with certain specimens of handwriting in our possession. I cannot send you the specimens for business reasons, which, when you hear them, you are sure to approve. I must beg you to send me the receipt to Neuchatel, and in making this request I must accompany it by a word of necessary warning. If the person at whom suspicion now points really proves to be the person who has committed this forgery and theft, I have reason to fear that circumstances may have already put him on his guard. The only evidence against him is the evidence in your hands, and he will move heaven and earth to obtain and destroy it. I strongly urge you not to trust the receipt to the post. Send it to me without loss of time by a private hand, and choose nobody for your messenger but a person long established in your own employment, accustomed to travelling, capable of speaking French, a man of courage, a man of honesty, and above all things a man who can be trusted to let no stranger scrape acquaintance with him on the route. Tell no one, absolutely no one, but your messenger of the turn this matter has now taken. The safe transit of the receipt may depend on your interpreting literally the advice which I give you at the end of this letter. I have only to add that every possible saving of time is now of the last importance. More than one of our receipt forms is missing, and it is impossible to say what new frauds may not be committed if we fail to lay our hands on the thief. Your faithful servant, Rowland, signing for de Fresnay at C. Who was the suspected man? In Vendale's position, it seemed useless to inquire. End of Story 20, Part 7. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 8. Who was to be sent to Neuchatel with the receipt? Men of courage and men of honesty were to be had at Cripple Corner for the asking. But where was the man who was accustomed to foreign travelling, who could speak the French language, and who could be really relied on to let no stranger scrape acquaintance with him on his route? There was but one man at hand who combined all those requisites in his own person, and that man was Vendale himself. It was a sacrifice to leave his business. It was a greater sacrifice to leave Marguerite. But a matter of £500 was involved in the pending inquiry, and a literal interpretation of M. Rolland's advice was insisted on in terms which there was no trifling with. The more Vendale thought of it, the more plainly the necessity faced him, and said, "Go." As he locked up the letter with the receipt, the association of ideas reminded him of Obenreizer. A guess at the identity of the suspected man looked more possible now. Obenreizer might know. The thought had barely passed through his mind when the door opened and Obenreizer entered the room. "They told me at Soho Square you were expected back last night," said Vendale, greeting him. "Have you done well in the country? Are you better?" "A thousand thanks. Obenreizer had done admirably well. Obenreizer was infinitely better. And now, what news? Any letter from Neuchatel?" "A very strange letter," answered Vendale. "The matter has taken a new turn, and the letter insists, without accepting anybody, on my keeping our next proceedings a profound secret." "Without accepting anybody?" repeated Obenreizer. As he said the words, he walked away again, thoughtfully, to the window at the other end of the room, looked out for a moment, and suddenly came back to Vendale. "Surely they must have forgotten," he resumed, "or they would have accepted me." "It is Monsieur Rolland who writes," said Vendale, "and, as you say, he must certainly have forgotten. That view of the matter quite escaped me. I was just wishing I had you to consult when you came into the room. And here I am, tied by a formal prohibition which cannot possibly have been intended to include you. How very annoying!" Obenreizer's filmy eyes fixed on Vendale attentively. "Perhaps it is more than annoying," he said. "I came this morning not only to hear the news, but to offer myself as messenger, negotiator, what you will. Would you believe it? I have letters which oblige me to go to Switzerland immediately. Messages, documents, anything. I could have taken them all to Defresnier and Rolland for you." "You are the very man I wanted," returned Vendale. "I had decided, most unwillingly, on going to Neuchatel myself, not 5 minutes since, because I could find no one here capable of taking my place. Let me look at the letter again." He opened the strong room to get at the letter. Obenreizer, after first glancing round him to make sure that they were alone, followed a step or two and waited, measuring Vendale with his eye. Vendale was the tallest man, and unmistakably the strongest man also of the two. Obenreizer turned away and warmed himself at the fire. Meanwhile Vendale read the last paragraph in the letter for the third time. There was the plain warning, there was the closing sentence, which insisted on a literal interpretation of it. The hand which was leading Vendale in the dark led him on that condition only. A large sum was at stake. A terrible suspicion remained to be verified. If he acted on his own responsibility, and if anything happened to defeat the object in view, who would be blamed? As a man of business, Vendale had but one course to follow. He locked the letter up again. "It is most annoying," he said to Obenreizer. "It is a piece of forgetfulness on Monsieur Rolland's part, which puts me to serious inconvenience, and places me in an absurdly false position towards you. What am I to do? I am acting in a very serious matter, and acting entirely in the dark. I have no choice but to be guided, not by the spirit, but by the letter of my instructions. You understand me, I am sure. You know, if I had not been fettered in this way, how gladly I should have accepted your services." "Say no more," returned Obenreizer. "In your place I should have done the same. My good friend, I take no offence. I thank you for your compliment. We shall be travelling companions at any rate," added Obenreizer. "You go as I go at once?" "At once. I must speak to Marguerite first, of course." "Surely, oh surely. Speak to her this evening. Come and pick me up on the way to the station. We go together by the mail train to-night?" "By the mail train to-night." It was later than Vendale had anticipated when he drove up to the house in Soho Square. Business difficulties occasioned by his sudden departure had presented themselves by dozens. A cruelly large share of the time which he had hoped to devote to Marguerite had been claimed by duties at his office which it was impossible to neglect. To his surprise and delight, she was alone in the drawing-room when he entered it. "We have only a few minutes, George," she said, "but Madame Dor has been good to me, and we can have those few minutes alone." She threw her arms round his neck and whispered eagerly, "Have you done anything to offend Mr. Obenreizer?" "I?" exclaimed Vendale in amazement. "Hush!" she said. "I want to whisper it. You know the little photograph I have got of you? This afternoon it happened to be on the chimney-piece. He took it up and looked at it, and I saw his face in the glass. I know you have offended him. He is merciless, he is revengeful, he is as secret as the grave. Don't go with him, George, don't go with him." "My own love," returned Vendale, "you are letting your fancy frighten you. Obenreizer and I were never better friends than we are at this moment." Before a word more could be said, the sudden movement of some ponderous body shook the floor of the next room. The shock was followed by the appearance of Madame Dor. "Obenreizer!" exclaimed this excellent person in a whisper, and plumped down instantly in her regular place by the stove. Obenreizer came in with a courier's bag strapped over his shoulder. "Are you ready?" he asked, addressing Vendale. "Can I take anything for you? You have no travelling bag. I have got one. Here is the compartment for papers, open, at your service." "Thank you," said Vendale. "I have only one paper of importance with me, and that paper I am bound to take charge of myself. Here it is," he added, touching the breast pocket of his coat, "and here it must remain till we get to Neuchatel." As he said these words, Marguerite's hand caught his and pressed it significantly. She was looking towards Obenreizer. Before Vendale could look in his turn, Obenreizer had wheeled round, and was taking leave of Madame Dor. "Adieu, my charming niece," he said, turning to Marguerite next. "En route, my friend, for Neuchatel." He tapped Vendale lightly over the breast pocket of his coat, and led the way to the door. Vendale's last look was for Marguerite. Marguerite's last words to him were, "Don't go." Act III. In the Valley. It was about the middle of the month of February when Vendale and Obenreizer set forth on their expedition. The winter being a hard one, the time was bad for travellers. So bad was it that these two travellers, coming to Strasbourg, found its great inns almost empty, and even the few people they did encounter in that city, who had started from England or from Paris on business journeys towards the interior of Switzerland, were turning back. Many of the railroads in Switzerland that tourists pass easily enough now were almost or quite impracticable then. Some were not begun, more were not completed. On such as were open, there were still large gaps of old road where communication in the winter season was often stopped. On others there were weak points where the new work was not safe, either under conditions of severe frost or of rapid thaw. The running of trains on this last class was not to be counted on in the worst time of the year, was contingent upon weather, or was wholly abandoned through the months considered the most dangerous. At Strasbourg there were more travellers' stories afloat respecting the difficulties on the way further on than there were travellers to relate them. Many of these tales were as wild as usual, but the more modestly marvellous did derive some colour from the circumstance that people were indisputably turning back. However, as the road to Basel was open, Vendale's resolution to push on was in no wise disturbed. Obenreizer's resolution was necessarily Vendale's, seeing that he stood at bay thus desperately. He must be ruined, or must destroy the evidence that Vendale carried about him, even if he destroyed Vendale with it. The state of mind of each of these two fellow travellers towards the other was this. Obenreizer, encircled by impending ruin through Vendale's quickness of action, and seeing the circle narrowed every hour by Vendale's energy, hated him with the animosity of a fierce, cunning, lower animal. He had always had instinctive movements in his breast against him, perhaps because of that old sore of gentleman and peasant, perhaps because of the openness of his nature, perhaps because of his better looks, perhaps because of his success with Marguerite, perhaps on all these grounds, the two last not the least. And now he saw in him, besides, the hunter who was tracking him down. Vendale, on the other hand, always contending generously against his first vague mistrust, now felt bound to contend against it more than ever, reminding himself, "He is Marguerite's guardian. We are on perfectly friendly terms. He is my companion of his own proposal, and can have no interested motive in sharing this undesirable journey." To which pleas, on behalf of Obenreizer, chance added one consideration more when they came to Basel after a journey of more than twice the average duration. They had had a late dinner, and were alone in an inn-room there, overhanging the Rhine. At that place rapid and deep, swollen and loud. Vendale lounged upon a couch, and Obenreizer walked to and fro. Now, stopping at the window, looking at the crooked reflection of the town lights in the dark water, and peradventure thinking if I could fling him into it, now resuming his walk with his eyes upon the floor. Where shall I rob him, if I can? Where shall I murder him, if I must? So, as he paced the room, ran the river, ran the river, ran the river. The burden seemed to him at last to be growing so plain that he stopped, thinking it as well to suggest another burden to his companion. "The Rhine sounds to-night," he said with a smile, "like the old waterfall at home. That waterfall which my mother showed to travellers. I told you of it once. The sound of it changed with weather, as does the sound of all falling waters and flowing waters. When I was pupil of the watchmaker, I remembered it as something saying to me for whole days, 'Who are you, my little wretch? Who are you, my little wretch?' I remembered it as saying other times, when its sound was hollow, and storm was coming up the pass, 'Boom, boom, boom! Beat him, beat him, beat him!' Like my mother enraged, if she was my mother." "If she was?" said Vendale, gradually changing his attitude to a sitting one. "If she was? Why do you say 'if'?" "What do I know?" replied the other negligently, throwing up his hands and letting them fall as they would. "What would you have? I am so obscurely born that how can I say? I was very young, and all the rest of the family were men and women, and my so-called parents were old. Anything is possible of a case like that." "Did you ever doubt?" "I told you once, I doubt the marriage of those two," he replied, throwing up his hands again, as if he were throwing the unprofitable subject away. "But here I am in creation. I, come of no fine family. What does it matter?" "At least you are Swiss," said Vendale, after following him with his eyes to and fro. "How do I know?" he retorted abruptly, and stopping to look back over his shoulder. "I say to you, at least you are English. How do you know?" "By what I have been told from infancy." "Ah, I know of myself that way. And," added Vendale, pursuing the thought that he could not drive back, "by my earliest recollections." "I also. I know of myself that way, if that way satisfies." "Does it not satisfy you?" "It must. There is nothing like 'it must' in this little world. It must. 2 short words, those, but stronger than long proof or reasoning." "You and poor Wilding were born in the same year. You were nearly of an age," said Vendale, again thoughtfully looking after him as he resumed his pacing up and down. "Yes, very nearly." Could Obenreizer be the missing man? In the unknown associations of things, was there a subtler meaning than he himself thought in that theory so often on his lips about the smallness of the world? Had the Swiss letter presenting him followed so close on Mrs. Goldstraw's revelation concerning the infant who had been taken away to Switzerland, because he was that infant grown a man? In a world where so many depths lie unsounded, it might be. The chances, or the laws, call them either, that had wrought out the revival of Vendale's own acquaintance with Obenreizer, and had ripened into intimacy, and had brought them here together this present winter night, were hardly less curious. While read by such a light, they were seen to cohere towards the furtherance of a continuous and an intelligible purpose. Vendale's awakened thoughts ran high while his eyes musingly followed Obenreizer, pacing up and down the room, the river ever running to the tune, "Where shall I rob him, if I can? Where shall I murder him, if I must?" The secret of his dead friend was in no hazard from Vendale's lips, but just as his friend had died of its weight, so did he, in his lighter succession, feel the burden of the trust and the obligation to follow any clue, however obscure. He rapidly asked himself, would it be like this man to be the real Wilding? No. Argue down his mistrust as he might, he was unwilling to put such a substitute in the place of his late guileless, outspoken, childlike partner. He rapidly asked himself, would he like this man to be rich? No. He had more power than enough over Marguerite as it was, and wealth might invest him with more. Would he like this man to be Marguerite's guardian, and yet proved to stand in no degree of relationship towards her, however disconnected and distant? No. But these were not considerations to come between him and fidelity to the dead. Let him see to it that they passed him with no other notice than the knowledge that they had passed him, and left him bent on the discharge of a solemn duty. And he did see to it, so soon that he followed his companion with ungrudging eyes, while he still paced the room. That companion, whom he supposed to be moodily reflecting on his own birth, and not on another man's, least of all, what man's? Violent death. The road in advance from Basel to Neuchatel was better than had been represented. The latest weather had done it good. Drivers, both of horses and mules, had come in that evening after dark, and had reported nothing more difficult to be overcome than trials of patience, harness, wheels, axles, and whipcord. A bargain was soon struck for a carriage and horses to take them on in the morning, and to start before daylight. "Do you lock your door at night when travelling?" asked Obenreizer, standing warming his hands by the wood fire in Vendale's chamber before going to his own. "Not I. I sleep too soundly." "You are so sound a sleeper?" he retorted, with an admiring look. "What a blessing!" "Anything but a blessing to the rest of the house," rejoined Vendale, "if I had to be knocked up in the morning from the outside of my bedroom door." "I, too," said Obenreizer, "leave open my room. But let me advise you, as a Swiss who knows, always when you travel in my country put your papers, and, of course, your money, under your pillow. Always the same place." "You are not complimentary to your countrymen," laughed Vendale. "My countrymen," said Obenreizer, with that light touch of his friend's elbows by the way of good night and benediction, "I suppose are like the majority of men, and the majority of men will take what they can get. Adieu, at 4 in the morning. Adieu, at 4. Left to himself, Vendale raked the logs together, sprinkled over them the white wood ashes lying on the hearth, and sat down to compose his thoughts. But they still ran high on their latest theme, and the running of the river tended to agitate rather than to quiet them. As he sat thinking, what little disposition he had had to sleep departed. He felt it hopeless to lie down yet, and sat dressed by the fire. Marguerite Wilding, Obenreizer, the business he was then upon, and 1,000 hopes and doubts that had nothing to do with it, occupied his mind at once. Everything seemed to have power over him but slumber. The departed disposition to sleep kept far away. He had sat for a long time thinking, on the hearth, when his candle burned down and its light went out. It was of little moment. There was light enough in the fire. He changed his attitude, and, leaning his arm on the chair back and his chin upon that hand, sat thinking still. But he sat between the fire and the bed, and as the fire flickered in the play of air from the fast-flowing river, his enlarged shadow fluttered on the white wall by the bedside. His attitude gave it an air half of mourning and half of bending over the bed imploring. His eyes were observant of it, when he became troubled by the disagreeable fancy that it was like Wilding's shadow and not his own. A slight change of place would cause it to disappear. He made the change, and the apparition of his disturbed fancy vanished. He now sat in the shade of a little nook beside the fire, and the door of the room was before him. It had a long, cumbrous iron latch. He saw the latch slowly and softly rise. The door opened a very little, and came to again, as though only the air had moved it. But he saw that the latch was out of the hasp. The door opened again very slowly, until it opened wide enough to admit someone. It afterwards remained still for a while, as though cautiously held open on the other side. The figure of a man then entered with its face turned towards the bed, and stood quiet just within the door. until it said in a low half-whisper, at the same time taking one step forward, "Vendale." "What now?" he answered, springing from his seat. "Who is it?" It was Obenreizer, and he uttered a cry of surprise as Vendale came upon him from that unexpected direction. "Not in bed?" he said, catching him by both shoulders with an instinctive tendency to a struggle. "Then something is wrong." "What do you mean?" said Vendale, releasing himself. "First tell me. You are not ill?" "Ill? No." "I have had a bad dream about you. How is it that I see you up and dressed? My good fellow, I may as well ask you how it is that I see you up and undressed." "I have told you why. I have had a bad dream about you. I tried to rest after it, but it was impossible. I could not make up my mind to stay where I was without knowing you were safe. And yet I could not make up my mind to come in here. I have been minutes hesitating at the door. It is so easy to laugh at a dream that you have not dreamed. Where is your candle?" "Burnt out." "I have a whole one in my room. Shall I fetch it?" "Do so." His room was very near, and he was absent for but a few seconds. Coming back with the candle in his hand, he kneeled down on the hearth and lighted it. As he blew with his breath a charged billet into flame for the purpose, Vendale, looking down at him, saw that his lips were white and not easy of control. "Yes," said Obenreizer, setting the lighted candle on the table, "it was a bad dream. Only look at me." His feet were bare, his red flannel shirt was thrown back at the throat, and his sleeves were rolled above the elbows. His only other garment, a pair of under-pantaloons or drawers, reaching to the ankles, fitted him close and tight. A certain lithe and savage appearance was on his figure, and his eyes were very bright. "If there had been a wrestle with a robber, as I dreamed," said Obenreizer, "you see, I was stripped for it." "And armed, too," said Vendale, glancing at his girdle. "A traveller's dagger that I always carry on the road," he answered carelessly, half drawing it from its sheath with his left hand, and putting it back again. "Do you carry no such thing?" "Nothing of the kind." "No pistols?" said Obenreizer, glancing at the table, and from it to the untouched pillow. "Nothing of the sort." "You Englishmen are so confident. You wish to sleep?" "I have wished to sleep this long time, but I can't do it." "I neither, after the bad dream. My fire has gone the way of your candle. May I come and sit by yours? 2:00. It will so soon be 4 that it is not worth the trouble to go to bed again." "I shall not take the trouble to go to bed at all now," said Vendale. "Sit here and keep me company, and welcome." Going back to his own room to arrange his dress, Obenreizer soon returned in a loose cloak and slippers, and they sat down on opposite sides of the hearth. In the interval, Vendale had replenished the fire from the wood basket in his room, and Obenreizer had put upon the table a flask and cup from his. "Common cabaret brandy, I am afraid," he said, pouring out. "Bought upon the road, and not like yours from Cripple Corner. But yours is exhausted, so much the worse. A cold night, a cold time of night, a cold country, and a cold house. This may be better than nothing. Try it." Vendale took the cup and did so. "How do you find it?" "It has a coarse after-flavour," said Vendale, giving back the cup with a slight shudder, "and I don't like it." "You are right," said Obenreizer, tasting and smacking his lips. "It has a coarse after-flavour, and I don't like it." "Beuh! It burns, though." He had flung what remained in the cup upon the fire. Each of them leaned an elbow on the table, reclined his head upon his hand, and sat looking at the flaring logs. Obenreizer remained watchful and still, but Vendale, after certain nervous twitches and starts, in one of which he rose to his feet and looked wildly about him, fell into the strangest confusion of dreams. He carried his papers in a leather case or pocket-book in an inner breast pocket of his buttoned travelling coat, and whatever he dreamed of, in the lethargy that got possession of him, something importunate in these papers called him out of that dream, though he could not wake from it. He was belated on the steppes of Russia, some shadowy person gave that name to the place, with Marguerite, and yet the sensation of a hand at his breast, softly feeling the outline of the pocket-book as he lay asleep before the fire, was present to him. He was shipwrecked in an open boat at sea, and having lost his clothes, had no other covering than an old sail, and yet a creeping hand, tracing outside all the other pockets of the dress he actually wore, for papers, and finding none answer its touch, warned him to rouse himself. He was in the ancient vault at Cripple Corner, to which was transferred the very bed substantial and present in that very room at Basel, and Wilding, not dead as he had supposed, and yet he did not wonder much, shook him and whispered, "Look at that man! Don't you see he has risen and is turning the pillow? Why should he turn the pillow, if not to seek those papers that are in your breast? Awake!" And yet he slept, and wandered off into other dreams. Watchful and still, with his elbow on the table and his head upon that hand, his companion at length said, "Vendale, we are called. Past 4." Then, opening his eyes, he saw, turned sideways on him, the filmy face of Obenreizer. "You have been in a heavy sleep," he said, "the fatigue of constant travelling and the cold." "I am broad awake now," cried Vendale, springing up, but with an unsteady footing. "Haven't you slept at all?" "I may have dozed, but I seem to have been patiently looking at the fire. Whether or no, we must wash and breakfast and turn out. Past 4, Vendale, past 4." It was said in a tone to rouse him, for already he was half asleep again. In his preparation for the day, too, and at his breakfast, he was often virtually asleep while in mechanical action. It was not until the cold, dark day was closing in that he had any distincter impression of the ride than jingling bells, bitter weather, slipping horses, frowning hillsides, bleak woods, and a stoppage at some wayside house of entertainment, where they had passed through a cow-house to reach the travellers' room above. He had been conscious of little more, except of Obenreizer sitting thoughtful at his side all day, and eyeing him much. But when he shook off his stupor, Obenreizer was not at his side. The carriage was stopping to bait at another wayside house, and a line of long narrow carts, laden with casks of wine, and drawn by horses with a quantity of blue collar and headgear, were baiting too. These came from the direction in which the travellers were going, and Obenreizer, not thoughtful now, but cheerful and alert, was talking with the foremost driver. As Vendale stretched his limbs, circulated his blood, and cleared off the lees of his lethargy with a sharp run to and fro in the bracing air, the line of carts moved on, the drivers all saluting Obenreizer as they passed him. "Who are those?" asked Vendale. "They are our carriers, Defresnier and Company's," replied Obenreizer. "Those are our casks of wine." He was singing to himself and lighting a cigar. "I have been drearily dull company to-day," said Vendale. "I don't know what has been the matter with me." "You had no sleep last night, and a kind of brain congestion frequently comes at first of such cold," said Obenreizer. "I have seen it often. After all, we shall have our journey for nothing, it seems." "How for nothing?" "The house is at Milan. You know, we are a wine house at Neuchatel and a silk house at Milan. Well, silk happening to press of a sudden more than wine, Defresnier was summoned to Milan. Roland, the other partner, has been taken ill since his departure, and the doctors will allow him to see no one. A letter awaits you at Neuchatel to tell you so. I have it from our chief carrier, whom you saw me talking with. He was surprised to see me, and said he had that word for you if he met you. What do you do? Go back?" "Go on," said Vendale. "On?" "On, yes, across the Alps and down to Milan." Obenreizer stopped in his smoking to look at Vendale, and then smoked heavily, looked up the road, looked down the road, looked down at the stones in the road at his feet. "I have a very serious matter in charge," said Vendale, "and more of these missing forms may be turned to as a bad account or worse. I am urged to lose no time in helping the house to take the thief, and nothing shall turn me back." "No?" cried Obenreizer, taking out his cigar to smile and giving his hand to his fellow traveller. "Then nothing shall turn me back. Ho, driver! Dispatch! Quick there! Let us push on!" They travelled through the night. There had been snow, and there was a partial thaw, and they mostly travelled at a foot pace, and always with many stoppages to breathe the splashed and floundering horses. After an hour's broad daylight they drew rein at the inn door at Neuchatel, having been some 28 hours in conquering some 80 English miles. End of Story 20, Part 8. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 9. When they had hurriedly refreshed and changed, they went together to the house of business of Defresnier and Company. There they found the letter which the wine carrier had described, enclosing the tests and comparisons of handwriting essential to the discovery of the forger. Vendale's determination to press forward without resting being already taken, the only question to delay them was by what pass could they cross the Alps. Respecting the state of the two passes of the St. Gothard and the Simplon, the guides and mule drivers differed greatly, and both passes were still far enough off to prevent the travellers from having the benefit of any recent experience of either. Besides which, they well know that a fall of snow might altogether change the described conditions in a single hour, even if they were correctly stated. But on the whole, the Simplon appearing to be the hopefuller route, Vendale decided to take it. Obenreizer bore little or no part in the discussion, and scarcely spoke. To Geneva, to Lausanne, along the level margin of the lake to Vevey, so into the winding valley between the spurs of the mountains and into the valley of the Rhone. The sound of the carriage wheels as they rattled on, through the day, through the night, became as the wheels of a great clock, recording the hours. No change of weather varied the journey after it had hardened into a sullen frost. In a sombre yellow sky they saw the Alpine ranges, and they saw enough of snow on nearer and much lower hilltops and hillsides to sully by contrast the purity of lake, torrent, and waterfall, and make the villages look discoloured and dirty. But no snow fell, nor was there any snowdrift on the road. The stalking along the valley of more or less of white mist, changing on their hair and dress into icicles, was the only variety between them and the gloomy sky. And still by day and still by night the wheels, and still they rolled, in the hearing of one of them, to the burden altered from the burden of the Rhine, "The time is gone for robbing him alive, and I must murder him." They came at length to the poor little town of Brieg, at the foot of the Simplon. They came there after dark, but yet could see how dwarfed men's works and men became with the immense mountains towering over them. Here they must lie for the night, and here was warmth of fire, and lamp, and dinner, and wine, and after conference resounding with guides and drivers. No human creature had come across the pass for 4 days. The snow above the snow line was too soft for wheeled carriage, and not hard enough for sledge. There was snow in the sky. There had been snow in the sky for days past, and the marvel was that it had not fallen, and the certainty was that it must fall. No vehicle could cross. The journey might be tried on mules, or it might be tried on foot, but the best guides must be paid danger price in either case, and that, too, whether they succeeded in taking the two travellers across, or turned for safety and brought them back. In this discussion Obenreizer bore no part whatever. He sat silently smoking by the fire until the room was cleared, and Vendale referred to him. "Bah! I am weary of these poor devils and their trade," he said in reply. "Always the same story. It is the story of their trade today, as it was the story of their trade when I was a ragged boy. What do you and I want? We want a knapsack each and a mountain staff each. We want no guide. We should guide him. He would not guide us. We leave our portmanteaus here, and we cross together. We have been on the mountains together before now, and I am mountain born, and I know this pass, rather high road, by heart. We will leave these poor devils in pity to trade with others, but they must not delay us to make a pretense of earning money, which is all they mean. Vendale, glad to be quit of the dispute and to cut the knot, active, adventurous, bent on getting forward, and therefore very susceptible to the last hint, readily assented. Within 2 hours they had purchased what they wanted for the expedition, had packed their knapsacks, and lay down to sleep. At break of day they found half the town collected in the narrow street to see them depart. The people talked together in groups, the guides and drivers whispered apart and looked up at the sky. No one wished them a good journey. As they began the ascent, a gleam of sun shone from the otherwise unaltered sky, and for a moment turned the tin spires of the town to silver. "A good omen," said Vendale, though it died out while he spoke. "Perhaps our example will open the pass on this side." "No, we shall not be followed," returned Obenreizer, looking up at the sky and back at the valley. "We shall be alone up yonder." On the mountain. The road was fair enough for stout walkers, and the air grew lighter and easier to breathe as the two ascended. But the settled gloom remained as it had remained for days back. Nature seemed to have come to a pause. The sense of hearing, no less than the sense of sight, was troubled by having to wait so long for the change, whatever it might be, that impended. The silence was as palpable and heavy as the lowering clouds, or rather cloud, for there seemed to be but one in all the sky, and that one covering the whole of it. Although the light was thus dismally shrouded, the prospect was not obscured. Down in the valley of the Rhone behind them, the stream could be traced through all its many windings, oppressively sombre and solemn in its one leaden hue, a colourless waste. Far and high above them, glaciers and suspended avalanches overhung the spots where they must pass by and by. Deep and dark below them on their right were awful precipice and roaring torrent. Tremendous mountains arose on every vista. The gigantic landscape, uncheered by a touch of changing light or a solitary ray of sun, was yet terribly distinct in its ferocity. The hearts of the two lonely men might shrink a little if they had to win their way for miles and hours among a legion of silent and motionless men, mere men like themselves, all looking at them with fixed and frowning front. But how much more when the legion is of nature's mightiest works, and the frown may turn to fury in an instant. As they ascended, the road became gradually more rugged and difficult, but the spirits of Vendale rose as they mounted higher, leaving so much more of the road behind them conquered. Obenreizer spoke little, and held on with a determined purpose. Both, in respect of agility and endurance, were well qualified for the expedition. Whatever the born mountaineer read in the weather tokens that was illegible to the other, he kept to himself. "Shall we get across to-day?" asked Vendale. "No," replied the other. "You see how much deeper the snow lies here than it lay half a league lower. The higher we mount, the deeper the snow will lie. Walking is half wading, even now, and the days are so short. If we get as high as the 5th Refuge and lie tonight at the hospice, we shall do well." "Is there no danger of the weather rising in the night?" asked Vendale anxiously, "and snowing us up?" "There is danger enough about us," said Obenreizer, with a cautious glance onward and upward, "to render silence our best policy. You have heard of the bridge of the Ganther?" "I have crossed it once." "In the summer?" "Yes, in the travelling season." "Yes, but it is another thing at this season," with a sneer, as though he were out of temper. "This is not a time of year or a state of things on an Alpine pass that you gentlemen holiday travellers know much about." "You are my guide," said Vendale good-humouredly. "I trust to you." "I am your guide," said Obenreizer, "and I will guide you to your journey's end. There is the bridge before us." They had made a turn into a desolate and dismal ravine, where the snow lay deep below them, deep above them, deep on every side. While speaking, Obenreizer stood pointing at the bridge, and observing Vendale's face, with a very singular expression on his own. "If I, as guide, had sent you over there in advance and encouraged you to give a shout or two, you might have brought down upon yourself tons and tons and tons of snow that would not only have struck you dead, but buried you deep at a blow." "No doubt," said Vendale. "No doubt. But that is not what I have to do as guide. So pass silently, or, going as we go, our indiscretion might else crush and bury me. Let us get on." There was a great accumulation of snow on the bridge, and such enormous accumulations of snow overhung them from projecting masses of rock that they might have been making their way through a stormy sky of white clouds. Using his staff skillfully, sounding as he went, and looking upward, with bent shoulders, as it were to resist the mere idea of a fall from above, Obenreizer softly led. Vendale closely followed. They were yet in the midst of their dangerous way, when there came a mighty rush, followed by a sound as of thunder. Obenreizer clapped his hand on Vendale's mouth and pointed to the track behind them. Its aspect had been wholly changed in a moment. An avalanche had swept over it, and plunged into the torrent at the bottom of the gulf below. Their appearance at the solitary inn, not far above this terrible bridge, elicited many expressions of astonishment from the people shut up in the house. "We stay but to rest," said Obenreizer, shaking the snow from his dress at the fire. "This gentleman has very pressing occasion to get across. Tell them, Vendale." "Assuredly I have very pressing occasion. I must cross." "You hear, all of you. My friend has very pressing occasion to get across, and we want no advice and no help. I am as good a guide, my fellow countrymen, as any of you. Now give us to eat and drink." In exactly the same way, and in nearly the same words, when it was coming on dark, and they had struggled through the greatly increased difficulties of the road, and had at last reached their destination for the night, Obenreizer said to the astonished people of the hospice, gathering about them at the fire, while they were yet in the act of getting their wet shoes off, and shaking the snow from their clothes, "It is well to understand one another, friends all. This gentleman has," said Vendale, readily taking him up with a smile, "very pressing occasion to get across. Must cross. You hear? Has very pressing occasion to get across. Must cross. We want no advice and no help. I am mountain born, and act as guide. Do not worry us by talking about it, but let us have supper and wine and bed." All through the intense cold of the night the same awful stillness. Again, at sunrise, no sunny tinge to gild or redden the snow. The same interminable waste of deathly white, the same immovable air, the same monotonous gloom in the sky. "Travellers!" a friendly voice called to them from the door, after they were afoot, knapsack on back and staff in hand, as yesterday. "Recollect! There are 5 places of shelter near together on the dangerous road before you, and there is the wooden cross, and there is the next hospice. Do not stray from the track. If the Tormonte comes on, take shelter instantly." "The trade of these poor devils," said Obenreizer to his friend, with a contemptuous backward wave of his hand towards the voice. "How they stick to their trade! You Englishmen say we Swiss are mercenary. Truly, it does look like it." They had divided between the 2 knapsacks such refreshments as they had been able to obtain that morning, and as they deemed it prudent to take. Obenreizer carried the wine as his share of the burden, Vendale the bread and meat and cheese, and the flask of brandy. They had for some time laboured upward and onward through the snow, which was now above their knees in the track, and of unknown depth elsewhere, and they were still labouring upward and onward through the most frightful part of that tremendous desolation, when snow began to fall. At first but a few flakes descended, slowly and steadily. After a little while the fall grew much denser, and suddenly it began without apparent cause to whirl itself into spiral shapes. Instantly ensuing upon this last change, an icy blast came roaring at them, and every sound and force imprisoned until now was let loose. One of the dismal galleries through which the road is carried at that perilous point, a cave eked out by arches of great strength, was near at hand. They struggled into it, and the storm raged wildly. The noise of the wind, the noise of the water, the thundering down of displaced masses of rock and snow, the awful voices with which not only that gorge but every gorge in the whole monstrous range seemed to be suddenly endowed, the darkness as of night, the violent revolving of the snow, which beat and broke it into spray and blinded them, the madness of everything around insatiate for destruction, the rapid substitution of furious violence for unnatural calm, and hosts of appalling sounds for silence, these were things on the edge of a deep abyss, to chill the blood, though the fierce wind, made actually solid by ice and snow, had failed to chill it. Obenreizer walked to and fro in the gallery without ceasing, signed to Vendale to help him unbuckle his knapsack. They could see each other, but could not have heard each other speak. Vendale complying, Obenreizer produced his bottle of wine, and poured some out, motioning Vendale to take that for warmth's sake, and not brandy. Vendale again complying, Obenreizer seemed to drink after him, and the two walked backwards and forwards side by side, both well knowing that to rest or sleep would be to die. The snow came driving heavily into the gallery by the upper end at which they would pass out of it, if they ever passed out, for greater dangers lay on the road behind them than before. The snow soon began to choke the arch. An hour more, and it lay so high as to block out half the returning daylight. But it froze hard now as it fell, and could be clambered through or over. The violence of the mountain storm was gradually yielding to a steady snowfall. The wind still raged at intervals, but not incessantly, and when it paused, the snow fell in heavy flakes. They might have been 2 hours in their frightful prison, when Obenreizer, now crunching into the mound, now creeping over it with his head bowed down, and his body touching the top of the arch, made his way out. Vendale followed close upon him, but followed without clear motive or calculation, for the lethargy of Basel was creeping over him again, and mastering his senses. How far he had followed out of the gallery, or with what obstacles he had since contended, he knew not. He became roused to the knowledge that Obenreizer had set upon him, and that they were struggling desperately in the snow. He became roused to the remembrance of what his assailant carried in a girdle. He felt for it, drew it, struck at him, struggled again, struck at him again, cast him off, and stood face to face with him. "I promised to guide you to your journey's end," said Obenreizer, "and I have kept my promise. The journey of your life ends here. Nothing can prolong it. You are sleeping as you stand." "You are a villain! What have you done to me?" "You are a fool. I have drugged you. You are doubly a fool, for I drugged you once before upon the journey to try you. You are trebly a fool, for I am the thief and forger, and in a few moments I shall take those proofs against the thief and forger from your insensible body." The entrapped man tried to throw off the lethargy, but its fatal hold upon him was so sure that even while he heard these words, he stupidly wondered which of them had been wounded, and whose blood it was that he saw sprinkled on the snow. "What have I done to you," he asked heavily and thickly, "that you should be so base a murderer?" "Done to me? You would have destroyed me, but that you have come to your journey's end. Your cursed activity interposed between me and the time I had counted on in which I might have replaced the money. Done to me? You have come in my way. Not once, not twice, but again and again and again. Did I try to shake you off in the beginning or no? You were not to be shaken off. Therefore you die here." Vendale tried to think coherently, tried to speak coherently, tried to pick up the iron-shod staff he had let fall. Failing to touch it, tried to stagger on without its aid. All in vain, all in vain. He stumbled and fell heavily forward on the brink of the deep chasm. Stupefied, dozing, unable to stand upon his feet, a veil before his eyes, his sense of hearing deadened, he made such a vigorous rally that, supporting himself on his hands, he saw his enemy standing calmly over him, and heard him speak. "You call me murderer," said Obenreizer, with a grim laugh. "The name matters very little, but at least I have set my life against yours, for I am surrounded by dangers, and may never make my way out of this place. The Tourmente is rising again. The snow is on the whirl. I must have the papers now. Every moment has my life in it." "Stop!" cried Vendale, in a terrible voice, staggering up with a last flash of fire breaking out of him, and clutching the thievish hands at his breast in both of his. "Stop! Stand away from me! God bless my Marguerite! Happily she will never know how I died. Stand off from me, and let me look at your murderous face. Let it remind me of something left to say." The sight of him fighting so hard for his senses, and the doubt whether he might not for the instant be possessed by the strength of a dozen men, kept his opponent still. Wildly glaring at him, Vendale faltered out the broken words, "It shall not be. The trust of the dead, betrayed by me, reputed parents, misinherited fortune, see to it." As his head dropped on his breast, and he stumbled on the brink of the chasm as before, the thievish hands went once more, quick and busy, to his breast. He made a convulsive attempt to cry no, desperately rolled himself over into the gulf, and sank away from his enemy's touch, like a phantom in a dreadful dream. The mountain storm raged again and passed again. The awful mountain voices died away, the moon rose, and the soft and silent snow fell. 2 men and 2 large dogs came out at the door of the hospice. The men looked carefully around them and up at the sky. The dogs rolled in the snow and took it into their mouths and cast it up with their paws. One of the men said to the other, "We may venture now. We may find them in one of the 5 refuges." Each fastened on his back a basket, each took in his hand a strong piked pole, each girded under his arms a looped end of a stout rope, so that they were tied together. Suddenly the dogs desisted from their gambols in the snow, stood looking down the ascent, put their noses up, put their noses down, became greatly excited, and broke into a deep, loud bay together. The 2 men looked in the faces of the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs looked with at least equal intelligence in the faces of the 2 men. "Au secours, then! Help! To the rescue!" cried the 2 men. The 2 dogs, with a glad, deep, generous bark, bounded away. "2 more mad ones," said the men, stricken motionless, and looking away in the moonlight. "Is it possible in such weather? And one of them a woman!" Each of the dogs had the corner of a woman's dress in his mouth, and drew her along. She fondled their heads as she came up, and she came up through the snow with an accustomed tread. Not so the large man with her, who was spent and winded. "Dear guides, dear friends of travellers, I am of your country. We seek 2 gentlemen crossing the pass, who should have reached the hospice this evening." "They have reached it, ma'amselle." "Thank heaven! Oh, thank heaven!" "But, unhappily, they have gone on again. We are setting forth to seek them even now. We had to wait until the Tourmente passed. It has been fearful up here." "Dear guides, dear friends of travellers, let me go with you. Let me go with you for the love of God. One of those gentlemen is to be my husband. I love him oh so dearly, oh so dearly. You see I am not faint, you see I am not tired. I am born a peasant girl. I will show you that I know well how to fasten myself to your ropes. I will do it with my own hands. I will swear to be brave and good. But let me go with you. Let me go with you. If any mischance should have befallen him, my love would find him when nothing else could. On my knees, dear friends of travellers, by the love your dear mothers had for your fathers." The good, rough fellows were moved. "After all," they murmured to one another, "she speaks but the truth. She knows the ways of the mountains. See how marvellously she has come here. But as to monsieur there, Mam'selle—" "Dear Mr. Joey," said Marguerite, addressing him in his own tongue, "you will remain at the house and wait for me, will you not?" "If I knowed which of you two recommended it," growled Joey Ladle, eyeing the two men with great indignation, "I'd fight you for sixpence, and give you half-a-crown towards your expenses. No, miss, I'll stick by you as long as there's any sticking left in me, and I'll die for you when I can't do better." The state of the moon rendering it highly important that no time should be lost, and the dog showing signs of great uneasiness, the two men quickly took their resolution. The rope that yoked them together was exchanged for a longer one. The party were secured, Marguerite second and the cellarman last, and they set out for the refuges. The actual distance of those places was nothing, the whole 5, and the next hospice to boot, being within 2 miles, but the ghastly way was whitened out and sheeted over. They made no miss in reaching the gallery where the two had taken shelter. The second storm of wind and snow had so wildly swept over it since that their tracks were gone. But the dogs went to and fro with their noses down, and were confident. The party stopping, however, at the further arch, where the second storm had been especially furious, and where the drift was deep, the dogs became troubled, and went about and about in quest of a lost purpose. The great abyss being known to lie on the right, they wandered too much to the left, and had to regain the way with infinite labour through a deep field of snow. The leader of the line had stopped it, and was taking note of the landmarks, when one of the dogs fell to tearing up the snow a little before them. Advancing and stooping to look at it, thinking that some one might be overwhelmed there, they saw that it was stained, and that the stain was red. The other dog was now seen to look over the brink of the gulf, with his 4 legs straightened out, lest he should fall into it, and to tremble in every limb. Then the dog who had found the stained snow joined him, and then they ran to and fro, distressed and whining. Finally they both stopped on the brink together, and, setting up their heads, howled dolefully. "There is some one lying below," said Marguerite. "I think so," said the foremost man. "Stand well inward, the 2 last, and let us look over." The last man kindled 2 torches from his basket, and handed them forward. The leader taking one, and Marguerite the other, they looked down. Now shading the torches, now moving them to the right or left, now raising them, now depressing them, as moonlight far below contended with black shadows. A piercing cry from Marguerite broke a long silence. "My God! On a projecting point, where a wall of ice stretches forward over the torrent, I see a human form!" "Where, ma'amselle, where?" "See there, on the shelf of ice below the dogs." The leader, with a sickened aspect, drew inward, and they were all silent. But they were not all inactive, for Marguerite, with swift and skilful fingers, had detached both herself and him from the rope in a few seconds. "Show me the baskets. These 2 are the only ropes?" "The only ropes here, ma'amselle, but at the hospice—" "If he is alive, I know it is my lover. He will be dead before you can return. Dear guides, blessed friend of travellers, look at me. Watch my hands. If they falter or go wrong, make me your prisoner by force. If they are steady and go right, help me to save him." She girded herself with a cord under the breast and arms, she formed it into a kind of jacket, she drew it into knots, she laid its end side by side with the end of the other cord, she twisted and twined the 2 together, she knotted them together, she set her foot upon the knots, she strained them, she held them for the 2 men to strain at. "She is inspired," they said to one another. "By the Almighty's mercy," she exclaimed, "you both know that I am by far the lighter here. Give me the brandy and the wine, and lower me down to him. Then go for assistance and a stronger rope. You see that when it is lowered to me, look at this about me now, I can make it fast and safe to his body. Alive or dead, I will bring him up, or die with him. I love him passionately. Can I say more?" They turned to her companion, but he was lying senseless on the snow. "Lower me down to him," she said, taking 2 little kegs they had brought and hanging them about her, "or I will dash myself to pieces. I am a peasant, and I know no giddiness or fear. And this is nothing to me, and I passionately love him. Lower me down." "Mam'selle, mam'selle, he must be dying or dead." "Dying or dead, my husband's head shall lie upon my breast, or I will dash myself to pieces." They yielded overborne. With such precautions as their skill and the circumstances admitted, they let her slip from the summit, guiding herself down the precipitous icy wall with her hand, and they lowered down and lowered down and lowered down, until the cry came up, "Enough!" "Is it really he? And is he dead?" they called down, looking over. The cry came up, "He is insensible, but his heart beats. It beats against mine." "How does he lie?" The cry came up, "Upon a ledge of ice. It has thawed beneath him, and it will thaw beneath me. Hasten. If we die, I am content." One of the 2 men hurried off with the dogs at such topmost speed as he could make. The other set up the lighted torches in the snow, and applied himself to recovering the Englishman. Much snow chafing and some brandy got him on his legs, but delirious and quite unconscious where he was. The watch remained upon the brink, and his cry went down continually, "Courage! They will soon be here! How goes it?" And the cry came up, "His heart still beats against mine. I warm him in my arms. I have cast off the rope, for the ice melts under us, and the rope would separate me from him, but I am not afraid." The moon went down behind the mountain tops, and all the abyss lay in darkness. The cry went down, "How goes it?" The cry came up, "We are sinking lower, but his heart still beats against mine." At length the eager barking of the dogs and a flare of light upon the snow proclaimed that help was coming on. 20 or 30 men, lamps, torches, litters, ropes, blankets, wood to kindle a great fire, restoratives and stimulants came in fast. The dogs ran from one man to another, and from this thing to that, and ran to the edge of the abyss, dumbly entreating speed, speed, speed. The cry went down, "Thanks be to God, all is ready. How goes it?" The cry came up, "We are sinking still, and we are deadly cold. His heart no longer beats against mine. Let no one come down to add to our weight. Lower the rope only." The fire was kindled high. A great glare of torches lighted the sides of the precipice. Lamps were lowered. A strong rope was lowered. She could be seen passing it around him and making it secure. The cry came up into a deathly silence, "Raise, softly." They could see her diminished figure shrink as he was swung into the air. They gave no shout when some of them laid him on a litter, and others lowered another strong rope. The cry came up again into a deathly silence, "Raise, softly." But when they caught her at the brink, then they shouted, then they wept, then they gave thanks to heaven, then they kissed her feet, then they kissed her dress, then the dogs caressed her, licked her icy hands, and with their honest faces warmed her frozen bosom. She broke from them all and sank over him on his litter, with both her loving hands upon the heart that stood still. End of Story 20, Part 9. Story 20 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 20, No Thoroughfare, Part 10. Act 4, The Clock Lock. The pleasant scene was Neuchatel. The pleasant month was April. The pleasant place was a notary's office. The pleasant person in it was the notary, a rosy, hearty, handsome old man, chief notary of Neuchatel, known far and wide in the canton as Maitre Voigt. Professionally and personally, the notary was a popular citizen. His innumerable kindnesses and his innumerable oddities had for years made him one of the recognized public characters of the pleasant Swiss town. His long brown frock coat and his black skull cap were among the institutions of the place, and he carried a snuff-box which in point of size was popularly believed to be without a parallel in Europe. There was another person in the notary's office, not so pleasant as the notary. This was Obenreizer. An oddly pastoral kind of office it was, and one that would never have answered in England. It stood in a neat back yard, fenced off from a pretty flower garden. Goats browsed in the doorway, and a cow was within half a dozen feet of keeping company with the clerk. Maitre Voigt's room was a bright and varnished little room, with panelled walls like a toy chamber. According to the seasons of the year, roses, sunflowers, hollyhocks peeped in at the windows. Maitre Voigt's bees hummed through the office all the summer, in at this window and out at that, taking it freely in their day's work as if honey were to be made from Maitre Voigt's sweet disposition. A large musical box on the chimney-piece often trilled away at the overture to Fra Diavolo, or a selection from William Tell, with a chirruping liveliness that had to be stopped by force on the entrance of a client, and irrepressibly broke out again the moment his back was turned. "Courage, courage, my good fellow," said Maitre Voigt, patting Obenreizer on the knee in a fatherly and comforting way. "You will begin a new life to-morrow morning in my office here." Obenreizer, dressed in mourning and subdued in manner, lifted his hand with a white handkerchief in it to the region of his heart. "The gratitude is here," he said, "but the words to express it are not here." "Ta, ta, ta! Don't talk to me about gratitude," said Maitre Voigt. "I hate to see a man oppressed. I see you oppressed, and I hold out my hand to you by instinct. Besides, I am not too old yet to remember my young days. Your father sent me my first client. It was on a question of half an acre of vineyard that seldom bore any grapes. Do I owe nothing to your father's son? I owe him a debt of friendly obligation, and I pay it to you. That's rather neatly expressed, I think," added Maitre Voigt, in high good humour with himself. "Permit me to reward my own merit with a pinch of snuff." Obenreizer dropped his eyes to the ground, as though he were not even worthy to see the notary take snuff. "Do me one last favour, sir," he said, when he raised his eyes. "Do not act on impulse. Thus far you have only a general knowledge of my position. Hear the case for and against me in its details before you take me into your office. Let my claim on your benevolence be recognized by your sound reason, as well as by your excellent heart. In that case I may hold up my head against the bitterest of my enemies, and build myself a new reputation on the ruins of the character I have lost." "As you will," said Maitre Voigt. "You speak well, my son. You will be a fine lawyer one of these days." "The details are not many," pursued Obenreizer. "My troubles begin with the accidental death of my late travelling companion, my lost dear friend, Mr. Vendale." "Mr. Vendale," repeated the notary. "Just so. I have heard and read of the name several times within these 2 months. The name of the unfortunate English gentleman who was killed on the Simplon, when you got that scar upon your cheek and neck." "From my own knife," said Obenreizer, touching what must have been an ugly gash at the time of its infliction. "From your own knife," assented the notary, "and in trying to save him." "Good, good, good. That was very good. Vendale. Yes. I have several times lately thought it droll that I should once have had a client of that name." "But the world, sir," returned Obenreizer, "is so small." Nevertheless, he made a mental note that the notary had once had a client of that name. "As I was saying, sir, the death of that dear travelling comrade begins my troubles. What follows? I save myself, I go down to Milan, I am received with coldness by Defresnier and Company. Shortly afterwards I am discharged by Defresnier and Company. Why? They give no reason why. I ask, do they assail my honor? No answer. I ask, what is the imputation against me? No answer. I ask, where are their proofs against me? No answer. I ask, what am I to think? The reply is, Monsieur Obenreizer is free to think what he will. What Monsieur Obenreizer thinks is of no importance to Defresnier and Company, and that is all. Perfectly, that is all, assented the notary, taking a large pinch of snuff. But is that enough, sir? That is not enough, said Maitre Voigt. The house of Defresnier are my fellow townsmen, much respected, much esteemed. But the house of Defresnier must not silently destroy a man's character. You can rebut assertion, but how can you rebut silence? Your sense of justice, my dear patron, answered Obenreizer, states in a word the cruelty of the case. Does it stop there? No. For what follows upon that? True, my poor boy, said the notary, with a comforting nod or two. Your ward rebels upon that. Rebels is too soft a word, retorted Obenreizer. My ward revolts from me with horror. My ward defies me. My ward withdraws herself from my authority, and takes shelter, Madame Dor with her, in the house of that English lawyer, Mr. Bintrey, who replies to your summons to her to submit herself to my authority that she will not do so. And who afterwards writes, said the notary, moving his large snuff-box to look among the papers underneath it for the letter, that he is coming to confer with me. Indeed? Replied Obenreizer, rather checked. Well, sir, have I no legal rights? Assuredly, my poor boy, returned the notary, all but felons have their legal rights. And who calls me felon? Said Obenreizer fiercely. No one. Be calm under your wrongs. If the house of Defresnier would call you felon, indeed, we should know how to deal with them. While saying these words, he had handed Bintrey's very short letter to Obenreizer, who now read it and gave it back. In saying, observed Obenreizer, with recovered composure, that he is coming to confer with you, this English lawyer means that he is coming to deny my authority over my ward. You think so? I am sure of it. I know him. He is obstinate and contentious. You will tell me, my dear sir, whether my authority is unassailable until my ward is of age? Absolutely unassailable. I will enforce it. I will make her submit herself to it. For, said Obenreizer, changing his angry tone to one of grateful submission, I owe it to you, sir, to you who have so confidently taken an injured man under your protection and into your employment. Make your mind easy, said Maitre Voigt. No more of this now, and no thanks. Be here tomorrow morning before the other clerk comes, between 7 and 8. You will find me in this room, and I will myself initiate you in your work. Go away, I have letters to write. I won't hear a word more. Dismissed with this generous abruptness, and satisfied with the favorable impression he had left on the old man's mind, Obenreizer was at leisure to revert to the mental note he had made that Maitre Voigt once had a client whose name was Vendale. I ought to know England well enough by this time, so his meditation ran, as he sat on a bench in the yard, and it is not a name I ever encountered there except— he looked involuntarily over his shoulder— as his name. Is the world so small that I cannot get away from him, even now when he is dead? He confessed at the last that he had betrayed the trust of the dead, and misinherited a fortune, and I was to see to it, and I was to stand off, that my face might remind him of it. Why my face, unless it concerned me? I am sure of his words, for they have been in my ears ever since. Can there be anything bearing on them in the keeping of this old idiot? Anything to repair my fortunes and blacken his memory? He dwelt upon my earliest remembrances that night at Basel. Why, unless he had a purpose in it? Maitre Voigt's two largest he-goats were butting at him to butt him out of the place, as if for that disrespectful mention of their master. So he got up and left the place. but he walked alone for a long time on the border of the lake with his head drooped in deep thought. Between 7 and 8 next morning he presented himself again at the office. He found the notary ready for him, at work on some papers which had come in on the previous evening. In a few clear words Maitre Voigt explained the routine of the office and the duties Obenreizer would be expected to perform. It still wanted 5 minutes to 8 when the preliminary instructions were declared to be complete. "I will show you over the house and the offices," said Maitre Voigt, "but I must put away these papers first. They come from the municipal authorities, and they must be taken special care of." Obenreizer saw his chance here of finding out the repository in which his employer's private papers were kept. "Can't I save you the trouble, sir?" he asked. "Can't I put those documents away under your directions?" Maitre Voigt laughed softly to himself, closed the portfolio in which the papers had been sent to him, handed it to Obenreizer. "Suppose you try," he said. "All my papers of importance are kept yonder." He pointed to a heavy oaken door, thickly studded with nails, at the lower end of the room. Approaching the door with the portfolio, Obenreizer discovered, to his astonishment, that there were no means whatever of opening it from outside. There was no handle, no bolt, no key, and, climax of passive obstruction, no keyhole. "There is a second door to this room?" said Obenreizer, appealing to the notary. "No," said Maitre Voigt. "Guess again." "There is a window." "Nothing of the sort. The window has been bricked up. The only way in is the way by that door." "Do you give it up?" cried Maitre Voigt, with high triumph. "Listen, my good fellow, and tell me if you hear nothing inside." Obenreizer listened for a moment, and started back from the door. "I know!" he exclaimed. "I heard of this when I was apprenticed here at the watchmaker's. Perrin Brothers have finished their famous clock lock at last, and you have got it." "Bravo!" said Maitre Voigt. "The clock lock it is. There, my son, there you have one more of what the good people of this town call Daddy Voigt's follies. With all my heart, let those laugh who win. No thief can steal my keys. No burglar can pick my lock. No power on earth, short of a battering ram or a barrel of gunpowder, can move that door till my little sentinel inside, my worthy friend, who goes tick, tick, as I tell him, says open. The big door obeys the little tick, tick, and the little tick, tick obeys me. That," cried Daddy Voigt, snapping his fingers, "for all the thieves in Christendom." "May I see it in action?" asked Obenreizer. "Pardon my curiosity, dear sir. You know that I was once a tolerable worker in the clock trade." "Certainly you shall see it in action," said Maitre Voigt. "What is the time now? 1 minute to 8? Watch, and in 1 minute you will see the door open of itself." In 1 minute, smoothly and slowly and silently, as if invisible hands had set it free, the heavy door opened inward and disclosed a dark chamber beyond. On 3 sides shelves filled the walls from floor to ceiling. Arranged on the shelves were rows upon rows of boxes made in the prettily inlaid woodwork of Switzerland, and bearing inscribed on their fronts, for the most part in fanciful coloured letters, the names of the notary's clients. Maitre Voigt lighted a taper and led the way into the room. "You shall see the clock," he said proudly. "I possess the greatest curiosity in Europe. It is only a privileged few whose eyes can look at it. I give the privilege to your good father's son. You shall be one of the favoured few who enter the room with me. See, here it is on the right-hand wall at the side of the door." "An ordinary clock!" exclaimed Obenreizer. "No, not an ordinary clock. It has only one hand." "Aha!" said Maitre Voigt. "Not an ordinary clock, my friend. No, no. That one hand goes round the dial. As I put it, so it regulates the hour at which the door shall open. See, the hand points to 8. At 8 the door opened, as you saw for yourself." "Does it open more than once in the 24 hours?" asked Obenreizer. "More than once?" repeated the notary, with great scorn. "You don't know, my good friend. Tick, tick. He will open the door as often as I ask him. All he wants is his directions, and he gets them here. Look below the dial. Here is a half circle of steel let into the wall, and here is a hand, called the regulator, that travels round it just as my hand chooses. Notice, if you please, that there are figures to guide me on the half circle of steel. Figure 1 means open once in the 24 hours. Figure 2 means open twice, and so on to the end. I set the regulator every morning after I have read my letters, and when I know what my day's work is to be. Would you like to see me set it now? What is today? Wednesday. Good. This is the day of our rifle club. There is little business to do. I grant a half holiday. No work here today after 3 o'clock. Let us first put away this portfolio of municipal papers. There. No need to trouble Tick-Tick to open the door until 8 tomorrow. Good. I leave the dial hand at 8. I put back the regulator to 1. I close the door, and closed the door remains, past all opening by anybody, till tomorrow morning at 8. Obenreizer's quickness instantly saw the means by which he might make the clock lock betray its master's confidence, and place its master's papers at his disposal. "Stop, sir!" he cried at the moment when the notary was closing the door. "Don't I see something moving among the boxes? On the floor there." Maitre Voigt turned his back for a moment to look. In that moment Obenreizer's ready hand put the regulator on from the figure 1 to the figure 2. Unless the notary looked again at the half circle of steel, the door would open at 8 that evening as well as at 8 next morning, and nobody but Obenreizer would know it. "There is nothing," said Maitre Voigt. "Your troubles have shaken your nerves, my son. Some shadow thrown by my taper, or some poor little beetle who lives among the old lawyer's secrets running away from the light. Hark! I hear your fellow clerk in the office. To work, and build today the first step that leads to your new fortunes." He good-humoredly pushed Obenreizer out before him, extinguished the taper, with a last fond glance at his clock, which passed harmlessly over the regulator beneath, and closed the oaken door. At 3 the office was shut up. The notary and everybody in the notary's employment, with one exception, went to see the rifle shooting. Obenreizer had pleaded that he was not in spirits for a public festival. Nobody knew what had become of him. It was believed that he had slipped away for a solitary walk. The house and offices had been closed but a few minutes when the door of a shining wardrobe in the notary's shining room opened, and Obenreizer stepped out. He walked to a window, unclosed the shutters, satisfied himself that he could escape unseen by way of the garden, turned back into the room, and took his place in the notary's easy-chair. He was locked up in the house, and there were 5 hours to wait before 8 o'clock came. He wore his way through the 5 hours, sometimes reading the books and newspapers that lay on the table, sometimes thinking, sometimes walking to and fro. Sunset came on. He closed the window shutters before he kindled a light. The candle lighted, and the time drawing nearer and nearer, he sat, watch in hand, with his eyes on the oaken door. At 8, smoothly and softly and silently, the door opened. One after another he read the names on the outer rows of boxes. No such name as Vendale. He removed the outer row and looked at the row behind. These were older boxes and shabbier boxes. The 4 last that he examined were inscribed with French and German names. The 5th bore a name which was almost illegible. He brought it out into the room and examined it closely. There, covered thickly with time stains and dust, was the name, Vendale. The key hung to the box by a string. He unlocked the box, took out 4 loose papers that were in it, spread them open on the table, and began to read them. He had not so occupied a minute when his face fell from its expression of eagerness and avidity to one of haggard astonishment and disappointment. But after a little consideration he copied the papers. He then replaced the papers, replaced the box, closed the door, extinguished the candle, and stole away. As his murderous and thievish footfall passed out of the garden, the steps of the notary and someone accompanying him stopped at the front door of the house. The lamps were lighted in the little street, and the notary had his door key in his hand. "Pray do not pass my house, Mr. Bintrey," he said. "Do me the honour to come in. It is one of our town half-holidays, our tier, but my people will be back directly. It is droll that you should ask your way to the hotel of me. Let us eat and drink before you go there." "Thank you, not to-night," said Bintrey. "Shall I come to you at 10 to-morrow?" "I shall be enchanted, sir, to take so early an opportunity of redressing the wrongs of my injured client," returned the good notary. "Yes," retorted Bintrey, "your injured client is all very well. But a word in your ear." He whispered to the notary and walked off. When the notary's housekeeper came home, she found him standing at his door, motionless, with the key still in his hand, and the door unopened. Obenreizer's victory. The scene shifts again to the foot of the Simplon on the Swiss side. In one of the dreary rooms of the dreary little inn at Brieg, Mr. Bintrey and Maitre Voigt sat together at a professional council of two. Mr. Bintrey was searching in his dispatch box. Maitre Voigt was looking towards a closed door, painted brown to imitate mahogany, and communicating with an inner room. "Isn't it time he was here?" asked the notary, shifting his position, and glancing at a second door at the other end of the room, painted yellow to imitate deal. "He is here," answered Bintrey, after listening for a moment. The yellow door was opened by a waiter, and Obenreizer walked in. After greeting Maitre Voigt with a cordiality which appeared to cause the notary no little embarrassment, Obenreizer bowed with grave and distant politeness to Bintrey. "For what reason have I been brought from Neuchatel to the foot of the mountain?" he inquired, taking the seat which the English lawyer had indicated to him. "You shall be quite satisfied on that head before our interview is over," returned Bintrey. "For the present, permit me to suggest proceeding at once to business. There has been a correspondence, Mr. Obenreizer, between you and your niece. I am here to represent your niece. In other words, you, a lawyer, are here to represent an infraction of the law." "Admirably put," said Bintrey. "If all the people I have to deal with were only like you, what an easy profession mine would be. I am here to represent an infraction of the law. That is your point of view. I am here to make a compromise between you and your niece. That is my point of view." "There must be two parties to a compromise," rejoined Obenreizer. "I decline, in this case, to be one of them. The law gives me authority to control my niece's actions until she comes of age. She is not yet of age, and I claim my authority." At this point Maitre Voigt attempted to speak. Bintrey silenced him with a compassionate indulgence of tone and manner, as if he was silencing a favourite child. "No, my worthy friend, not a word. Don't excite yourself unnecessarily. Leave it to me." He turned and addressed himself again to Obenreizer. "I can think of nothing comparable to you, Mr. Obenreizer, but granite, and even that wears out in course of time. In the interests of peace and quietness, for the sake of your own dignity, relax a little. If you will only delegate your authority to another person whom I know of, that person may be trusted never to lose sight of your niece, night or day." "You are wasting your time and mine," returned Obenreizer. "If my niece is not rendered up to my authority within 1 week from this day, I invoke the law. If you resist the law, I take her by force." He rose to his feet as he said the last word. Maitre Voigt looked round again towards the brown door which led into the inner room. "Have some pity on the poor girl," pleaded Bintrey. "Remember how lately she lost her lover by a dreadful death. Will nothing move you?" "Nothing." Bintrey, in his turn, rose to his feet and looked at Maitre Voigt. Maitre Voigt's hand, resting on the table, began to tremble. Maitre Voigt's eyes remained fixed, as if by irresistible fascination, on the brown door. Obenreizer, suspiciously observing him, looked that way too. "There is somebody listening in there," he exclaimed, with a sharp backward glance at Bintrey. "There are two people listening," answered Bintrey. "Who are they?" "You shall see." With that answer he raised his voice and spoke the next words, the two common words which are on everybody's lips at every hour of the day. "Come in." The brown door opened. Supported on Marguerite's arm, his sunburnt colour gone, his right arm bandaged and slung over his breast, Vendale stood before the murderer, a man risen from the dead. In the moment of silence that followed, the singing of a caged bird in the courtyard outside was the one sound stirring in the room. Maitre Voigt touched Bintrey and pointed to Obenreizer. "Look at him," said the notary in a whisper. The shock had paralyzed every movement in the villain's body but the movement of the blood. His face was like the face of a corpse. The one vestige of colour left in it was a livid purple streak which marked the course of the scar where his victim had wounded him on the cheek and neck. Speechless, breathless, motionless alike in eye and limb, it seemed as if, at the sight of Vendale, the death to which he had doomed Vendale had struck him where he stood. "Somebody ought to speak to him," said Maitre Voigt. "Shall I?" Even at that moment Bintrey persisted in silencing the notary, and in keeping the lead in the proceedings to himself. Checking Maitre Voigt by a gesture, he dismissed Marguerite and Vendale in these words. "The object of your appearance here is answered," he said. "If you will withdraw for the present, it may help Mr. Obenreizer to recover himself." It did help him. As the two passed through the door and closed it behind them, he drew a deep breath of relief. He looked round for the chair from which he had risen, and dropped into it. "Give him time," pleaded Maitre Voigt. "No," said Bintrey. "I don't know what use he may make of it if I do." He turned once more to Obenreizer and went on. "I owe it to myself," he said. "I don't admit, mind, that I owe it to you. To account for my appearance in these proceedings, and to state what has been done under my advice and on my sole responsibility. Can you listen to me?" "I can listen to you." "Recall the time when you started for Switzerland with Mr. Vendale," Bintrey began. "You had not left England 24 hours before your niece committed an act of imprudence which not even your penetration could foresee. She followed her promised husband on his journey without asking anybody's advice or permission, and without any better companion to protect her than a cellarman in Mr. Vendale's employment. Why did she follow me on the journey, and how came the cellarman to be the person who accompanied her?" "She followed you on the journey," answered Bintrey, "because she suspected there had been some serious collision between you and Mr. Vendale, which had been kept secret from her, and because she rightly believed you to be capable of serving your interests or of satisfying your enmity at the price of a crime. As for the cellarman, he was one, among the other people in Mr. Vendale's establishment, to whom she had applied, the moment your back was turned, to know if anything had happened between their master and you. The cellarman alone had something to tell her. A senseless superstition, and a common accident which had happened to his master in his master's cellar, had connected Mr. Vendale in this man's mind with the idea of danger by murder. Your niece surprised him into a confession which aggravated tenfold the terrors that possessed her. Aroused to a sense of the mischief he had done, the man, of his own accord, made the one atonement in his power. 'If my master is in danger, miss,' he said, 'it is my duty to follow him too, and it's more than my duty to take care of you.' The two set forth together, and for once a superstition has had its use. It decided your niece on taking the journey, and it led the way to saving a man's life. Do you understand me so far?" "I understand you, so far." "My first knowledge of the crime that you had committed," pursued Bintrey, "came to me in the form of a letter from your niece. All you need know is that her love and her courage recovered the body of your victim and aided the after efforts which brought him back to life. While he lay helpless at Brieg under her care, she wrote to me to come out to him. Before starting, I informed Madame Dor that I knew Miss Obenreizer to be safe and knew where she was. Madame Dor informed me in return that a letter had come for your niece, which she knew to be in your handwriting. I took possession of it and arranged for the forwarding of any other letters which might follow. Arrived at Brieg, I found Mr. Vendale out of danger, and at once devoted myself to hastening the day of reckoning with you. De Freysener and Company turned you off on suspicion, acting on information privately supplied by me. Having stripped you of your false character, the next thing to do was to strip you of your authority over your niece. To reach this end, I not only had no scruple in digging the pitfall under your feet in the dark, I felt a certain professional pleasure in fighting you with your own weapons. By my advice, the truth has been carefully concealed from you up to this day. By my advice, the trap into which you have walked was set for you, you know why, now, as well as I do, in this place. There was but one certain way of shaking the devilish self-control which has hitherto made you a formidable man. That way has been tried, and, look at me as you may, that way has succeeded. The last thing that remains to be done," concluded Bintrey, producing 2 little slips of manuscript from his dispatch-box, "is to set your niece free. You have attempted murder, and you have committed forgery and theft. We have the evidence ready against you in both cases. If you are convicted as a felon, you know as well as I do what becomes of your authority over your niece. Personally, I should have preferred taking that way out of it, but considerations are pressed on me which I am not able to resist, and this interview must end, as I have told you already, in a compromise. Sign those lines, resigning all authority over Miss Obenreizer, and pledging yourself never to be seen in England or in Switzerland again, and I will sign an indemnity which secures you against further proceedings on our part." Obenreizer took the pen in silence, and signed his niece's release. On receiving the indemnity in return, he rose, but made no movement to leave the room. He stood looking at Maitre Voigt with a strange smile gathering at his lips, and a strange light flashing in his filmy eyes. "What are you waiting for?" asked Bintrey. Obenreizer pointed to the brown door. "Call them back," he answered. "I have something to say in their presence before I go." "Say it in my presence," retorted Bintrey. "I decline to call them back." Obenreizer turned to Maitre Voigt. "Do you remember telling me that you once had an English client named Vendale?" he asked. "Well," answered the notary, "and what of that?" "Maitre Voigt, your clock-lock has betrayed you." "What do you mean?" "I have read the letters and certificates in your client's box. I have taken copies of them. I have got the copies here. Is there, or is there not, a reason for calling them back?" For a moment the notary looked to and fro between Obenreizer and Bintrey in helpless astonishment. Recovering himself, he drew his brother lawyer aside and hurriedly spoke a few words close at his ear. The face of Bintrey, after first faithfully reflecting the astonishment on the face of Maitre Voigt, suddenly altered its expression. He sprang, with the activity of a young man, to the door of the inner room, entered it, remained inside for a minute, and returned, followed by Marguerite and Vendale. "Now, Mr. Obenreizer," said Bintrey, "the last move in the game is yours. Play it." "Before I resign my position as that young lady's guardian," said Obenreizer, "I have a secret to reveal, in which she is interested. In making my disclosure, I am not claiming her attention for a narrative which she or any other person present is expected to take on trust. I am possessed of written proofs, copies of originals, the authenticity of which Maitre Voigt himself can attest. Bear that in mind, and permit me to refer you, at starting, to a date long past, the month of February in the year 1836. "Mark the date, Mr. Vendale," said Bintrey. "My first proof," said Obenreizer, taking a paper from his pocket-book, "copy of a letter written by an English lady, married, to her sister, a widow. The name of the person writing the letter I shall keep suppressed until I have done. The name of the person to whom the letter is written I am willing to reveal. It is addressed to Mrs. Jane Ann Miller, of Groombridge Wells, England." Vendale started, and opened his lips to speak. Bintrey instantly stopped him, as he had stopped Maitre Voigt. "No," said the pertinacious lawyer, "leave it to me." Obenreizer went on. "It is needless to trouble you with the first half of the letter," he said. "I can give the substance of it in 2 words. The writer's position at the time is this. She has been long living in Switzerland with her husband, obliged to live there for the sake of her husband's health. They are about to move to a new residence on the lake of Neuchatel in a week, and they will be ready to receive Mrs. Miller as visitor in a fortnight from that time. This said, the writer next enters into an important domestic detail. She has been childless for years. She and her husband have now no hope of children. They are lonely. They want an interest in life. They have decided on adopting a child. Here the important part of the letter begins, and here, therefore, I read it to you word for word." He folded back the first page of the letter, and read as follows. "Will you help us, my dear sister, to realize our new project? As English people, we wish to adopt an English child. This may be done, I believe, at the Foundling. My husband's lawyers in London will tell you how. I leave the choice to you, with only these conditions attached to it: that the child is to be an infant under a year old, and is to be a boy. Will you pardon the trouble I am giving you for my sake, and will you bring our adopted child to us, with your own children, when you come to Neuchatel? I must add a word as to my husband's wishes in this matter. He is resolved to spare the child whom we make our own any future mortification and loss of self-respect which might be caused by a discovery of his true origin. He will bear my husband's name, and he will be brought up in the belief that he is really our son. His inheritance of what we have to leave will be secured to him, not only according to the laws of England in such cases, but according to the laws of Switzerland also. For we have lived so long in this country that there is a doubt whether we may not be considered as domiciled in Switzerland. The one precaution left to take is to prevent any after-discovery at the Foundling. Now, our name is a very uncommon one, and if we appear on the register of the institution as the persons adopting the child, there is just a chance that something might result from it. Your name, my dear, is the name of thousands of other people, and if you will consent to appear on the register, there need be no fear of any discoveries in that quarter. We are moving, by the doctor's orders, to a part of Switzerland in which our circumstances are quite unknown, and you, as I understand, are about to engage a new nurse for the journey when you come to see us. Under these circumstances, the child may appear as my child, brought back to me under my sister's care. The only servant we take with us from our old home is my own maid, who can be safely trusted. As for the lawyers in England and in Switzerland, it is their profession to keep secrets, and we may feel quite easy in that direction. So there you have our harmless little conspiracy. Write by return of post, my love, and tell me you will join it." "Do you still conceal the name of the writer of that letter?" asked Vendale. "I keep the name of the writer till the last," answered Obenreizer, "and I proceed to my second proof, a mere slip of paper this time, as you see. Memorandum given to the Swiss lawyer who drew the documents referred to in the letter I have just read, expressed as followed. Adopted from the Foundling Hospital of England, 3rd March, 1836, a male infant, called in the institution Walter Wilding. Person appearing on the register as adopting the child, Mrs. Jane Ann Miller, widow, acting in this matter for her married sister, domiciled in Switzerland." "Patience," resumed Obenreizer, as Vendale, breaking loose from Bintrey, started to his feet. "I shall not keep the name concealed much longer. 2 more little slips of paper, and I have done. Third proof, certificate of Dr. Gons, still living in practice at Neuchatel, dated July, 1838. The doctor certifies, you shall read it for yourselves directly, First, that he attended the adopted child in its infant maladies. Second, that 3 months before the date of the certificate, the gentleman adopting the child as his son died. Third, that on the date of the certificate, the widow and her maid, taking the adopted child with them, left Neuchatel on their return to England. One more link now added to this, and my chain of evidence is complete. The maid remained with her mistress till her mistress's death, only a few years since. The maid can swear to the identity of the adopted infant from his childhood to his youth, from his youth to his manhood, as he now is. There is her address in England, and there, Mr. Vendale, is the fourth and final proof." "Why do you address yourself to me?" said Vendale, as Obenreizer threw the written address on the table. Obenreizer turned on him in a sudden frenzy of triumph. "Because you are the man. If my niece marries you, she marries a bastard brought up by public charity. If my niece marries you, she marries an impostor, without name or lineage, disguised in the character of a gentleman of rank and family." "Bravo!" cried Bintrey. "Admirably put, Mr. Obenreizer. It only wants one word more to complete it. She marries, thanks entirely to your exertions, a man who inherits a handsome fortune, and a man whose origin will make him prouder than ever of his peasant wife. George Vendale, as brother executors, let us congratulate each other. Our dear dead friend's last wish on earth is accomplished. We have found the lost Walter Wilding. As Mr. Obenreizer said just now, you are the man." The words passed by Vendale unheeded. For the moment he was conscious of but one sensation. He heard but one voice. Marguerite's hand was clasping his. Marguerite's voice was whispering to him, "I never loved you, George, as I love you now." The curtain falls. May Day. There is merrymaking in Cripple Corner. The chimneys smoke, the patriarchal dining hall is hung with garlands, and Mrs. Goldstraw, the respected housekeeper, is very busy. For on this bright morning the young master of Cripple Corner is married to its young mistress far away, to wit, in the little town of Briege, in Switzerland, lying at the foot of the Simplon Pass, where she saved his life. The bells ring gaily in the little town of Briege, and flags are stretched across the street, and rifle shots are heard, and sounding music from brass instruments. Streamer-decorated casks of wine have been rolled out under a gay awning in the public way before the inn, and there will be free feasting and revelry. What with bells and banners, draperies hanging from windows, explosion of gunpowder, and reverberation of brass music, the little town of Briege is all in a flutter, like the hearts of its simple people. It was a stormy night last night, and the mountains are covered with snow. But the sun is bright to-day, the sweet air is fresh, the 10 spires of the little town of Briege are burnished silver, and the Alps are ranges of far-off white cloud in a deep blue sky. The primitive people of the little town of Briege have built a greenwood arch across the street, under which the newly married pair will pass in triumph from the church. It is inscribed on that side, "Honour and love to Marguerite Vendale," for the people are proud of her to enthusiasm. This greeting of the bride under her new name is affectionately meant as a surprise, and therefore the arrangement has been made that she, unconscious why, shall be taken to the church by a tortuous back way. A scheme not difficult to carry into execution in the crooked little town of Briege. So all things are in readiness, and they are to go and come on foot. Assembled in the inn's best chamber, festively adorned, are the bride and bridegroom, the Neuchatel notary, the London lawyer, Madame Dor, and a certain large mysterious Englishman, popularly known as Monsieur Zoiladel. And behold, Madame Dor, arrayed in a spotless pair of gloves of her own, with no hand in the air, but both hands clasped round the neck of the bride. To embrace whom Madame Dor has turned her broad back on the company consistent to the last. "Forgive me, my beautiful," pleads Madame Dor, "for that I ever was his she-cat." "She-cat, Madame Dor?" "Engaged to sit watching my so charming mouse," are the explanatory words of Madame Dor, delivered with a penitential sob. "Why, you were our best friend! George, dearest, tell Madame Dor, was she not our best friend?" "Undoubtedly, darling. What should we have done without her?" "You are both so generous," cries Madame Dor, accepting consolation and immediately relapsing. "But I commenced as a she-cat." "Ah, but like the cat in the fairy story, good Madame Dor," said Vendale, saluting her cheek, "you were a true woman, and being a true woman, the sympathy of your heart was with true love." "I don't wish to deprive Madame Dor of her share in the embraces that are going on," Mr. Bintrey puts in, watch in hand, "and I don't presume to offer any objection to your having got yourselves mixed together in the corner there, like the Three Graces. I merely remark that I think it's time we were moving. What are your sentiments on that subject, Mr. Ladle?" "Clear, sir," replies Joey with a gracious grin. "I'm clearer altogether, sir, for having lived so many weeks upon the surface. I never was half so long upon the surface afore, and it's done me a power of good. At Cripple Corner I was too much below it. Atop of the Simpleton I was a deal too high above it. I found the medium here, sir, and if ever I take it in convivial in all the rest of my days, I mean to do it this day to the toast of 'Bless 'em both.'" "I, too," says Bintrey. "And now, Monsieur Voigt, let you and me be two men of Marseilles, and allons marchons, arm in arm." They go down to the door, where others are waiting for them, and they go quietly to the church, and the happy marriage takes place. While the ceremony is yet in progress, the notary is called out. When it is finished he has returned, is standing behind Vendale, and touches him on the shoulder. "Go to the side door one moment, Monsieur Vendale, alone. Leave Madame to me." At the side door of the church are the same two men from the hospice. They are snow-stained and travel-worn. They wish him joy, and then each lays his broad hand upon Vendale's breast, and one says in a low voice, while the other steadfastly regards him, "It is here, monsieur, your litter, the very same." "My litter is here? Why?" "Hush! For the sake of Madame, your companion of that day." "What of him?" The man looks at his comrade, and his comrade takes him up. Each keeps his hand laid earnestly on Vendale's breast. "He had been living at the First Refuge, monsieur, for some days. The weather was now good, now bad." "Yes?" "He arrived at our hospice the day before yesterday, and having refreshed himself with sleep on the floor before the fire, wrapped in his cloak, was resolute to go on before dark to the next hospice. He had a great fear of that part of the way, and thought it would be worse to-morrow." "Yes?" "He went on alone. He had passed the gallery when an avalanche, like that which fell behind you near the bridge of the Ganther—" "Killed him?" "We dug him out, suffocated and broken all to pieces. But, monsieur, as to Madame, we have brought him here on the litter to be buried. We must ascend the street outside. Madame must not see. It would be an accursed thing to bring the litter through the arch across the street until Madame has passed through. As you descend, we who accompany the litter will set it down on the stones of the street, the second to the right, and will stand before it. But do not let Madame turn her head towards the street, the second to the right. There is no time to lose. Madame will be alarmed at your absence. Adieu." Vendale returns to his bride, and draws her hand through his unmaimed arm. A pretty procession awaits them at the main door of the church. They take their station in it, and descend the street amidst the ringing of the bells, the firing of the guns, the waving of the flags, the playing of the music, the shouts, the smiles, and tears of the excited town. Heads are uncovered as she passes, hands are kissed to her, all the people bless her. Heaven's benediction on the dear girl! See where she goes in her youth and beauty, she who so nobly saved his life. Near the corner of the street, the second to the right, he speaks to her and calls her attention to the windows on the opposite side. The corner well passed, he says, Do not look round, my darling, for a reason that I have, and turns his head. Then looking back along the street he sees the litter and its bearers passing up alone under the arch as he and she and their marriage train go down towards the shining valley. End of Project Gutenberg's End of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens